Why is it so quiet in here? Hello. Yo, who keeps joining and leaving?
What'd you say?
Yes, who keeps joining and leaving?
Bro, I can't hear you. What's going on?
Yo, can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you now.
What's good, bro?
Chillin'. Say it with your chest.
I just asked who keeps leaving and joining.
Oh, I don't know. They might be having connection issues or something.
Yeah.
Hello, we there?
Sure, it's me, so it must be.
What up, man? So,
Yeah, no, bloody Bluetooth. It disconnected for some strange reason. I'm a
What's
tech retard. But seeing as I'm a master hacker, I was able to work it out. So
using
too
this?
easy. Lordy Lord, I cannot believe that a compressed spring weighs a picogram than a decompressed spring. A picogram. Who would have thunk it?
what are you saying? A
Yeah.
compressed spring weighs more, or a stretched spring weighs more than a compressed one?
Yeah. Nate is telling me that my fob watch, when I wind my fob watch up, that potential
Ugh.
energy converts into weight, and now my fob watch actually weighs more when it's wound up as to when it's not wound.
I mean,
What do
that's
you
not
think?
demonstratable, though, right?
Well, the maths says it is, Jeremy.
Yeah, but I mean, is it
Come
actually?
on,
Can you
Jeremy.
actually?
You're not going to deny the maths, are you?
Oh, are you denying math?
Are you denying math? Are you a math denier, Jeremy?
Wow, Jeremy.
Damn.
I like to go with reality, man. And if we can't show it in reality, I don't. You can make math say anything.
Oh, you have stooped to a whole new level, being a math denier. Damn. Yeah. But yeah, no, I get the math, Nate. I get it. Like, I'm not gonna
Just don't believe it's possible?
look. I'm not gonna lie. Like, if I've got 2 apples and
Nate,
another
you're
2
lagging or something,
apples,
bro.
it'll
Do you think that
Hey,
a
robot.
compressed spring? Hello?
Yeah, you're right, mate. You're right. It must be Jeremy's
My
dodgy.
robot.
Definitely
Yeah,
Jeremy. Yeah.
yeah, it's
It's
your
always
dodgy North Korean earbuds that you won't replace. That's a problem. He buys
so
himself.
bad.
He buys himself a new iPhone, Nate. He buys himself a new iPhone, but the cheapskate won't buy himself a new set of AirPods. What is going on?
Yeah.
But yeah,
And the phone. Haven't. Go ahead.
So, I mean, do you think a compressed spring weighs the same as a spring arrest?
well, if you had have asked me, do I think a compressed spring weighs the same as a decompressed spring? I would have said yes, it does. Why
And
would I
you
think?
So
would
if
have said
something
the
has
same
more
for like a
potential.
clock?
So if something has more potential energy, then it weighs more.
Yep,
You
apparently,
realize
yeah,
what you're saying?
Potential or kinetic energy. It would weigh
yeah.
more. Like a wound up clock. You haven't let it go. You just wound it up.
And it weighs more. That's exactly what they're saying, Jeremy.
Okay, so if I have an action figure, right, and I weigh him with his arms down as opposed to his arms up, it's going to weigh more with his arms up.
If you have what?
I have an action figure. I know this is your stalling tactic. I have an action figure. I weigh him with his arms down. I can move his arms. I can weigh him with his arms pointed down towards the ground by his side, or I weigh him with his arms up? Did you hear me? Hello?
Yeah.
More
You want to know
stalling
which one
tactics.
weighs
We
more
know.
or what?
I don't
You want to know
Never
which
mind.
one
It's
weighs
not.
more,
It's
Jeremy?
all ridiculous. No, I'm good.
What? Yeah, you saying if you have a doll with his arms up or its arms to its side, which one weighs more?
First of all, I said action figure. No one said doll. Okay.
Yeah, Jeremy doesn't play with dolls.
I
All
don't play
right.
with dolls. I play with action figures.
Yeah, 'cause
GI Joes, Transformers, maybe some He-Man. You know, a He-Man action figure or something.
I would say the one with its arms down weighs more, but that's just me. Don't take my word for it.
Doesn't it have more potential energy with his arms up?
Yeah, but uh, the actual force of weight, I think would be more when its arms are down. I don't know,
Why?
because it's closer
This is
to the
going
ground.
against what you just said. What?
You're
No,
confusing
if
yourself,
you
mate.
have two wound clocks, both on the surface of the earth. Okay, let's say you have two clocks at sea level. One's wound up, the other one isn't. The wound up clock has more potential energy than the other, even though they're at the same um, elevation. But with your thing now, the thing is, one has its arms up, one has its arms down. So there's a difference in elevation. It's not necessarily
Okay,
the same thing.
how much more does the wound clock weigh?
According to bandsaw,
No,
what's
not
that
fuck
figure?
according to bandsaw. What does according to bandsaw even mean? We don't go by according to bandsaw in here.
This ain't according to me. This is according to you, Nate. I googled it. Right. This is according to you. This is your theory. You're the one that told me. Right. You're the one that told me. I asked you, actually, you directly. My fob watch, if I wind it up, does it weigh more? And you said yes. And I went, oh, cool, show me. And you obfuscated me. You went, oh, I can show you a battery. And I go, that's not a fob watch. But won't that do? And I went, no, it's not a fob watch. I want to see a fob watch. That's how the conversation went down. It's recorded in history. You said a fob watch will weigh more wound than unwound.
I did. And
I know.
That's why I'm trying to say by how much.
I don't know.
Picogram.
Is that according to you, bandsaw?
Well, that's what I googled,
Yeah, according to bandsaw.
and
According
that's
to
actually
bandsaw?
it's according to Nate because he's the one that put
How?
it out there. I just googled him, fact checked him, and it said a picogram.
Yeah, but according
What's
to
a
you,
picogram? How many
it's by,
zeros?
it's by
A pic,
pictogram.
a picogram is one bacteriae. So one bacteria, one.
How many
You can't even
zeros in front of it?
a quadrillion zeros.
What?
Yeah.
A quadrillion. How many
Well, maybe
zeros
not.
that is?
Well, maybe not a quadrillion. Maybe a zillion. A lot of
That's not
zeros.
even a real word. Seriously, how many is it, like 10 zeros or something crazy? Or
Oh, I don't know. Nate would have a better idea what a
Nate, what's a
picogram is.
picogram?
Huh?
What's a picogram? How many zeros is in front of it?
Yeah.
Oh, it's a lot of zeros. I don't know off the top of my head.
Is it a quadrillion?
No.
It's close too, though, Nate, isn't it? Yeah.
It's a lot of zeros.
Yeah, it's a lot of zeros. You know how he sounds really vague at the moment, like he doesn't want to commit himself to anything. so he can't have his
Because I'm
feet
busy
nailed
doing something.
to the floor. I know you're playing bloody whatever you're playing, some shooty
Yeah.
up game. Yeah.
But yeah, it has a lot of zeros off
This
the
is
top of my
all
head.
very
I don't know.
suspicious, and I'm not buying it.
But I mean, Benso's
the-
seen all of this for himself, so I don't understand what the issue is right
he's
now.
seen it all. He's seen the word saying it happens. He's probably never seen that happen.
Exactly.
Who can even weigh a picogram?
I've
Can we get
never
a spring?
Yeah.
Can
waited
we
for
get a
my
spring big enough so it's a
Yeah.
gram?
Don't be dragging me into your web of lies and deception, Nate, saying I've seen it all. What the hell?
Can we get a spring big enough? Can we get a spring big enough so that it's like a 1/10 of a gram or 100th of a gram or something we could actually weigh?
It would be better to do this with something big, don't you think? You know, like
Really
with
That's
a
what I just
like
said.
with the Tesla car. You
That's
know,
what I just said. Can we get a spring big enough to where we can actually fucking weigh the difference, like 100th or 1,000th of a gram or something?
I don't have a string that big, but maybe I don't know, Jeremy. I
How
don't know.
big does a spring need to be able to
Oh,
weigh 100th of a gram?
as big
I'm
as
not
the
sure.
Empire State Building. That's how big it has to be.
I doubt
Seriously?
it to be that
Yeah,
big.
well, of
But
course, Jeremy.
why not just use a Tesla car? You know, you
No,
have one that's charged,
How
one that's
many
not charged.
springs? How many springs are in a Tesla car?
No, just
exactly.
compare the cars themselves. The car that's
Do you
not
ever
fully
see Ali
charged.
G? You ever see Ali
Yeah.
G interview Kobe Bryant? He goes, "How many springs are in a basketball?" Kobe goes, "No springs. There's air." He's like, "Well, why does it bounce then?" He's like, "There's air in this room. Why ain't this room bouncing?" You never heard that? It was hilarious.
But why not? I mean, it's the same principle with the Tesla car. The principle is it's the exact same thing. If you have a fully charged Tesla
No,
car,
No,
yeah,
no,
no,
not the same
no,
thing.
no, 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 no,
it's the
no,
same
no, no.
principle. It's
No, we're
because of
talking about
the potential energy.
no.
No, you got some other shit going on now.
Yeah, we've got something chemical
We're talking
happening
about
now.
manipulating we're talking about manipulating objects in a different shape and having them weigh more.
Yeah,
You know how crazy that sounds?
yeah.
I can
And
What?
change this shape. I can just change this shape. I can have the same amount of mass, change
Uh-huh.
the shape of an object,
No
and it
one's
weighs
saying
more. That's
change the
fucking
shape.
stupid. What do you think you're doing when you pull a spring or
You're
yeah,
not changing the shape of the watch by
you
winding
change?
it up.
Yeah, you are.
yeah.
How?
You didn't do
How is
anything
the
but
shape
change the shape
changing?
of. You didn't do anything but change the shape of the spring.
What do you mean change the shape of the spring? The
You
spring's the
changed
same.
the shape of the spring.
What do you mean by change the shape of the
It
spring?
was compressed. Now it's stretched out. You changed the shape of it. Duh.
Okay,
Yeah,
okay, I've compressed it. Yeah,
yeah, you
Yeah, you
compress it.
change the shape. You change the shape of a material, and you think that makes it way more. That's fucking insane.
that's a weird phrase. But yeah,
That's what you.
if I
Oh,
compress it, it weighs more
mm.
than when it's not compressed.
Yeah, you change this. You think you can change the shape of objects, and they weigh more. That's crazy, bro.
Yeah,
Uh,
it's a slight difference. It's not that much, but you know, the bigger the object, the more apparent the difference. And this is very
Oh,
apparent in Tesla
when has it
cars.
ever been apparent? When has it
Tesla
ever been
cars.
apparent where you measured it?
Tesla
No,
cars.
not a Tesla. We're not talking about Teslas. There's no
no,
But it's
springs.
the same
You're not
principle.
changing the
It's
shape
doing
of it.
exactly the
Are you
no.
changing the shape of anything in a Tesla?
when you charge it versus when it's not charged, I'm sure there's something in there changing.
No, you're sure.
Yeah, I'm sure something in there's changing, Jeremy. I mean
You don't even know
the
how batteries
difference
work.
is minuscule. You know, it's really small, but it happens. I don't get what the issue is.
The
I
issue
can't fuck
is,
with you, bro. You're too crazy.
well, it is crazy, right? Let's get back down to earth. Right, back down to
Uh-huh.
earth, right? Because apparently, this compressed spring, Jeremy, proves relativity. I was told, right?
Mhm. No, that
It's
shit blows the doors off of
special.
W equals
Right.
mg.
Right.
And all
Special
that spring
relativity.
thing does is ruin the formula W equals mg. That's what that does.
Yeah.
No,
Yeah.
it doesn't.
Oh my lordy lord.
It reinforces it, makes it stronger.
Well,
But
you
yeah,
can't.
it does
Really,
do special relativity. That it does.
if that reinforces W, the formula W equals mg, then how do you explain it weighing more by changing its shape? That's not in the mg anywhere.
Yeah, it's in brackets. Change
Because
Which
shape.
part of
the force,
the other
the
side of
force
the
is
formula
different.
is it? Is it the m or the g?
It's the force that's changed.
Bro, is it the m or the g on the other side of the w that's changing when it's compressed or not compressed?
What are you talking about? Like the formula for weight or
This
what?
literally ruins W equals mg. That's what I'm talking about. Another
Yeah, the formula for weight.
Yeah, which
W equals
part of
mg.
it when you compress it or not compress it? Which part of it when you compress it or not compress it is changing the m or the g?
Force is changing.
It's weighing different. Is it the m or the g? It's weighing different. You got to have a change in the m or the g when it's compressed or not compressed. Which one is it?
It's the net force. The
Keep on talking, you'll keep on
I
sinking
can't.
yourself, Nate.
I can't
You'll
fuck
keep on.
with you, Nate. Come on, man.
Come on. Jeremy hasn't had breakfast. You're giving him an upset stomach. Don't do it this early in the morning for him. Please, Nate, come on. Be nice.
Don't fucking get me fired up, Nate. I'm telling you.
Like, but
Sounds pseudo to me.
you know the beautiful thing about
I mean,
all
this
these.
isn't W. Oh, I'm sorry, Ben. I'm
Well,
sorry.
the beautiful thing about all these theories, right? Because they're just theories, right? They're just ideas, right? And they're beautiful ideas, right? Which you can put out there. You can put out these ideas and go, yep, bang, we're running with it. This is fact. But you can never demonstrate them. It's beautiful. It's the best sleight of hand ever. Ever.
Yeah.
It is the slickest, smoothest sleight of hand ever.
Yeah, I
Just
mean, these things are
pseudoscience.
demonstrated all the time. Number one. Number two, with Jeremy's F equals mg, the force of gravity is still there, but it's not
Mhm,
that's
mhm,
changing.
mhm.
It's the entire net force that's changing because it's not just
First of all, it's
gravity
W
that's
equals.
acting here. There are a lot of other forces at play.
First of all, it's W equals mg.
Yeah,
It's
that's
W
right.
equals mg. Second of all, which one you're getting a change in W? One of the m or the g had to change. Which one was it when
Yep.
you wound up the watch?
When you wound up the watch, but
Yeah.
that's not the formula being used here
Well,
to find
hello.
weight.
That's how we get weight. That's the formula for
Yeah.
weight, Nate. What the
No,
fuck, dude?
yeah, but
No.
here you wouldn't
Yeah.
use that simple formula because it's a change in um. So here, what the the formula that explains this is it's mainly E equals mc squared because what's happening is the um what you are weighing, it's not just the mass. You're weighing the mass plus the energy added. So when you wind up a clock, what's being added is uh, potential energy, and that potential energy you can see it as mass as well. So the entire mass of the thing is changing. So if I had to simplify it to you, just W equals mg, I would say it's the m that's changing, Jeremy. But it's not that simple. But to try and give you an answer, it's the m that changes.
So you wind up a clock and you change the m,
Yes,
and
but
that
it's
clock now
because
has more mass.
energy and mass are the same thing.
That clock now has
So
watch now
adding
has more
potential
mass because you
energy
wound it up.
adds. Sorry, what?
I don't know. Am I lagging or let me restart Discord? I feel like you guys
Sorry.
can't hear me.
If I've got a here we go. Here's an example. No, you can go with this, all right? I have a solar panel, right? I've got actually a lot of solar panels, right? But if I get a solar panel, all right, and I put a piece of cardboard over the top of it while it's sitting on a scale, right? And it'll read whatever it does. So now it's in the shade.
Check.
So now I remove that piece of cardboard. Now energy is going into it, right? Lots of energy, all the photons, all the electrons, all the neutrons, just getting fired into this puppy. It's getting heavier and heavier and heavier as it's sitting in the sun. As the sun comes higher, more energy is going into it. So this thing should weigh heavier and heavier and heavier throughout the day with the more energy that is being put into it. Yes, correct?
Your solar panel shouldn't sound like that.
Yeah, they'd be a bit sick, wouldn't they? Yeah. But yes, Nate, my solar panel, when it's in the sun, will weigh more than when it's in the shade.
Yeah, should.
Oh, Nate, don't go. You die. You're gonna die on this hill. You're gonna
But the
die.
solar panel doesn't.
It
The solar
should.
panel doesn't store the energy.
Yeah, yeah. Whatever's storing the energy, you know.
If you put it in a battery, the battery will gain weight.
Yeah.
So when something gets hit by sunlight, it doesn't have more energy.
Yeah, exactly.
It does.
Has to.
Definitely.
Well, okay, then. Well,
I
what
mean-
happens if I cut the wires on my solar panel so it's still producing energy? It's just got nowhere to go. It'll be a closed circuit. It'll just go round and round and round and round.
Then it
Yeah,
then it can't.
definitely.
How can it make energy if it's
solar
not
power-
connected?
If you would to just apply heat to like a surface, and then you could magically slice like a crust of that surface off, the warmer surface would weigh more, you know. So that solar panel, because it's being hit with energy, and because the particles within it are now energized, there's more energy within that system. It would have a very, very, very slight increase in its total energy mass.
Even
content.
though it's not storing the energy, right? Even though it's not storing the
Even
energy.
if it's not storing the energy, just the fact that you are heating it up, you are adding energy, and if energy and mass are the same thing, then yeah. But obviously, the battery is where we would see this, you know, this phenomena better. Yeah, you know, in the battery, it would be way more pronounced. You know, you would be able, it would be way easier to measure this difference within the battery, as opposed to the
Well,
solar panel.
we're getting a chemical change there, so I don't know if I see
Yeah,
that.
chemical energy. That's
Okay,
full energy.
yeah, okay, yeah, but it's doing something different than a spring. Oh, this has got me.
Yeah, but
me
it's all
befuddled.
energy, Banso. It doesn't matter
Oh,
what type of energy, whether it's
I-
gravitational, electromagnetic,
Yeah.
chemical, kinetic, potential, you know, friction. All of these things
Yeah.
add energy to the system.
Yeah. I agree that if you compress a spring or wind up a lugger band, pull a bungee cord, whatever, if you hold it tight or don't move it, it has potential energy in there that you can then utilize. You can use it. No one's going to disagree with that. But to say that that actually changes the weight of something, that energy will be in the form of weight, mass. You have put mass into something. Yeah, no, I'm struggling with that, I must say. I
Yes,
really
'cause
am.
mass and energy are the same thing, Banso. Mass is just a property of energy.
Well,
This isn't entirely accurate, but you could look at mass as, you know, slow down energy, and the scale factor between them is the speed of light.
I don't know.
Yeah,
I
I mean,
I think chemical
is-
energy is something different to mechanical energy. It's different.
different.
There's
How?
there's a chemical change in things. Okay. Mechanical energy is different to a chemical
All energy,
energy.
man.
Well, I
It's
know it's
all
all energy, but it's
Doesn't matter.
subsets.
Everything.
It's subset of it.
Yeah, you get different types of
Exactly.
energy.
Exactly.
Mass is a type of energy.
I'm glad you agree with me, right?
Yeah,
But
everyone agrees with that. There are different types of energy, but
okay,
you
cool.
can change chemical energy to mechanical energy easily. You can change mass to other types of energy, but that's a bit more difficult.
Mm. When are we gonna? When are you gonna test this theory at CERN? No,
It's
Nate.
been tested. You don't even need to go to CERN to test this, man. So
How can I test if I compress a spring? It's gonna weigh more. You say I don't need to go to CERN. So how do I do it in my garage?
by using a car, I keep telling you guys, Tesla cars. It's the easiest example because
No, no, no,
the
no, no, no,
principle
no.
is the same. You know,
I don't
use
care
something
about.
really big,
No, you're talking about a chemical
but it's the same
change.
thing, Dan. So
No, you keep on saying it's the same thing. I said, where can I test this theory? Right, I'll go in a CERN and I'll test it. Right, they've got the latest and greatest things down there. You go, I don't need to.
yeah, you can just get a
Okay, then
Tesla car. And do it.
I'm not buying a fucking Tesla car for starters. All right,
You
they're a
don't need
piece
to
of
buy
shit.
one.
Right.
Just Google it. Find a friend that has one and ask them. Could you weigh your
Yes,
car before
yes,
you charge it and then weigh it after?
yep. And apparently they do. Right, when the battery's fully charged, apparently it does way more than when it's discharged.
Yeah.
I've already googled that.
So I don't know what the issue is in pencil. If you're fine with that, then it's the same principle for a spring or a watch.
I
It's the
don't
exact
know. I don't know.
same.
I'm gonna. I want to take your word for it, Nate. Like I think you're an honest fellow. I'm trying really hard.
Yeah, I mean, you don't have to take my word for it, Bansel. But you
I,
asking how can you verify this? I'm giving you options. It's up to you which one you want to go with. But at the end of
I
the day, it is what it is.
I want to verify the spring. That's what I want to verify. I don't care about the
Spring,
battery.
woof. But
I
the
want
spring
to
is a bit
verify.
difficult.
Oh, of course, it's a bit difficult. It's in that
Yeah.
realm of difficult, which is convenient for you,
How's it
isn't
convenient
it?
for us?
Of course, everything's convenient for you guys because the numbers are always really, really big or really, really little. That's why it's convenient. Hate your fucking numbers, Nate.
That is, I mean, you got to understand that, the easy part of reality that we can access. It's in between a very small range. Beyond that, it's a range of numbers that, just with your five senses, it's very difficult to interact with. But you know that those things are there because we see how they affect us. Germs are too small for us to see, but we know they're real even without being able to see them because of the effects they have on us. If you
Oh,
don't
lordy
keep yourself
lord.
clean, you're
Oh
gonna get
my
sick.
god.
And this goes both ways. There are things too big for us to really, perceive. The curvature is there, but the Earth is too big for us to see it, Bansel. It is what it is, man.
Did Mole Man really post that? Lordy lord.
Yeah, they
Does
post.
light have weight? So apparently a box of light weighs more than a box of dark.
Oh
You've
yeah,
got to be. Oh, don't even go there. Don't you? You die on so many
of
hills,
course.
Nate. It's not. You
Why
have
wouldn't
just
it,
copped
Bansel?
loss. Why would a box of light?
Because there's
Oh,
energy there.
oh no! You're giving me a headache now.
Oh, Bansel, just remember, wherever there's energy, there's mass, there's weight, there's gravity.
So, so now, if I put a bucket on a scale in a dark room, it'll weigh X. and then I get my torch and I flash it into the bucket, it's going to weigh more. Lordy, lordy, lord. You can't be serious.
So serious, Benzo.
I know you're serious. That's sad. I can't believe it. So when I go outside in the morning, right, as the sun starts to appear, why don't I get punched in the face with all that weight?
What do you mean?
Well, just that. Or if someone flashes a torch at me, right? Why aren't I thrown across the room? Cool, bang! 'Cause I've got all that weight hitting me in the face.
It's not that much. It's really light.
Oh Lord, featherweights. That's what it is. It's
Featherweight,
a
yeah.
featherweight.
Welterweight.
Yeah. Welterweight, bantamweight.
Strawweight, yeah, flyweight.
Yeah, exactly.
He said it's really light.
It's really, really light.
It's really light, yeah.
It's really light. Oh, Nate. My
Yeah, Benzo.
God.
Oh, Benzo, you've seen yourself that light can push things. You know, it has
No.
it can convey momentum. You know, pressure,
Y-
of
Hey,
force, energy,
yes.
and that has weight.
No.
You know,
When we looked at that, at no time ever in that discussion did I ever agree that light had weight. Never. I remember that conversation. We went through all the different other possibilities, but weight wasn't one of them. Don't try and bloody be slippery and try and bring me into your paradigm of agreeing that light has weight. I can see what you're doing.
I'm not doing anything, Benzo.
Hmm?
I'm keeping it 100. I'm not doing anything, bro. You're just paranoid.
I'm paranoid.
Yeah, because you know it's I understand. Like this is all a bit hard to believe and take in. You know, when it's your first time hearing it, that mass and energy are the same things, and you know, light can push things, and something wound up weighs more than something at rest. You know, it's a lot to take in. But if you want, there are a few simple experiments I can give. I can send to you stuff you can do at home to just test these principles.
Mm.
Because it's the principle that matters, not the type of um, what's the word I'm looking for? Um, the type of demonstration given. You know, whether it's a spring or a Tesla car, the mechanism is the same. Bandsaw, you there, bro?
Hmm. I'm listening, buddy. I'm listening. I'm trying to absorb it all.
Yeah. And I mean, once you've absorbed this, we can move on to like crazier things. We can move on to how we all move through space time at the speed of light.
We will never get past anything crazier than a fob watch weighing more wound than unwound. It will never get crazier than that,
I
my
should
friend.
need to Google
Ever.
what a fob watch is. 'Cause I
Oh,
don't know what you say fob
do you
watch.
know what a fob watch is?
Fob watch.
It's one of those old time pocket watches.
Oh, a pocket watch. Why
Yeah, a
why not just
pocket
say that
watch.
then?
Yeah. Oh well,
Yeah.
I know them as a fob watch, pocket watch, same thing.
Okay. Yeah, but yeah.
Yeah, one of those.
Mm.
I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah.
Are these tactics are just, I don't know. They're slippery. They are slippery.
But what about, you know, why is it believable with a Tesla car but not with a spring? Like
Oh, there's some
what
sort of chemical reaction going on there. So I don't know what it's doing exactly.
where?
In the batteries, obviously.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I don't even know if that's if that's true or not.
The Tesla car.
Yeah, I don't even know if that's true.
Yeah, but that's pretty easy to find out. You know, just call Tesla, call your local Tesla dealership, and ask them.
Well, what would be interesting if they put that flat Tesla piece of crap car on a scale when it's empty, plug it in, right, and watch the weight go up? That would be interesting. Have they done that experiment? Why isn't NASA doing this? This seems pretty important stuff. Tesla. Who'd
But
buy a Tesla at the end of the
so
day?
many people buy Teslas.
Huh? Actually, I must say their Ute truck looks pretty beastly. I'll give them that.
Right. Yeah, you would drive a Tesla, Banso.
A Tesla truck, I would, yeah. Yeah.
You would drive a Tesla soccer mom. What do you mean? Man? It's a
You've got to
Tesla,
be joking me. That's a soccer mum's car. Not going to be driving that.
bro. You wouldn't drive it,
No.
even though it's a Tesla. Like, imagine they made soccer mom Ferraris. You wouldn't drive it?
I don't like Ferraris.
All right. What do you like? Porsche?
Uh, you know what I like? I like a 300 ZX. That's what I drive. I'm looking for one at the moment.
Wait, Bentley, Porsche, and Aston Martin all do soccer mom cars.
Hmm? Don't know.
We go. Seems to be.
Yeah, but I've seen Nissan soccer moms. Wouldn't you drive those?
No.
Wow, Benzo. You're so bougie.
You know
What
what I
about the
drive?
side?
I drive a Beetle Bug. They're pretty funky. A pink one. Give me a pink Beetle Bug. I'd drive that.
Damn.
Yeah.
But yeah, Benzo, at the end of the day, mass and energy are the same thing, my friend.
Well, I know you can keep on telling me, but you know, I'll wait with bated breath to see the test results for a fob watch weighing more. Until then, yeah, I'm going to be a little bit skeptical of that claim.
So
All right.
if mass and energy are the same thing,
What's up, Travis?
is there a difference between them at all?
They all at certain differences. How? What do you mean?
Look, man, you're the one using two different terms and putting an equal sign between them. So I'm trying to understand how you're going to differentiate between the two. Is there a difference between mass and energy?
Energy is a form of mass. You know, the way there's a difference between electric energy and chemical energy. It's the same way there's a difference between mass and energy.
No,
It's
because
just mass is a
electrical.
different type of energy.
Okay, well, electrical and chemical is different. Energy is the same. Electrical energy, chemical energy. I think you could find similarities there, but I still don't feel like you answered my question. What is the difference? So, not to be pedantic.
What are the differences?
Oh, hold on. Not to be pedantic and condescending, but when I taught school, I taught my students how to answer my question with my question in their answer. So here we go. What is the difference between mass and energy? Your question should start with the difference between mass and energy is, and then you tell me.
My answer, you mean? Okay, so one of the differences between mass and energy is that mass is Mass has
Delay of game. 5-yard
I would
penalty.
I would say mass. You could say mass has a rest mass while pure energy doesn't. You know. You could say mass.
I just find it interesting.
You
the,
could
the
say
struggle.
that mass always has a frame of reference, while there are plenty of situations where energy doesn't have a frame of reference,
I mean,
such as energy at the speed of light. You know, so light, for example, doesn't travel through a frame of reference. So to add to that, you could say mass experiences time and space, while pure energy doesn't.
Oh my God. Whatever.
Yeah.
Okay. No further questions.
Yeah, those are differences, man.
The fact that you struggled so hard at the beginning, right?
Because
To me,
yeah,
well,
I had
hold
to
on.
think
Let
about
me
it.
just
Come on.
finish my critique.
Uh-huh.
It's not going to be too scathing. The fact that you struggled so hard at the beginning, to me, shows me that there's no clear understanding of what your claim is.
What?
But in your paradigm,
What? I had to
mass-
think about it. It was a
in-
really good question, Travis. You know, so I wanted to make sure I gave you clear-cut answers and examples. I mean, wouldn't you rather I think about it as opposed to just blurting stuff out? You know?
Okay, that's a fair response. I won't drag out my critique any farther.
Here we go,
Rest-
Nate.
rest
got
mass,
something.
you said.
Yeah. I got something very interesting. All right, because I just googled here, Nate. Does a Tesla weigh more, right, when charged to uncharged? Anyway, they go into a complete diatribe of explanations, formulas, and all that sort of stuff. But basically, at the end of it, they're comparing a Chevrolet battery pack that may store up to 16 kilowatts. So to work out the mass difference in that, you multiply it by 1,000 and 3,600 to get the value in joules, divided by 10 to the power of 17, which is approximately the squared speed of light, and you get the mass difference in kilograms, right? So in total, the difference between a discharged and fully charged Chevrolet battery pack, which is the same as a Tesla, is about half a microgram, which you actually can't even measure because the scales aren't capable of doing it, is what
Yeah.
they're saying.
And what
Okay.
you just said there was vital. The conversion factor is the speed of light squared.
Yeah, no. I'm reading it all in context, but you can change the mass they're saying, but it's so negligible, even in a huge battery pack of 16 kilowatts. 16 kilowatts is huge, Nate. It's
Yeah, that is.
negligible and can't be measured by current scales. It can't be measured. It's impossible.
Okay.
But
I don't know about
earlier?
can't be measured, but yeah, it's the difference is really small. I agree on that. It's negligible. It's not something we even really care about, you know. Like it
Well,
is
I
very
care,
small.
seeing as you said me fob watch weighs more wound than unwound. I care now. I'm not letting this go, Nate. I'm going to tell you.
Banso, did you agree earlier that you can push objects with light?
He does agree to that.
Not because of
Sure.
weight. No.
Sure.
No.
No, but that would mean that if you
No.
sure.
Yeah.
I'm not saying
Yep.
because of weight. I'm just
Yep.
saying that you can measure. You should be able to measure that push if you have a light above an object and that object on a scale, right?
Yeah, but what is doing it? What is causing the actual reaction? Okay.
But that's not the point. Can you demonstrate it on a scale, or is it so minuscule that you actually can't?
Well, we have seen examples of light being able to move things. Now, what is this due to? Is this due to a thermal change? I don't know. I've already discussed this with Nate, but actually something in that light itself that has mass, okay, that is hitting that piece of tinfoil in the form of mass. No, I don't.
Yeah.
I don't
No one
accept
thinks.
that.
I don't think light. No one says light has mass.
Well, okay, it has to have mass. If it weighs something, because
Well, if it pushes something,
okay then. Well, if it
It has
weighs
energy.
something, then
That's whenever
well,
you are weighing stuff, you are weighing energy. All right, mass is
yeah.
energy. Yeah.
yeah, it has to have mass, right? If I have a dark box, all right, and then I put a torch in it and turn it on, fill it up, close the lid, put it on a scale, it weighs more. It has to have mass.
But you're saying the same
Yeah.
thing. You're saying that light pushes objects. And you
No,
measure forces with scales.
No, I never said the light pushes anything. I never said that.
But you said that you can move objects with light.
With the light itself, or with maybe the thermal reaction that the light will cause.
Sure.
Okay, then. Well, there is a difference there.
No, that's energy.
No, you're recreating a thermal difference. Yeah, I suppose. Yeah, that is a form of energy. All right.
No, but you don't have to create a thermal difference. The difference can be either way. No, don't. What thermal difference do you mean?
Well, just that you're creating a thermal difference, but potentially.
How does that move things?
Temperature.
Well, I feel temperature right now. I'm not moving. Like, what do you mean with temperature?
Well, just that. The example that is actually shown with light moving anything is a little piece of tinfoil dangled very precariously on something that takes absolutely nothing to move it. So any sort of thermal change is going to have an effect on it that you can see. So it's not really that unusual. It's not really a phenomena to me at all. Well, it is a phenomena, but it's not. It's not to me. It's not that light in the form of mass actually hitting it. It is a thermal change in temperature. Okay, this is one of the things that Nate and I spoke about, like the thermal difference.
Temperature's not a force, though, Bandy.
Yeah.
Sorry.
We measure forces with scales and
Don't get
temperature.
involved
Isn't
in your in your web space. So
Oh, you my webs. You may well drag me right into this, Mr. Fob Watch weighs more.
you on
Have you
your
ever
own,
he-
Ben. So
Have you ever heard of a Crookes radiometer, Bandy?
Oh,
Oh God.
no. Should
It's
I
like
have?
it's
I'll
like a
look at it.
glass. It's like a glass. Yeah, look one up. Crookes, as in CROOKS, Crookes radiometer. It's
Yeah.
it's a evacuated glass bulb, and it's got a little wheel in it. And one side of the paddles on the wheel are painted black, and the other side is silver. And it's
Oh, yes. No, sorry. Yeah,
it's
sorry, Paul.
partially
This is-
evacuated.
But
Yeah,
don't look at the
this is
video
one
that Ken
that,
Wheeler made.
Nate showed me when he said light has mass in it and it pushes things. This is one of the ones that he showed me. So I do know what it is actually. I just couldn't put the two together.
But that but that doesn't spin because light's pushing the wheel. That's not how it works.
No, it's Ken Wheeler said that he's the only one on Earth who knows how it works.
Yeah, right.
The video.
You know how it actually works, Bandy?
Do I know how it works?
Yeah.
Well, off the top of my head, I'm going to go with some sort of thermal differential. That's what I'd say initially off the top of my head. Okay. So I'm probably wrong. You're probably going to tell me it works.
No. You're actually thinking pretty much along the right track, Because what happens is that on the silvered side, light's reflected, right, not absorbed. But on the black side, light is absorbed, and it deposits its energy on that black side. And what that does is it slightly heats up the black side, and it heats up a layer of air right next to the black, and that pushes the air away. And because it pushes the air away, it's an equal and opposite reaction. It pushes the wheel in the other direction. So it should spin in the direction away from the black side. Which it does. So that's how it works. And you find that if you completely evacuate a Crookes radiometer, it stops working, which shows that it's actually the air in it that's doing the pushing and not the light itself.
There we go. I was spot on, Paul. I was spot on. Damn. Once again, Nate, you've been debunked. That was so easy. Thanks, Paul.
Oh, but there are instances of where you can actually use light to push things, though. Like a solar sail.
What the fuck was that? You've been debunked, next. Didn't even say anything. There you go. Welcome to the globe, Panther.
Oh, the globe. It's a thermal change. I was right. Didn't you hear it, old man? Right? I was all over it.
In the Crookes radiometer. Yeah, and you need air for it.
Yeah, exactly.
Yep.
It's a thermal change. So it's not light. It's not the light pushing it. It's the thermal reaction that the light is creating. Right?
Yeah, the energy. Yep. And you should measure that with a scale. Or you can measure that with a scale.
No. Not at all.
You
Well, you posted a link where a dark box. So if I get a box and I put it in my closet in the dark and I close the lid and put it on a scale, it'll weigh X. And now I get that same box. I get a torch. I shine the torch into it, close the lid, tape it up, put it on the scale. It'll weigh more. That's the link that you sent me.
Yeah, but if you have a black, let's say you have a black square that you painted black, you put it over a scale. It has a weight, and then you shine light on it. It should have a bigger weight because you just said that it would, because the light would try to move the square.
No, I never said that light has mass or weight whatsoever. The link that you sent me said that a box full of light will weigh more than a box full of dark. That's the link that you said. I've never agreed to anything. That's just crazy talk. Absolute crazy talk.
But can light move an object?
Light itself? No.
No. If you shine a light to a black object, is it trying to move it?
No.
No?
No. The light isn't moving it.
So then light can't move objects now.
What do you mean by move, though?
Like in the Crookes radiometer. But if you shine a light on it, it'll move. If you don't shine a light on it, it doesn't move.
No, the light ain't moving it. It is the thermal reaction. The light ain't moving anything itself. It's due to a reaction.
Sure, but then if you have a black,
how can you say sure?
There's definitely some. I mean, light does affect material things. I mean, it does more than just illuminate. That's why you'd best not shine a powerful laser anywhere on your body, because it's gonna move your skin right out the way.
Yeah, but Dan, so how was I debunked, man? Like,
no, that was a joke, bro. That was a joke.
it was a joke.
Bull man, how can you say sure? But then we had a discussion earlier that said that if you evacuate light, or if you evacuate the chamber, right, and then it stops moving, but the light's still present. So I'm not sure. I don't understand how you can give with one hand and then take away with the other.
No, I didn't. I said that if you have an object on ground that you don't shine light on, the only force is its weight.
No,
But
no,
if you
no. I'm talking about what you said about the rate, the chronometer, or whatever the hell the thing's called, because you brought that
Crookes
up.
radiometer.
Yeah, you
No, I
said
didn't.
Crookes radio. You brought up Crookes radiometer, and then Bandy said, "Yeah, but it's not the light that's moving it." You said, "Sure." Like,
I said sure. It's the air,
oh my god.
but the light is the cause for the air to heat up. That's the short.
No.
No?
Well, no. You sent me a link where it says light has weight, and it's just ludicrous.
Sure, but you already said that light, shining a light on an object can move an object. Did you say that?
The light itself is having a reaction, right, which is causing a thermal reaction. The light itself is not moving anything.
Sure. The light itself isn't moving it, but you said that the light has an effect on the air that moves the object, correct?
There's a thermal reaction.
Sure. So you can weigh the effects of light on an object.
You can't
Well,
weigh
light
light
is just
at all. You can't weigh
light.
it at all. It's
No, I said
impossible.
the effect. I said the
Light
effects.
is just another. Light is just another effect. Well, okay. Listen, for all the good that we actually have done to try to describe reality, light as well as everything else that we can perceive is a subset of energy. That's what I'm getting, right? So, in some instances, you take energy and you make light. In other instances, you store it in a battery, which powers something that moves. Like I mean, but light,
Yeah,
you're not
but
using light to pick shit up.
you've changed
But
it
he keeps
to light.
telling you the same answer. Light is not lifting things like bodybuilders. It's not moving anything. Like, what's wrong with the answer he gave the first 3 times?
Sure, then light can't move objects, and that's his point of view.
Sure.
Okay, we're getting trolled right now. He just keeps going back and affirming the same thing that
there
we're
it is.
challenging.
Called it out
He just
earlier.
says, sure, but then we see light move things.
I never said that.
You just fucking said it right now, man. You just said it.
I
Those
did?
words just came out of your mouth. After Elijah finished talking, you said, sure, but light moves things.
No, I didn't.
Come on, Malaman.
I never said that.
Did anyone else hear what I heard?
I'll check
What was
this
Mole?
shit.
What was Moleman?
I don't know.
What was Moleman's response after Elijah finished talking?
Sure.
It shouldn't be too hard to just go back and rewind. I'm driving right
Yeah.
now, so I'm not going to do it.
Yeah, give me 2 seconds.
Yeah, I said
Sorry, that's a lot.
sure.
Give me like 20 seconds.
Yeah, I said sure. Then that's his position. I think that's what I said.
No, that's not what you said. I'll put money on that.
Yeah, he said something like that.
How much
I
money?
think
How much
he
money
said
did you
a
put
bit
on that?
more.
I don't
How much
know.
money?
Elijah's going to go find out. He's coming
Yeah.
back. He'll come back. He'll clip it and come back, and we'll find out. I think that's what he's doing. You're in trouble, Mole Man. You're in trouble. I feel it.
Yeah, but Moleman said something like, then he thinks light can't move things, and that's his position.
I bet
Something
Travis
like
will have an excuse for saying that I said something that I didn't.
Mole Man
What-
thinks that a dark box weighs less than a light box.
Yeah.
I
But
know.
what's
It's
Travis-
crazy. It's
Yeah, but what-
crazy.
Wait, what's Travis saying Moleman said, though?
I don't know. I'm
Travis
just
Travis said that I said sure, but then light moves objects, and I never said that.
Yeah, you didn't say that. So
Yeah, I never said that.
how much money did you guys put down?
I asked Travis, but he's now not willing to put anything down.
I won in on this bet because Travis is about to lose.
Yeah.
I definitely won in.
Wait, what are you guys betting on?
What I said.
Yeah,
you
did
being wrong again.
Elijah, do you have it?
You either said light can move things,
He
or
did.
you said light can't move things. Which one was
What?
it?
No, I didn't say that.
Listen. You said okay,
Okay,
then light
play it
can't
out.
move. You said then okay.
Yeah,
I
clip it.
mean, but I assume that you would
Play it,
know that you
Elijah.
said what you said. So I'll play it. Matter of fact, I'll
Yeah,
screen share
just
right
play it
now.
out. Yeah,
Hold
So,
on. Hold on. We're
idiot,
going to
every
screen
day.
share. We're going to get
I'm
the
ready to bet now.
facts.
I'm ready to bet now.
Yeah, we're going to get it. And you're dead in the water.
Yeah,
Mommy.
don't
I'm betting
don't play
$1,000
yet.
that everyone is wrong in here.
Yeah,
Okay.
put your bets down, guys.
Well, I
Here we
tried to
go.
tell you what you said, and you didn't believe me. So fair enough, because
Yeah.
I don't believe you motherfuckers either. Y'all ready?
Is it sharing
Um,
for you guys? It's not sharing for me.
Yeah, it's sharing for me. Yeah.
Okay.
We're ready. Let's
All
go,
right.
Elijah. Let's go.
I can't hear shit.
Yeah, then light can't move objects. That's what he said. And
That's
that's
what I
his
just
history.
that's what I just asked him. I said either you said light
That's what I said.
can
He
move
said.
things or light can't move things, and you said what? I didn't say that.
That's what
Now
I
you're
said.
lying again. Now you're lying again.
Yeah.
What?
Why do we?
I'm
Why
lying.
do we?
I didn't say it. You're lying.
No, hold on. There's a difference between saying light can't move things and the way he responded was, well, then light can't move things.
Yeah, I
That
never
sounds
said
like
that
it's more
light
of a
can or can't
contextual.
move. I said,
But
yeah.
I just said that he said, okay, then light can or can't move things. That's what I said. That's what I said. I said
Oh my
what he
God,
said
this
was.
is crazy.
I said what he. Okay, so now if I stop y'all and I go back to what I said you said, and it's verbatim what you said. The only thing I didn't have clear, which I was asking you, is which one was the can't that you said because you have an accent. Is it can or can't? You rejected the whole statement.
Yes, I rejected the whole statement because I never said that light can do X or that light can't do X. I meant
But
that
I
therefore.
repeated the words that you made, that you said.
No. No.
I said.
No.
I said.
Hold on.
No,
I
said,
never.
So I said you said based off of what was said. So then, light can. I didn't say you said light can. I said you said so then light can, which you did say verbatim.
Yeah, I thought you meant that I made a claim about what light can do
That's
or
what you
can't do.
thought I
And
meant.
that's not
I
what I
said
said.
what you said, bro. I said
Have
exactly
you ever
what
heard
you
of what's
said.
called a
Like,
misunderstanding? Can we move on?
Okay, that's why I was trying to talk when I said either you said can or can't, but you wanted to get hung up on the fact that you didn't say something you did say.
Yeah, I never said that
Anywho,
light can or can't do things. Yeah.
Yeah, to go back to what
But you literally did say that.
Yeah.
No.
I think.
Let's get back on track, guys. Come on, this
That's
is
crazy as hell. I'm not gonna get riled up.
Yeah.
Y'all are
Get
straight up
rolled up,
lying.
Elijah. Just
Yeah.
chill, buddy. Just chill. Don't get rolled up. Let's get back to it. Let's get back to a
Yes.
fob watch weighing more when it's wound to unwound. You guys.
Yeah. So, do you have any more questions, comments, Benso?
Comments.
You
It's absolutely
you accept it now
ludicrous.
that
It's
mass and energy
ludicrous.
are the same
Right?
thing.
The
Comment.
concept that
It's
light can
ludicrous.
push things?
So
No,
Nate,
No, that
Oh,
mass and
sorry.
energy are the same thing.
So Nate, I do happen to believe that science is simple. Science is understandable. So when I asked you what the difference between mass and energy is, I didn't understand what you were saying. So
Should I
I'm
repeat it?
well, I'm just trying to say and make a point that the more and more I experience the discussion about your science or about the heliocentric model, I tend to always come away with feeling like there's a convolution and just this complex explanation that's not readily intuitive, right? So your answer to me took me up into the sky and far away from this world. into light speed traveling, blah blah blah, and I'm just like, man, like, what's the difference between mass and energy?
Mass is a property of energy.
Yeah, I totally agree with you, Travis. You know, reality is very complex. It can be convoluted at times.
No,
and
Travis said it's
very,
simple. No, Travis said it's simple.
very counterintuitive.
That's not what I
come
said.
on, Travis.
Travis
Don't
thinks
interrupt me, man.
science has to be simple. That's what he
fuck,
said.
man?
Yeah.
What the
Yeah,
fuck?
please.
There's no requirement that
please don't interrupt
that
me,
science has to be simple.
Like, are you trying to gaslight me? So, like, if I hadn't spoken up, you would have thought that you then now persuaded me that I actually said something that I didn't say.
I would have never thought that. I would have never
You
thought that. In a million
totally
years, Travis.
said the opposite of what I said and said that I said that. Science
I
is
said I agree
simple.
with you.
No. I said
He thinks science is simple. That's what he said,
simple.
yeah.
And then you said, so Travis thinks science is complicated.
I didn't say that. I said I
Oh my
totally agree.
fucking god.
Reality is complex. You know, at times it can be
Mate, I gotta be honest here, but you are in the wrong this time. Travis actually didn't say that.
All right,
Travis,
cool.
I
Travis,
feel you, bro.
okay,
Like,
maybe you didn't
he
say
said-
that.
you-
So
you-
then
he
I
said
don't
he-
agree with
he
you.
literally
But what-
sat here while
Yeah,
talking
I was wrong.
because he
Elijah.
doesn't want to
Okay, you
be.
don't need to
Okay.
explain nothing
I'll
to
be
us.
fine.
I was wrong. I was wrong.
Let's get back to it.
So Travis, I was wrong. I misquoted or misheard what you said. I do apologize. But what I will say is reality itself is, you know, very complex, difficult to understand, and it's very intuitive. You know, there are times where reality defies logic.
What is
But
the
you know
difference
that's
between mass
that
and
is
energy?
what it is. Logic
Can
is.
you give it? Can you give?
Come on.
What's the
Yeah,
difference
logic-
between mass
Can
and
you give
energy?
an instance? Can you give an instance in which reality defies logic when you're able to use more than one common sense? You know,
did you say
the
touch
double
sense.
slit
Listen to what. Listen,
experiment?
I just need you to understand what I'm asking before you respond. Okay, I want everybody to be clear on what I'm saying.
Yeah,
So
but I was in the middle of like responding to Travis.
No.
But yeah, fuck
The
that. Fuck what
no,
Travis.
I came in at an appropriate
Your
time.
question's way more
That's what I'm
important. Fuck
asking.
what Travis is asking.
Guys, one at a time, guys. One at a time, please.
I came in at an appropriate time and said what I said. Are you refusing to even hear what I'm saying? Or are you going to try to respond to what I didn't finish saying?
Could have waited
What's it
until
gonna
it
be?
finished.
Okay, so there are 5 senses: see, hear, touch, taste, smell, right? So
no? What about balance? What about temperature? There are more than 5 senses.
Sam, guys, am I fucking on crack?
Well, you said right, which warranted an answer, and the answer is
Wait,
no. You are incorrect.
Wait. Okay, look, 4 years in this is the first time we have 7 senses.
We have more than 7 senses. You haven't heard this before?
Okay, I can very clearly understand, right, what Elijah said. I'm sorry, Elijah. I'm sorry.
No, you're good.
I can very clearly understand how the 5 senses that I'm aware of can participate in determining balance, in determining temperature, right? Those 5 senses, like temperature's not a sense. Balance isn't a sense.
By what
Balance is a
definition?
sense.
What do you make? What are you making that distinction other than that you currently want it to be?
Balance is a sense.
Yes.
Google it.
Yeah,
Google it.
Google it.
Google it.
There's a name
Google it.
for
I
it.
need to get
Google it, and
I
you'll
need
see
to
what
get
comes up.
Google it. I need to get into my point because this is the level of absurdities that you're going to drag us to tell us. Well, are there really 5? Did we all really learn that there are 5 basic? Did that not happen in school? I don't think that happened. That's you right now.
Are you saying that what you are taught in school is always correct?
That's a straw man.
No,
Oh
but
my God, why do we let these
you're
people
saying
in these?
Hold on.
You're saying
Hands
that
off, this is
because we got
ridiculous,
taught
man.
this in
Yeah,
school,
getting
this is
control.
what we should trust. That was your argument.
Gummy, can you repeat that? You can't just jump over the top of people, Travis. Right? It doesn't matter what you think. Right? You got to let people have their say, and then you can rebut them. I'm sorry if you feel any differently, but that's just the way it is. Can you repeat what you just said, Gummy? Because I didn't hear you. Sorry.
Wait, which part? The latest thing I said?
The latest thing you said, yeah.
Yeah. So what he said was, "Are you saying we weren't taught in school that we had 5 senses?" And then I responded with, "Well, are you saying that what we learn in school is always correct?" Because I'm pretty sure everyone here should agree that it's
I
not
learned
true,
my
and therefore.
ABCs in school, but and that's useful. I've also learned other things that aren't true. So what?
Yeah, so you can't say that because we learned it in school, it must be
We're
true.
getting dragged down. We are getting dragged down by
so why you?
absurdity right now.
All right, moderator.
This is absurd.
When I call for a moderator, it's to stop someone from strawmanning my position, so that I'm not upset.
It doesn't matter. It's going to happen. Right? So don't call for the moderator. It'll come when appropriate. Now my question to you, Elijah, is like I was taught the same sort of things, the 5 basic senses, right? Touch, smell, blah 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 blah. But when you add some other things into it, like Gummy suggested, like balance. What was the other one, Gummy? Just quickly, you mentioned
temperature is another one.
Remember, I had a point. What are the? You can use all of the senses that you can muster up right now, except for the 5 I have plus the other ones that you have. Now, my whole point is actually that you can't use just one. So give me an example where you could have used 2 or more of the 1,000, apparently. 2 or more, not just one, 2 or more in which it fooled, in which reality fooled you. That's my point. Give us an example. As you said, reality is complicated. Sometimes it's not intuitive. Sometimes the logic and reality don't mesh. And I was like, okay, give me an example of 2 or more senses. I don't care if you use the 1,000.
Okay, I could. Yep. Where reality fools you. All right. Probably a silly one, but you've seen those 3D drawings, Nate. Elijah. Right, where say on a wall, someone can draw a realistic picture of a tunnel, right? So it looks like a real tunnel. It looks like you can enter that tunnel. So I have my sight, right? And I could use the sense of temperature around me, right? Because I'm just standing where I am. Okay, so I've got those 2 going there straight away. So now I'm fooled.
No. Because temperature involves touch.
Well,
the temperature is touching my skin.
Exactly.
Yeah, you can be in a cold room and know it's cold without touching anything.
I can give another example where 2 of your senses are being fooled at once, or at least 2.
I don't even want to do it anymore.
Is that not what you asked for?
Y'all are dead serious. Because you're talking about temperature. You're talking about feeling what temperature. So if I know the temperature of the day and I look into the sky, do I now use 2 senses to determine what a celestial body is? Are you serious?
I have a critique. of what Bandy said. Bandy, that's not nature. Your example is something that was intentionally created by a human being to fool the viewer. Nature does not do that.
No. Yeah, but the question was very specific. Give an example where your senses can be fooled.
In the natural world, I think.
In reality.
Yeah, in the natural world.
Are you saying this doesn't happen in reality?
Okay, then Elijah, I didn't hear the reality.
That's what we're talking about.
Hold on. In reality, it happens. You need to ask about in nature, as in naturally occurring. That's the question you actually want to ask.
He just said sometimes logic and reality are complicated, and I said no. Because if you can use 2 or more senses, you can figure out something that if you were just using 1 sense, you'd be confused about. 2 senses, okay, I can figure this thing out. It's no longer complicated. That's all I'm saying.
But
You can't do that with just one. Like looking at the sky involves only 1 sense. If you want to say your feelings are a sense, 2 senses, whatever. You can't deduce what's going on in reality with how you feel in looking at something.
Mm-hmm.
That's impossible.
Yeah. But thinking about your critique there, Travis, that picture drawn on that wall is actually in reality, right? It's part of reality. So
No.
Okay. If I didn't say this, I'm saying it now. In nature, a naturally occurring event in nature that is not created by man. A shoe is not a natural phenomenon.
Something can fool your depth perception that is in nature.
Great.
Something can look deeper.
Great.
Unless you stick your
Isn't
finger in
like
it
refraction
or
the
something.
perfect example
Well,
of this? You know,
No, because
where
look,
they
see,
aren't
I
really
brought this.
there, or to see a
I brought
mirage. You
I
know,
brought
like a
this
puddle of
whole
water in
example
the
up
distance on a
to.
hot
I
day,
brought this
but it's
whole
not really there.
example. Hold on. We're not talking. We're not talking about this correctly. I brought this up specifically so that we had a pathway to communicate. Because you said life, reality, and is complex and it's not always intuitive. So, in order to communicate with you, I said something very reasonable, and now we're talking about things that aren't reasonable. Ergo, the miscommunication is still happening, even though I did my damnedest for us to get on the same page. So just drop my example. If I can't communicate and connect with y'all, then let's just do something else, talk about something else, because it's like when we want to nail something specific down, and you're like, yeah, no, let's talk about it this way instead. It's like, well, let's just not do that example then, because it's like it's like it's a malfunction going on right now, I'm actually my mind is
You're
blown.
holding up conversation right now. You realize that, right?
Yeah, do you think that it's only our fault?
Well, the same example that I just used, Elijah, could be used for a mirage in the distance. You know, I've got my sense of temperature around me and my sight. I'm being fooled.
No, your temperature is not your senses. It's what you experience through touch, fam. Stop saying that.
Balance, okay, whatever.
It is a sense. It is a sense. What do you mean? How else are you defining what a sense is?
You can if you can't use at least 2 of the 5 common senses. My example no longer includes the rest.
Okay.
So what I'm saying now is, and this is a definitive statement. If you can't use 2 of those 5 senses, then you can be susceptible to some witchcraftery or some bullshit that somebody's trying to tell you.
No dramas, Elijah, because I was jumping on the bandwagon of the other senses, all right, and I meant nothing by it, but I can kind of see how it is part of the other senses, the balance and the temperature and all that sort of stuff. But
that's non sequitur, brother.
Going by your strict criterion now that you've just laid out, yeah, I'm struggling to think of one now, I must say.
Yeah. And I would also say that I feel that your criteria is both strict and arbitrary. But
that's how you feel.
Wait. Those are mutually exclusive.
But he can say that. Once you say that, that means that you're not entering the thought playground that I tried to set up for us to understand. Therefore, leave it alone.
This is
insane. We don't purposely try to have miscommunication. In order to communicate on the highway that I've just laid out, you have to actually be on the highway. If you're going to admit I'm not accepting those stringent, arbitrary things, you can say that, and I can say, okay, fine, then my example is not needed for this. We don't have to sit here and miscommunicate on purpose.
I'm not trying to miscommunicate with you, Elijah, at all. Seriously.
Not just in general, but I'm speaking to everybody.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm ready to talk about how Mirage is not a phenomenon that misleads the viewer.
What do you mean
Right.
by that?
So,
Are you saying that, for example, the boat is actually in the sky? You're not being misled that it's in the sky?
okay, so can you please show us what you're talking about? Because I don't understand your example. I don't want you to tell me. I don't want you to tell me. I need you to show me what you're talking about.
I do not have a picture right now, but you know what I'm talking about. Come on.
I don't.
You haven't seen any picture where it appears like a boat is floating in the sky. Are you
So he
serious?
He damn near begged you. He damn near
Uh-huh.
begged you. He damn near begged you. He said, "I want a picture. I don't want." And then you're trying to tell him, "Well, I heard what you said to me. However, I'm going to bypass that anyway and tell you that you know what I'm talking about." Why would you do that?
He clearly does.
No, yes, he does. Why would you do that though? If he specifically told you not to?
Because whether or not I have a picture available, if we both know exactly what I'm talking about, why does it matter?
Yeah, because you're gonna because we
Trying to have an
often when we
honest
talk about
conversation.
Yeah,
when we talk about conversations like this, typically things, minor details are equivocated. So to
Do you know
avoid
what?
all that,
Do you know what led to most of my fights with my wife? This very thing. When I would say, "What do you mean by that?" and she would say, "You know exactly what I mean." And I'm like, "No, I
That's
don't."
very much not the same.
No, that's exactly what you said. That's exactly what you said. Your response was, "You know what I mean." I'm like, "No, I don't know what you mean."
No,
I
gave you the exact explanation of
I didn't want an
appears like a sky, a boat is in the sky. There's thousands and thousands of these images, and I know for sure that you've seen at least one.
The easiest way for us to have this discussion is to have an example before us that we can dissect and describe. My point is this. Here's my point.
are you gonna tell the judge? You know what I mean, dude. Just get one of those 1,000 images and post it, man.
Yeah. So again, my point is this: nature does not deceive. Men deceive. Magicians deceive. They misdirect. They misrepresent. They deceive. Nature presents to us exactly what nature is doing in that precise moment. What I'm saying is,
there you go. There you have 4 images. You're welcome.
Let's do the first one.
now the problem. The problem with this is that I've seen these before. I've already had the opportunity.
Oh, you have seen these kinds of images before. When
finish.
2
Let him
seconds ago
finish.
you
Let
were
him
being
tell you
like,
what the
no, I
problem
haven't
is.
seen
Let
any
him
such
tell you what the
pictures.
problem is.
Are you
wrong with
serious? What is wrong with
Gummy,
you?
Gummy,
You're
take
clearly
it
not
back to
being
me.
honest right now, Travis.
Okay, Gummy, guess what happened between
You were being dishonest?
Okay.
No,
Guess what happened? Guess what happened between then
No,
and now?
I'm done conversating with you when you're being this dishonest. So you
Conversating
can
is not
talk
a
to someone
word.
else if you want.
Go on.
Conversating is not
I'm
a
gonna
word.
go on mute, but I'm just
Paid
announcing
Master
that.
Shield is
There's
here.
no reason to
It's
talk to
just
me
another
anymore.
paid
If
Master
you're
Shield.
Travis,
Just
finish.
go on mute.
Travis, he's going on mute. Go ahead, Travis. Please finish.
Okay. The difference between then and now is I have images to see. Ooh, now I can respond to what you've said. Now I know what you're talking about. I haven't been dishonest. Okay? My point is this. These images are not nature deceiving you. This is exactly what you're seeing. This is exactly what's happening. Now, what Elijah is talking about and what, we think about is we know boats don't float in the air. We know that. We know boats exist on the water. So my common sense, is that the sixth sense? Floating in the water. Okay? There's a natural explanation.
Yes, exactly. That first one's a good one.
The first one's a recolored image. It's not the original picture. It's been recolored to make it look like that.
But regardless, like everything that you've experienced with your five senses will tell you that things can't float, which means if something appears to float, like a man, right? It's in the town square. The first thing you're gonna do is go under him or wave your hands under him because you're like, some trickery is going on because I understand that this isn't possible. And it's never been possible. No one has ever actually floated, so we know something else is going on. With the mirage,
sometime has to be the first time.
with the mirage, I can't wave my hand on it or under it. Therefore, I can only employ one sense, looking at it, which means I'm gonna still be in the dark because I can't do much more than look at it. I have one sense, which gives me inadequate information for what's going on.
We know the boat isn't floating in there. We know the boat is floating on water. Just like when it appears that the boat is underwater, we know the boat isn't underwater because it would be sinking. It's just how we see it, and y'all can't.
But what if it's actually it's a balloon shaped like a boat? How do you know if it's an actual boat?
Tommy can pretend he's being deceived by the observation. He can just pretend he's being deceived.
So you're proving my point. But actually, sorry I stepped over you, actually. But he did just prove my point. He said, if it's not a boat and it's a balloon, how would you know? Not by the one sense of seeing, you wouldn't know.
Exactly.
That's my point. That's my point. So it would need to employ another sense to investigate, wouldn't it?
Yes, in this example, you're completely correct on that. I wasn't debating that in any sense of whatsoever.
I'm glad because we've been arguing for like 30 minutes, and it seems like you haven't made your point yet since you made my point just now.
I wasn't actually arguing with you, Elijah. I was talking to Travis about this picture. But yeah, I agree with your point, Elijah.
No, you brought up a mirage to my point, but you're agreeing with me now.
No, I didn't. I think
we're talking about mirages specifically because someone included temperature in the senses.
Yeah, that wasn't me. Or no, who included temperature in the senses. Yes, I said that that temperature is considered a sense to many. Yeah. But I wasn't the one who brought up a mirage.
Okay, but the point. So you made my point. I originally said to you. I began this conversation to you when I said, yeah, the only thing that complicates anything is if you're trying to solve a problem with only one sense. If you introduce any of the other senses along with just the one, you can figure it out. If it's not possible to use more than one sense, you may not be able to figure out. May not.
I fully agree with that. Although I would also say,
so you could have said that 30 minutes ago, man.
No, I agree with you, but I also have to say that it is also possible if, for example, we can only use two senses, but we can't tell which of the ones are lying to us and which one is actually truth.
Okay,
and
now give me an example in which you can use two senses and be fooled. And I'm talking about touch, taste, smell, hear, see. Use any of those senses and tell me when you've been fooled. Give an example. Not you. Just give any example. Imagine you can do whatever you like.
No, wait, hold on. What context are you talking? Are you talking about just natural phenomenon?
Whether someone's telling you something, whether it's anything in this reality, tell me how you can be fooled when you've used two senses.
Okay, I got you. Yeah. I got you.
When you say you are fooled, are you saying that your rational thinking mind are fooled, or you as in your body?
Is
No,
this
I'm
really
asking
worth
a
the toleration?
question.
Well, you made
You
a
don't need to ask
statement.
a question.
So
His
you
question
agreed.
was very clear.
Well, you
I
agreed.
need to ask a
You
question.
agreed with me. I hear you. I heard you already.
Yeah.
I heard you. So number one, we began this with you saying that life is complex, and I'm like, yeah, well, no, it doesn't lie to you if you use more than one sense. If you try to use one sense and then make shit up, then that's very much a possibility. You agreed with me at the end of that. Then you said, well, you can be basically, a summary of what you said after that was you can be fooled even with two senses. And I said, give me an example.
So first of all, you're confused. I wasn't the one who said that life is complex or that it doesn't follow logic or any of those statements. That wasn't me. But on top of that, the question that I asked just now was a clarification, basically because, for example, one example.
All I said was give an example of your statement. That was my question.
And I'm
basically.
about to, if you don't interrupt me. But I also wanted to make a clarifying question first and ask
How
you.
Are you? It's what you said. Why do you need clarity?
Elijah, come on.
It's what you said, bro. Is all I'm.
But what I'm going to ask
Listen,
you, if you
I'm
let
on
me
Elijah's
finish
side.
asking.
I'm on Elijah's side. Gummy, come on, man. Come on.
But let Gummy ask his clarifying question.
How is he going to ask for clarity of what he said? So if he says two people jumped off of a building,
his clarifying question and then go.
You won't know what my question is until I get to ask it. Okay.
Just ask it.
Right. Yeah. So my question is, would something like motion sickness count? Because technically, your body is being fooled by the difference in different senses.
No.
But
I gave you, the
you
parameters.
also know rationally when you are moving or not.
I gave you the parameters already, right? Didn't you?
Why can't you fucking let him finish?
Because he's asking me.
I don't care. Be polite and let him finish. Fuck.
No.
I hear him asking me. I literally listen.
Elijah, please just let him finish his point. I know you're frustrated. I feel your frustration, but just let him finish it through and then go. All right, just please do that, buddy.
The answer is no, but continue. But the answer will be no at the end of it.
Okay.
Go ahead.
No, I'm not gonna talk to you anymore if you're gonna be like this.
I knew he was gonna do that. I knew it was the same fucking script they always do.
Get these
It's the
fucking
same script they
trolls
always
out
do.
of this channel.
He just
Get
did
these trolls
that to
out of here.
Travis. Such bullshit. It's a troll tactic that should just be. He should be muted for the rest of the day. He's a troll.
Well, he ain't getting muted for the rest of the day.
That's bullshit for him to do that. It's a waste of time.
It doesn't matter, right? Now.
Well, this is a bullshit place.
Okay, well then go then, Rakia.
Yeah, see you later.
Bye.
Party at my voice channel.
Invite me, Travis, because I do need somewhere to be. I don't have anywhere to be. That's why I come here. Please, if you have anywhere else. Anyway, I don't want to shit. I like this place too. There are times, it depends on the people that are here in the moderation. And sometimes I like it, sometimes I don't. And sometimes people like my moderation, sometimes they don't. It's going to be like that. I don't want to shit talk this place. I like this place. My problem is, Gummy said something specific. All I asked him is, how's that? He asked a clarifying question, but in my asking him, I said only the five senses. So he's going to stop the example from continuing by asking me, can I include another sense outside of the five senses? Well, my answer would be no, because I just told you only the five senses. If this was school, you would fail.
Do you think motion sickness was me introducing another sense?
Well, if it's not, and you're talking about touch,
My question was, I would personally, I would consider motion sickness being your senses tricking you, and that's why you feel motion sick, because you have different senses telling you different things, and that causes motion sickness. But I would also differentiate that kind of tricking of your body versus the tricking of your rational mind, because no matter how motion sick you get, you can rationally know that I am still moving, because I can see things moving. I still feel vibrations every once in a while. You can rationally figure out that you're moving, and yet your body has been fooled. And I was merely asking about the distinction between your body being fooled and your rational mind being fooled. That's what that
we're
clarifying
talking
question
about
was.
the rational mind, because we're talking about coming up with conclusions based on either a lack of senses or an amalgamation of senses. Clearly, we're talking about rationale. I thought that was clear. I don't know how it wasn't. Whatever. We're obvious, right? Because if we're talking about determining something and not being fooled, we're talking about how we think, not what we feel.
The original point was not about being fooled anyway. It was about things not being intuitive. That's what the original point, way back, was actually about.
Yeah, and it had nothing to do with senses. It was talking about the physics.
It was talking about science not being simple, about science being complex, and sometimes not being intuitive. I don't know why suddenly all this sense bullshit's been brought up.
Because when we're talking about just the five senses, science is intuitive.
Being intuitive or not has nothing to do with the senses. You don't even need to refer to the senses about something being non-intuitive. It's got nothing to do with senses.
But when you see a phenomenon, right? You see something happen. If you can't do anything to investigate it, right? So say you see a phenomenon and the only thing you do is think after that. You can't. You're just guessing, bro. Like that's just a matter of fact. Unless you can do a little more investigation, you can't derive understanding in most cases with just one sense unless you've already experienced it with more than one sense. I don't understand why this is impossibly hard. This is actually.
People weren't even talking about senses. Like
I'm saying.
Sure, but I don't think anyone disagrees with you that your senses can be fooled.
So what's the problem? I'm bringing it up and saying no. It's actually very pertinent to how we do proper science. And all you have to do is tell me how there's another way or how I'm wrong. If not, then you could have said, yeah, I agree with that.
No, the senses work semi-good. Like you can observe with a good enough man-made object, you can observe atoms and things like that. There's no problem. Use your sight. But then there are things like quantum mechanics that it's not that intuitive and it's sort of counterintuitive in some point.
Okay, but
are you really in a toilet?
But with quantum, no, I'm actually just brushing my teeth. Okay. But with quantum mechanics, the portion of it that is experimental, the first thing you had was diffraction. And guess what you didn't do? Just look at it and come up with something. Did you? What? Not you, in general. So then my point, you're saying all they did was look at it and voila?
No, you said that they should have first looked at it, and that's what they did. They saw that light was bending, and then
that's not what I listen. You didn't hear what you didn't hear. What you listen. I said more than that. You took a portion of what I said. What I said was, well, with quantum mechanics even. The experimental part of it, the first thing they had to do was observe a phenomena. So what I'm saying is, nothing could have been established or built off of seeing that phenomena if all they did was see it and do nothing else.
They saw it
use
and they
one
did
sense
something.
and nothing. That's my. So you need more than just one sense to determine things.
No, you can look at a thing and then determine it by doing experiment with it. But you don't need other senses for it.
How would you, fam? You were gonna need to manipulate something, which means now you're also involving touch.
I'm sure you have to touch a machine to do something. That's what you
Okay,
mean?
whatever, but what you're gonna need to cause something to happen. That's still the same thing.
But now you're saying that I'm the cause.
You have to cause something to happen. You didn't cause the phenomena initially. You're trying to recreate it in a lab setup. We understand this. You understand this. Michio Kaku understands this.
Well, let's take the double slit experiment. How many senses do I have to use to run it?
Nah, man. Did Travis leave yet?
I think it's a valid question. How is it not a valid question?
Travis left, and he's also advertising his Discord in the chat.
I mean, I don't see the point in saying that. Like, if there's a double slit experiment, and you can run the experiment, you can view it yourself. You can have someone else make it happen, like push the buttons for the slit to close or something. And it's like, I don't. What's the point with all this? And it's weird that when we see when I think it was Gummy Bear who brought in the floating ships, they say that it's not fooling our senses. It's like, well, then nothing is. When you see a mirage in the desert and it looks like it's water, well, it can't be, so that's not fooling our senses. But then nothing ever fools our senses.
Yeah, because we only see what we do see, and then we're not being fooled because we see what we're supposed to see. Like it's circular logic.
How is it fooling you when you know the ship is not floating?
Well, then then what you see is what you get, but it still isn't.
Do you actually believe the ship is floating in the air? Do you actually feel fooled?
No, Jesus Christ, this is fucking retarded to just make a gotcha. No one said that, and you say, yeah, thank you, I'm gonna go on my merry way.
It is retarded that you put that as an example, saying that your senses are being fooled when you're not being fooled.
The only reason you don't think the only reason you don't think that ship is floating is using previous inductive logic and deductive logic. It is not fooling you because of your sense.
You put all of your senses together, and you come to the conclusion when you put all of your senses, you come to your conclusion that the ship is not floating.
Are you saying inductive logic is senses? I wouldn't call that a sense.
Wait, you put all of your senses together and come to conclusions. Like when you cross in the street and you say, "Hey, I think I can see. I can come to the conclusion that I can cross the street." Right? You make a determination using your senses. Your senses are not doing anything by themselves, are they?
Okay. Well, what sense are you using to know that boat isn't floating? Because clearly your eyes are telling you it's floating. So what other sense are you using?
Really? Your eyes are telling you it's floating? Your eyes are telling you it's floating?
They are.
Yeah, really. Your eyes are telling you something. Yeah, your eyes are telling you. Yeah.
Yes, that is what is shown to your eyes.
Yeah.
It is floating
Your eyes
your eyes.
Your eyes by themselves are telling you, yeah, this, you know, bro, you know something? That boat is floating. Your eyes are telling you that, right?
Do you make observations with your eyes?
Yeah, and your eyes tell you things, right? They tell you.
But you said that you make observations with your eyes.
Your eyes have their own mind. It's not your mind telling you something. It's the eyes.
But you're
My
being stuck
God.
up on the word tell. What else do
This
you
is
want me? Your
is pathetic.
eyes receive signals that then they then signal to your brain that is
you know
as something
the
is
boat is not
appearing to
floating.
float.
You know for a fact the boat is not floating.
What
You know this.
sense? What sense is knowing? Is that a sense? I know for a fact that's a sense.
Who's saying that knowing is a sense? Who's saying that? You?
Because I'm asking you. You say that your other senses are the ones that help you know that it's not true.
No. You put everything together and you come to the conclusion based on experience. Your senses,
Exactly. Inductive logic.
You use your senses to experience, and based on the experience of all your senses, you can tell the boat is not floating. You know
So
that for a fact.
Are you saying inductive logic is a sense?
No, you're saying that.
No, I'm saying your senses, which in this scenario, it's only your eyesight, because you're not touching the thing. For example, you're not all you're doing. You're not hearing the thing. All you're doing is looking at it, and your eyesight is fooling you because it's showing you that the boat is up in the sky. But using inductive logic, because you know boats or you've never seen a boat fly, as well as deductive logic, as well as deductive logic,
it's been designed to float in water and not in air. You know that for a fact.
Because of logic, you can deduce this to be the truth. But your senses are still fooling you.
Picture, are you saying that when you see the photograph, you actually believe that the boat is floating?
Your eyes are telling you the boat is floating because that's what it appears to be. But because you are a human with inductive and deductive logic, you can know through that logic that that is not what's actually happening. It is a mirage.
So you know that for a fact that that's not what actually happening. Exactly my point. You
know it because of logic.
That was never the case.
Yeah, you know it because of logic, not because of sense.
You're giving that as an example that your senses are being fooled. That's foolish.
I'm saying your senses are being fooled, but the only reason you're not being fooled is because you have logic on your side. You can deductively and inductively think about it.
Earlier, they were asking about give an example where your senses are being fooled, and you gave this as an example, which is now you're saying it's not an example of your senses being fooled. So which one is it?
It is. I'm saying it is an example of your eyesight being fooled because your eyes.
But you're not being fooled.
Your eyes.
Your eyes are not being fooled.
Can you stop interrupting? The eyes see the boat in the sky. Now, I would classify that.
Your eyes don't see that.
Are you gonna stop interrupting ever, Jamsey? Come on. Your eyes are seeing something. Your eyes are seeing something in this scenario, the boat appearing to be in the sky. That is a truth claim.
You don't think that's true? You're saying that. You're just saying that because it fits your false logic.
Okay, so you don't believe that in the pictures that I've sent before, your eyes see what appears to be a boat floating in the sky. You're denying that.
No, because you actually know for a fact that the boat is designed to float in water. Therefore, when you see that boat, you know that the boat is not floating in air. You know that for a fact. So stop playing the fool, dude. You're playing some type of character.
Well, you're the one who's denying that we see what we see. Are you saying that what we see comes after what we interpret and think about logically?
No, we can.
I would say no. Sight comes first. You do see the sky. You do see the boat in the sky. That's what you do see. But you can rationally and logically know that it is not actually flying because of inductive and deductive logic. However, you do still see it in the sky. That's where it appears to be. You know it's not, but that's where it appears to your sight.
Isolated thing. You're treating your eyesight like an isolated thing that only happens in that frame of experience or anything. That's not the case.
So are you saying that when you look at that picture...
you're actually acting and pretending you're being fooled, that your eyesight is being fooled, and that's it. That's the end of it. Your eyesight is being fooled. That's it.
Are you saying that when you look at that picture, you don't see what appears to be a boat in the sky? You actually
I've seen
see
that.
logic.
I've seen
You
that.
see logic. Is this what you're saying, Gemsy?
I've seen that. I've seen examples of that many times, and I know for a fact that that stuff is not floating in the air.
Yeah, but we're not talking about
You're
what you
pretending
know,
that
because
you're
logic.
You're pretending that's the case, but
We're
you're
not
just
asking
pretending.
about what you know because we know we have logic. We're asking what you see, and what you see is a boat that appears to be in the sky. Are you seriously denying this?
You're the one denying reality. You're the one denying stuff.
Okay, bud.
Okay, no, it's not okay. You're saying it's okay, but it's not okay.
MC, what is the horizon? Do you think that it's an illusion?
In the globe, is the what? The
In
curvature
reality.
of the Earth?
No, he's
No,
asking
in
you
reality,
what you think.
in reality, is the horizon an illusion? Is it an apparent horizon?
It is apparent because you see it is apparent, right? Because you see a convergence of the sky and the ground, but that's not actually happening.
Oh, so it's an illusion. So it fools your senses that it actually meets the sky, but it doesn't actually.
Yeah, so you're a fool then. When you look at the horizon, you are a fool then, because you see the horizon, you are a fool.
No.
Exactly.
But there you go. There's your illusion. Your senses have been fooled.
No.
Your senses have been fooled, but your logical, rational mind has
If you want
not.
to pretend to be a fool, you can, but no.
Just said it. You just said it that the sky doesn't actually meet the ground; it only appears to. So it's an illusion. So your
But you're pretending that you're being fooled when you actually know what's actually happening. So you want to pretend to be a fool. That's what's happening. You guys are pretender fools.
Oh, I'm asking you: is the horizon apparent?
Is there like a communication barrier or something? You don't get it?
I think there is a communication barrier. Yes, I do think there's a communication barrier.
Yeah, there is. Yeah, I believe it too. Yeah.
Okay, does the sky appear to meet the ground?
Appear to be? Does the sky appear to meet the ground? Sure, it appears to meet the ground. Yeah, it appears to meet the ground. Yeah.
Okay, and it actually doesn't meet the ground.
It doesn't. Well, the sky does. I mean, there is a layer of the ground, and then above that is the medium above the ground, right? Which includes the sky, right? So they actually meeting, right?
So then they don't just appear to meet; they actually do meet.
So they do meet. So the ground and the air are meeting. Wow, a discovery.
Yeah. So it isn't an apparent horizon, and it doesn't just appear to meet the ground; it actually does meet the ground. Then.
So your perspective, the perspective that you're looking at, and you see the horizon, right? You're saying that your senses being fooled. So you are fooled. Your senses make you a fool.
No, I haven't said it. I haven't.
You clearly said that your senses are being fooled. You clearly said that.
Hold on. When you say just because your senses are being fooled doesn't make you a fool, because you have rational thinking thought. You can logically think about.
Exactly. So you don't stop just at your senses, right? You just don't stop there.
Yeah, because you know that your senses aren't flawless.
Is it your senses walking you around? Your senses are the ones making decisions for you. That's what it is.
No, but your senses tell you,
and your senses are doing things for you. That's why you are.
Your senses tell you one thing, but you, as a rational thinking human, can realize that what they're telling you isn't actually what's happening. The boat isn't actually flying because you have logic.
So you're not a fool. Exactly my point, right?
Now you're
Or
now
are
you're
you a
being
fool?
dishonest. Now you're just jumping from point to point. You said that the horizon is apparent, and when I pointed out that if it's apparent and not actual, then your senses are full. Then you
Yeah, you're
changed it
just
and said, "Oh,
acting to be
you
a
said
fool.
this and you said
And
that."
I told you you're not.
No, no,
I told
that's
you
not what.
already, what, 10 minutes ago, you're not a fool, but you're just pretending to be a fool.
No, you said that the horizon
Yes.
is the apparent junction of the sky and the ground. You agreed with it, but then
The
said that
horizon is
I
what it
actually
is, and whatever you want to label it, whatever you want to label and put the words whatever they are, yes, that's the horizon. Whatever. If can you grab the horizon, put it in a bottle, and paint it purple? Can you?
no.
Exactly.
Okay, so is it apparent then?
So is the horizon actually capable of fooling you? Is it? Yes or no?
Well, does it exist?
It's an observation, right? It's an observation that you do. Does that observation make you a fool? Does it make you a fool?
No, but if you observe the
Does
horizon,
your senses,
is
does
it
your senses looking, does your eye or your observation of your eyes looking at the horizon and making whatever ideas in your mind, does that make you a fool?
no, no?
Okay, so how are you claiming, and the other guy, Gummy Guy, saying that your senses
I haven't
are
made a
being
single thing.
fooled by the horizon?
Because I'm asking you questions about the horizon and showing you how you think that your senses have been fooled because it's only an apparent
No,
horizon,
I don't think
not an
that.
actual
I
one.
don't think I'm being fooled. You're the one pretending to be a fool, just to make a
No,
stupid point.
and I didn't say fool. I say fooled. Your senses have been fooled. You're not
Have
a
they?
fool.
Have they? Have they
No.
been fooled?
Yeah, the horizon. What is the horizon?
How can you be fooled? How can you be your senses being fooled by something that you cannot even? It's not tangible. Come on, dude.
Well, if you see it, you say that you see it, right? You see the horizon.
Yeah, you see the horizon, but that's not the only thing you see. That's the only thing you do. You just don't see things and believe because you see something. Because,
Yes,
like
that's
Elijah
because
said,
you're yes, yes,
you're not only using one sense and that's it.
yes,
You're
and that
actually
is
doing more
correct,
than
and
that.
that's
But
why yes,
you're trying to isolate each sense like a separate thing in an imaginary land and try to give them some properties that are not there. You use
no.
them all of them.
What are the senses?
You use them together.
Okay, if you want to talk about the horizon, what other sense you use except for sight?
Well, you're the one that want to talk about the horizon like it's an actual some type of
It's an
proof for
observation.
your BS.
No, it just shows that you think that your senses are being fooled by the horizon.
No, you think that. I don't think that.
Okay, so you think that you actually see a horizon, that it's an actual horizon.
I think that your senses work pretty well, and you can come to the conclusion based
Sure,
on that.
sure, I agree. Your senses can be fooled.
I agree. You are a fool.
That's not what I said. I mean, this is sad, pathetic.
It is sad. It is sad that you're pretending.
No, it is pathetic. I didn't say anything
It
about
is
pretending.
pathetic.
I never said
It
anything.
is pathetic.
I never said anything about anyone being a fool. All I said was senses can be fooled.
Yeah, because your senses are like a being that can feel and you know, make its own decisions, right? And each of your senses are isolated and can make conclusions. Not you.
Mm,
How can your senses be fooled? Only a fool will say that.
Of course your senses can be fooled. Haven't you ever seen an optical illusion, Jamesy?
Or
Sure,
have you ever lost your balance?
and I
Have you ever
know,
lost
and
your
I know
balance?
it's an optical illusion.
I'm sure there are some that must have fooled you initially, I mean, the one I can think of is the shape that looks like a mask coming out when actually it's an indentation going in. That's a pretty good one. You know, you
And
could
that
be
fooled
uber.
what? If it fooled you or your senses? Which one?
It fooled my senses.
It fooled your senses, right?
Because you're right. Because as I go and then do, you know, something, if I alter the position of that, I can see it. If I use my tactile senses, I can feel it.
Mm-hmm.
So you know, you're right. There, initially, your senses can be fooled. It doesn't make you a fool, and that's what I think is the problem here. I think you think that you'd say your senses is fooled is a synonym for saying you're stupid, and that's not what's being said.
Yeah. So there's no what is the conclusion what is the conclusion of this?
That it is possible that sometimes what you see and perceive is not exactly what is there. Or sometimes,
in reference to the photograph.
Or sometimes, go on.
In reference to the photograph that he showed when talking about fooling senses, and he said, there you go, this photograph shows that your senses are being fooled, that the boat is in the air. Is that the conclusion, that your senses are being fooled, and then you believe that the boat is in the air?
It's not the fact. I mean, some people. I mean, I've heard some people make even sillier things and say, "Look, that proves levitation." Come on, we've all heard weird and wacky ideas from people. For me, no, I don't.
They are being fooled.
I
they
don't
are
think
being
that.
fooled.
I'm trying to finish a point, Jamesy. Calm down. It's all good. But you know, for me, I don't think that boat is floating. I would look for a better explanation. But there are lots of times where people leap to conclusions.
Or is that your senses leading to conclusions? That those are your senses doing that? Are they?
No, that's you taking data and making an assumption based on it, isn't it? Which is what you know. You know, I don't think that you can say, isn't it?
So you're just making some conclusions based in grown ideas, and that's your senses giving you
No, that's not what I'm saying. Did I say that? Again, you seem to like straw manning people's arguments. I'm saying sometimes.
So what is it? I asked you, what is it?
Again, let me finish my point. So sometimes people leap to conclusions and come up with erroneous ideas. It's possible for any of us to do it.
But that's not your senses.
Your senses are feeding you the data that you're taking conclusions from, aren't they?
And therefore, someone comes to an erroneous conclusion. That's your senses' fault.
No, it's your interpretation of what you're saying. I mean, you know, you can talk about.
Okay, the interpretation. Wow,
yeah,
amazing.
So
amazing.
You know, one of the things that's talked a lot about in philosophy is qualia. So it's very difficult to quantify things or qualitate things. Like, you know, just take a color. You know, do you and I see the color blue in exactly the same way? We don't know.
Yeah, you don't see the whole spectrum of light, right? You don't see all
I'm
the
just
colors.
talking about blue. The color blue.
I'm talking about colors. Yeah, not everybody sees that color, right?
Just the color blue.
Not everyone sees that color, right?
No, I'm not even talking about someone being colorblind. I'm saying both of us can identify the color blue. If we had a range of blues, most of us might take the same ball that's that color off a set of balls on a table to do an identity test. But the way I see blue and the way you see blue could be very different or very the same. Because we can't see what's in each other's minds, basically. That's the fundamental.
So basically, if I live in Mexico and they show me red, but they label it blue, and then you live in Canada, and then blue, they label it blue, and red, when we meet each other, we believe opposite things.
We all identify blue as blue. That's what I'm saying in this thought experiment. And what I'm talking about is how individually you perceive blue and I perceive blue. Called qualia of color. It's an interesting study. It's worth reading up on.
Yeah.
But
so it's
there are-
nature pulling your senses. That's what nature is doing.
I think sometimes we get optical illusions that look pretty convincing at times, and maybe not once we've had a chance to consider it, may not be the initial conclusion that we draw, but that's what considering an issue is, isn't it?
Sure, it could be an issue.
So, you know, it's not the fact that they're saying that nature in general fools your senses. It's just saying that there are sometimes we don't, you know, we misinterpret things. It's not any more complicated than that. I don't know why it's such a big thing. I got to rock.
Yeah, we can agree. We can agree. We can misinterpret things for sure. When you look at a screen and you see a rainbow on the TV screen, and your eyes are looking at that rainbow in the screen, on the screen, or whatever, is that an actual rainbow? Are your senses lying to you? I mean, your senses are seeing your eyes are seeing a rainbow.
A double rainbow?
Triple one. What triple?
Fuck.
360 degree.
A full circle rainbow.
Yeah, that's what a rainbow is. In actuality.
I've never seen an upside down one. I've never seen like like a U rainbow.
Like a circle rainbow?
I've never
You never seen one?
I've never seen the U part of it. Like the under part. Like the bottom part of a circle. I've never seen that.
If you're at the right angle, you'll see a full circle. Since the focal point of the light is angled at the ground, you see half of it. But in reality, it's a full circle. You know this.
Even in sprinklers, I've only seen like a you know, like the classic rainbow. I suppose it matters what angle the sun is coming in at. I suppose if you lay it upside down, you might see the rainbow the other way.
I mean, we do label it whatever rainbow, right? And that sounds cool, but
I saw a rainbow the other day. Driving home from work. It was amazing. Coming up the hill and I saw this massive rainbow.
Yeah, but that's your senses fooling you.
But isn't that our language fooling us? Right? Like if you
Right?
go right, it's like we just can use language or use so like in the word for pineapple in it's like ananas in Romanian is ananas, and in another place it's some form or combination of it's pineapple. In so many different places in Europe you say ananas, people can understand you're saying pineapple, and only in we come up with something called pineapple. It has nothing to do with pine trees, has nothing to do with apples. So when my son was learning English, I was like, so we have pine trees, and he's like, oh, so pineapples, and I was like, well, no, and apple trees, no. I could see where you would make that, no. If anything, America uses ridiculous things that the most of the world has agreed, like yellow is gelben in German, or like gelb in Romanian. There's some, yellow. We change it to something completely different. Means the same thing in a lot of different countries, and a lot of the same other countries have adopted a very similar sounding language to make it easy. You just completely change everything about it. Go figure.
I'm so tired from work. Ugh. Well, I gotta go somewhere. I might be back.
My God, Kotura has weird definition.
Where's the party at?
It's in the text chat.
Who's that mole man?
Yep. Yep.
Mole man, where are you in the world again? You did tell me. Just remind me.
Yeah, in Finland.
Finland. So I put something in the message earlier about I've noticed the changes in the weather systematically, maybe of 14 days. 14 days. Have you noticed anything like that? Or I guess you're not noticing it, but
No. But
no.
what do you mean with what kind of changes would you?
So like I'm at 51 North UK, and I only sort of twigged to me about sort of a year and a bit ago. And what am I talking about? What I'm talking about is that I can more or less predict within a day if the weather's going to change. So we might have 2 weeks of dry, warm weather, and then we'll have 2 weeks of cooler weather, and it just seems to do that. Depending, it's not dependent. It happens, but you're wherever the sun is moving, what direction, time of year, and stuff like that. But I think if you were to do a study over a year, you pretty much could get pretty close to accurately sort of guessing what the weather is going to be doing. But Finland, I guess you're a bit further north.
Yeah, I think if I remember correctly, I'm at 62 or 57, something like that.
Yeah, and I think maybe those high altitudes, you might. I don't know. I mean, do you see a pattern in your weather that you get 2 weeks of cold weather, colder for the average of the time of year, and then you get 2 weeks warmer? Like, I didn't predict. I kind of looked at the sun and moon world map on time and date, and it'll tell you where the moon's gonna. It'll show you visually when the moon is going to cross the equator, and generally that period there is when our weather changes, and it pretty much is on time, I know
haven't anything like
so your weather at the moment, temperature conditions, like it's moist and it's cooler. I'm averaging, I mean, obviously as you progress into the hotter months or whatever, it's naturally averaging going to be higher, but I'll go from, I had 34 degrees at best, probably an average of about 29 degrees the last 2 weeks up until Tuesday last week, and then we dropped down to an average of probably about 18, 19 now, and that'll be like that for 2 weeks, and then it'll go up. And like I said, it all depends on where the sun's apparent position is, or sun's position in relation to Earth, etc., etc., etc. But you sound like an observable person. If you witness the same thing, it seems to be a period of 2 weeks. I've got it down to about 14 days of 0.4, so whatever that is,
yeah, it's
of a
called
day.
14.4. Yeah, but I can see if that happens. But I mean, now it's almost 30 degrees Celsius and hot over here.
Yeah, and that's where I put down to my location being more of a factor. because I might experience it based on my elevation or my latitude or whatever.
Yeah, you
But if
have
someone
the winds from the ocean. We're kind of bound in the lands here.
totally. So, but you know, pretty much I'm quite accurate. You know, I feel I'm quite accurate because I've been doing this for quite a few times. So, um, like I said, I mean, it might have been 3 weeks ago or something, and I predicted that the weather was going to change to the cooler part last Sunday, and it did. The moon crossed the equator Saturday night, Sunday, and yeah, things just got cooler. But like I say, as the sun's traveling more north, then the average against 4 weeks earlier is going to be a bit hotter or a bit colder. It seems like I'll have 2 weeks without sort of rain, you could say, during the dry period phase or whatever I'm talking about. And then as soon as the moon's in the northern hemisphere, it's cooler and it's wetter. Therefore, there's less static in the air, etc., etc. The water will probably dampen that static and absorb it. Possibly in high amounts, you might result in lightning because you've got a lot of static, a lot of dust being gathered together by the water. But yeah, that was it really. Thanks for listening.
Okay, I can. Yeah, it's okay. I can. I guess I could check the weather, but like if it goes on a 2 week cycle.
I'll put on a prediction, and if you can hear me out, then maybe we've got a little bit of a we've got a common ground on many things, mate. I'm just a curious guy. I put a bunting on 4th of July. Now you might say to me, well, the 4th of July is the hottest day in America, or it's when the sun is closer in bits and pieces. But I would put a wager, not a wager, but a friendly bet that 4th of July, the weather and the temperature in the UK is going to shoot back up into the 30s. And possibly between now and the 4th of July, it's probably going to stay moderate, under 25 maybe. And if the weather does shoot up and then all of a sudden Finland might be affected, but if the moon's only going as high as a 28 degrees north maximum, I don't know what it's going to be this year. It just might be certain things that the Finnish people or the higher latitudes, lower latitudes aren't going to experience because of your latitude, I guess. Maybe UK is just a perfect sort of temperament zone or whatever.
Yeah.
Anyway, what else have I
Sorry, I'm at
learned?
work.
Huh? You're at work. Oh, cool. What did you do for a living?
Yeah. I just factory work. Nothing wondrous. Something that pays bills.
I'm in catering, mate. So I like the physical part of it because you've really got home feeling that you've done a day's work. You know what I mean? But I used to be a numbers. I used to do the sort of finances and phasing of budgets and do the accounts. And I just got fucking bored with it, man. It's just like I could blast this out in an hour and kind of look busy for the next 7. You know what I mean? But I dig the physical part of it. The other thing I pretty much. It take a little bit of explaining, but in simple terms, it seems like the solar equator is 0.25 degrees off the celestial equator, which gives us our 6 hours extra a year because they're not following the same thing. And it puts it down to something like 59 minutes a day between celestial and... No, that's not true, is it? But yeah, definitely 0.25 degrees seems to match this over a year and stuff like that. It seems to match the 6 hours difference. And then we can work out, you know what I mean? That was it. I've got to shoot now, but thanks for listening.
Yep, good. I think there's a creator now. I mean, it is.
Possibly. Most likely. Definitely.
I mean, Kotsura has something weird going on in his head. In the sense that
Oh, okay.
no, things got heated today.
I usually do, unfortunately. I don't know what
Yeah.
it is with you guys.
You guys.
Yeah. Yous are all as bad as one another.
Yeah.
At some stage or another.
Well, that's why we're here.
Oh, exactly. But, you know, for the argy-bargy conversation, there are plenty of other channels for that.
Yep.
This isn't supposed to be argy-bargy here.
But I think there's some people that it's not totally just their fault, but just some people that we just can't talk with each other.
I think people have history, and it doesn't matter where they go or where they meet, they always take that history with them.
Yep.
Unfortunately, and it's.
And I don't even try to do that, like with, well, I won't say names, but with someone over here. It usually goes into something that has happened over a year ago, and I never started. It happened today.
No. Look, I just know what is trying to be done here at the end of the day.
Yep.
And regardless of what side it is, whatever train of questioning or thought process or whatever, you're taking a person down a particular trail, all right? Trying to get to a conclusion, go from A all the way through to Z, all right? And whether things are being straw man, obfuscated, red herring, all this type of stuff, like to me, it doesn't really bother me, old man. Right? It doesn't really bother me, whatever. And trying to nip it in the bud straight away. Look, I can see there's at times a need for that, but the greater listening audience, I think, needs to be the arbiter of whether or not that is happening. Also. You know, if it's a logical fallacy, this or that or the other thing, or whatever thing is thrown out there, it's just like, okay, then fine. They're going down a path which isn't what you brought up, but let them go down that path, and then when they're finished, right, tell them exactly, well, no, that's not exactly what I spoke about, and you've tried to do this, that, and the third, and point it out to the audience, and let them decide the outcome at the end of the day. Like, because, this isn't a private Discord channel at the end of the day. It is being streamed out there, so it's not like a private room that no one else is listening to us. So there's a responsibility to the greater listening audience as well to let them see things, right, and let them see how they unfold. And we may have heard the conversation a million times before, old man, right? Which many of us have heard the same conversations a million times before. But if you've got a new set of ears on it that have never heard it, right, and they don't get to hear it, well, what are they hearing? They're not hearing really anything at all when everyone is talking over the top of each other and just turns it into an absolute for want of a better word, clusterfuck is what I call it.
Yeah.
Hey,
Right.
Bandy.
Yeah, mate.
Moleman's guilty of making some people in this server increase their mass. You know why?
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 Because he winds them up.
He winds them up.
Good.
And
Yep.
look, it is, yeah, that
Bigger
potential
potential energy.
I cannot see it. I can't see it, Cursed. I can't see how my fob watch, when wound up, weighs heavier. I just cannot fucking see it for the life of me. And it's driving me balmy. Literally, it's driving me balmy. And anything I Google, Paul, anything that I actually Google, you know, they all come up with the same answers, right? That yes, in batteries, in springs, you name it, if you put some potential energy into it, stored energy, it will weigh more. But the answers are always the same. Always the same. It's that negligible you can't even weigh it.
Yeah, that's right.
You know what I mean? So now, like, I've got this question, right, which I don't disagree with the mathematics, right? I agree with the numbers. Blah, blah, blah equals this, right? I can't dispute the mathematic formula at all, right? It adds up, right? I want to see it in reality, Paul. Like, you know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
And I think it's gonna, yeah. I'm gonna be like a dog with a bone with it.
No, you can dispute the mathematical formula, because if you got W equals mg,
yeah,
you got W equals mg. Which part of that is the winding of the clock up affecting the weight, the mass or
the mass, bro. I told you, Jeremy, it's the M. Like it's.
Dude, that's not. You put energy. You didn't change the mass.
Because energy and
You didn't
mass
change
are
the
the
mass
same
of the object.
thing.
I know you said that. I realize you said that, but you were wrong.
So,
what was wrong?
You didn't change the mass of the watch.
You did.
You changed the mass of the watch by winding it up.
Hold on.
Yeah,
I was
mass
gonna.
and energy are the same thing.
I just looked it up. I just looked up. I did a Google search. Nobody actually calculated the mass of a watch because he didn't have the actual weight and tension in the spring and various other factors. But he did calculate the mass of winding his. He's got like a grandfather clock or some sort of big clock that requires a manual wind, and so that actually weighs. He calculated it out. It weighs 10 to the negative 16 kilograms more when wound. About a cold virus more when wound.
No, he didn't actually weigh it. He didn't weigh it, extremist. He calculated
Yes,
it.
I said that. I said he calculated it out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've seen the calculations. All the calculations say the same thing, extremist. I'm not disagreeing with the calculation at all, right?
So what's Jeremy's problem?
Well, you haven't increased the mass, right? So how have you increased the weight? Because weight is mass times gravity.
By increasing its mass, Bandsaw, because mass and energy are the same thing.
Yeah, but oh lordy.
You've increased its energy, which increases its mass.
Wait a minute. You said mass and energy are the same thing. Can you define mass and can you define energy?
Energy
kilograms
is a type of property that can be transferred between different bodies of mass, and it gives something the ability to do work. Mass is
Property
a
of energy.
Mass is a property of energy. There's so many ways you could define
Mass
these things.
is a property of energy. So it's a property, but it's not the same thing. It could be I can have the color. A green can be the color. It's the color of the lid on the thing over here, but it's also the color of the tree out there. So
No,
you're saying they're the same thing. It may have a property. I get it. I heard what he said. It's a property. So you can't say it's the same thing.
Of matter, not mass. Property of matter, not mass.
They're the same
Well,
thing.
what
The
is
only
what is
difference
mass?
is that to go from one
Any
to
amount
the
of
other,
matter?
you use the speed of light as the conversion factor. But they're the same, man.
So if I wind the clock, but I don't let it run, right? It's just sitting there, but I wound the clock. I've actually, in a sense, put more potential energy in there. So you're saying because I've wound the clock, even though it's not ticking, it's just been wound, that it weighs more than if I let it unwind and then I let it sit there. You're saying both those weigh the same.
They don't weigh the same. The wound up clock weighs more, but the difference is minuscule. It's so small.
Yeah,
Okay,
about
so
15 digits.
So technically, like he said earlier, you haven't proved it by weighing it. All you're saying, you're assuming it by calculation.
I mean, it's a
I
little
know.
hard.
I know. If you scale it up, you could weigh it like a Tesla car.
No, you can't. We already discussed this, Nate.
That was not a Tesla, Ben. So that was some other car.
No, they were batteries that held 16 kilowatts, which is the same as the Tesla. All right.
Is it the same as a Tesla? Okay.
Yeah, probably bigger. Right, and it equated to something that the article said itself you can't even measure. So Tesla turning around and saying that you can weigh it is, I think, bunkum.
I don't know. Yeah, I'm not totally decided on this whole you can't weigh it thing. All I'll say is the difference is very small.
Let me give you another analogy of what I'm trying to say. I can't remember how you do it, but you talked about if you do mathematics on, like, let's say dollars or something, somebody exchanging money, you can actually through math make a dollar disappear, right? For just purely through the math. But in reality, the dollar doesn't disappear. You know the thing I'm talking about. I think it's like somebody gives a change and they give the change back. So like in mathematics,
but that's not math though. That's language. Yeah, you were talking about the whole thing
Hold on a
where.
second. Well, hold on a second. Math is a form of language. Math is supposed to describe reality, right? So you can't use that argument. So
No, well, this is my total argument. The math is correct. It's the language used to express that math which throws you off in that specific riddle you're talking about. The one where you and your friends get your change from the hotel manager, but he did something weird to break y'all off with change, and now a dollar goes missing because it doesn't add up to
the actual
30
math
million.
is not correct. It's a trick. The math is not correct in that situation.
Yeah, it's a word game.
Yeah.
But mathematics is words. Plus, minus, 1, 2, 3. I'm saying words, but that's math.
Well, I can do anything wrong. I can form completely incorrect sentences too. If you do the math wrong, you get the wrong answer.
Okay, show me in that illustration. If someone knows it, Moman says he knows it. I don't remember what it's called. Show me where in there the math was wrong.
I don't have it handy. I don't remember it out of the top of my head, but I can.
Yeah.
Show me in that equation where the math is wrong.
The maths is wrong in that situation because you're looking at the problem from two different points of view, and you're switching the frame of reference halfway through the problem. So you're not looking at the problem. You're not looking at the. I'm still talking. I'm still talking, man. I'm trying to actually explain it to you. All right. So what you're not doing is you're not looking at the problem consistently from the one observer. So when you switch frames of reference, you switch observers halfway through the problem, you are changing the problem. And so you can't do that. You have to look at it consistently from either one person or the other person. You can't switch halfway through the problem.
So does that mean something in a different frame of reference weighs more?
No, but you can't equate that riddle to what we're talking about. You know, it's not.
I mean, that was just a question. I didn't realize. I was only
The
sort of
riddle
half
template's
listening.
more.
Yeah.
I mean, there are situations that are measurable where you give something energy and it actually weighs more. An example of that is a particle in a particle accelerator.
In the riddle, in the
Yeah.
missing dollar, it says it's just the point of view.
How do you weigh a particle in a particle accelerator, Paul? Or
The particle
Nate?
scale.
A particle scale with a really big scale.
well, Bandy, in physics, right? There's a phenomenon where you fire a charged particle in a magnetic field, and it takes a curved path, right? And the radius of curvature of that path depends on the charge and the mass of the particle, and then you get a particular circle that the charged particle follows, depending on its mass and on its charge and the strength of the magnetic field, right? But as you increase that energy more and more and more, you find that relationship sort of changes a little bit because the particle behaves as if it's actually heavier. Okay? So it now seems to have more mass. So you've got to adjust for that when you get faster and faster and you start reaching things close to the speed of light. You actually have to take that hypothetical mass increase into account.
So it's not actually weighing it; it's a calculation. To be more.
Yeah, but it behaves. It behaves as if it's like a physical thing that you can observe and actually measure. Yeah.
I can accept that. I can accept that you can see some relationship and you can equate it to mass to make everything work out. But there's no actual little particle scale and a little set of tweezers to put it on the scale, so to speak.
No, but there is a particle accelerator with a very well-defined radius of curvature, like with a very well-defined radius. The particle literally goes around. So, yes, you can measure it.
Yeah. I'm going to make Nate go out and buy a fob watch and weigh it.
You make me what?
Down at CERN. When you get your next booking at CERN,
Send it
take
to
a
CERN.
fob watch for that. Yeah.
Wait, this fits in your
Friends all the
accelerator.
way in Europe, also. Friends in Europe. Man.
Well, next time you go to Europe, next time you go over there,
Okay.
book a
Just
session.
pay me, send me the watch, and I'll go there.
Yeah. What do you want to do? I want to weigh my fob watch. They're going to look at you.
Throw this
What?
fits into
A fob watch.
And I want it accurate to 18 decimal places, right?
This is going to be called the fob watch paradox. This is what I'm going to put it down to. The fob watch paradox.
You could smash it with hot dogs or shits and giggles.
Seriously. I'm gonna talk to my boys tomorrow about this. And they're gonna look at me like I've come from another planet. They probably won't actually because they're into all that stuff.
Yeah, I'm sure they would be surprised you don't already know that.
Well, no, they'll probably give me some smart ass answer. Actually, none of my boys.
Are they Globers?
Not saying, Nate. I'm not revealing too much about my personal. I've already revealed too much. I've already told you one of them wants to work for the Australian Space Agency.
Oh, damn.
So I'm going to have an inside man.
Actually,
He's too smart.
They've just recently launched. NASA have just recently launched some stuff from Australia, haven't they?
My boy was telling me something, but
yeah, I think it's just been in the last couple of days.
Yeah, talking to him a couple of days ago, he was looking forward to it. But yeah, he wants to work for him, Paul. I said to him, "You're too."
Cool.
I said to him, "You're too bloody smart to work for him. What the hell? Why is he setting his bar so low?"
So where should he want to work then? If not you guys as National Space Agency.
Where should he? Well, personally, I think he should do a trade and earn big bucks, not work for this.
You would rather he becomes a carpenter than go work at like your guys' local NASA, whatever it's called?
No, I
Really,
want him
this?
to do. I want him to do whatever he wants to do, Nate. At the end of the day,
Uh-huh. But if you had your opinion about it, you would rather he does like a carpentry trade or something.
I
As
don't have
opposed
an
to putting things in
opinion.
space.
I don't have an opinion about what he should or should not do. But if you're out there doing a job to earn a living, well, it's probably best that you do something you would enjoy. If you are chasing money, which is what he likes to do, he likes to chase money. Yes, no, he shouldn't be working for the space agency. He should be doing a trade.
Okay.
A tradesman will earn more than a bloody doctor and a scientist and some space engineer any day of the week. It's true, Dave.
True that. True that. Yeah, true that. There isn't much money in science.
No.
It's more about the contribution you make towards the development of mankind. That's kind of what they do it for.
Yeah.
Maybe that's what your boy wants to do. He wants to leave his imprint on the development of mankind. Help push us forward, right?
He is very interested. He loves Tesla. Loves him, Nikola. Absolutely loves him. Yeah, he's into
Yeah, a lot
free
of people
energy, all that sort of stuff. Yeah, he absolutely loves it.
How much money is he saving on free energy?
Him on free energy, he makes his own little wind turbines and all this sort of stuff. He's experimented with static charge and water and stuff. Like, he's right into it, my man. Like he's not necessarily saving any money. He spends all my money. That's what he does. So he is saving money by spending my money.
Yeah.
Do you realise, Bandy, that the Australian Space Agency could have had a really, really awesome name? They could have called themselves the Australian Research and Space Exploration.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. But yeah, I'm looking forward to, because I'm pretty sure that their line of fire for their rockets is going to go directly over my head. If they point
completely over your head.
Well,
literally.
Yeah, exactly. I'll watch firsthand that beautiful parabolic arc that they make, and if I get my binoculars, I'll be able to see them splash into the ocean.
How are they going to get to the Bermuda Triangle from here?
From here? Bermuda Triangle? What?
Isn't the conspiracy that all the rockets land in the Bermuda Triangle somehow?
Are they the ones from Florida? We'll have to make a new one.
If they keep doing that, we're going to have the Bermuda hump. It'll just be a big pile of rockets laying out there.
We'll call it the Tasman Triangle. That's what it'll be called.
Yard triangle.
Is the Australian Space Agency gonna manage the space between its citizens?
Sorry?
The Australian Space Agency, are they gonna like manage the space between the citizens of Australia?
Maybe. Maybe.
That was a
What
horrible joke.
which
Horrible.
other space they're gonna manage? Or which other space they're gonna like administrate or something?
But I think their job is more to launch satellites. From what my boy tells me.
Yeah, that was a horrible joke.
Like Sarah Loons? Are they gonna open like a bunch of dollar trees and get helium from there? Or they're gonna buy from NASA?
Another
Yeah.
horrible joke.
You have these satellites that they're developing now, that are self-powered by the Earth's magnetic field. Quite crazy. These things. You don't need any propulsion on them whatsoever. They're propelled by the magnetic field. Once you get them up there.
If you take John's idea, there must be millions of volts of free electricity up there. Just propel anything.
Well, free energy. This wireless energy transfer. That's coming here and now. Through the 5G and whatnot. They're talking about the potential of when you're just walking around, your mobile phone gets charged in your pocket just while you're walking around.
Isn't that energy like over 100 years old?
Well, maybe, but doesn't really.
The idea of
Why
free energy.
are we getting it now? Since the patents for that stuff has been like, talked about for decades and decades.
All good things take time, Jamesy. All good things take time.
Okay. It wasn't good back then.
Okay.
That energy is really, really ancient. We hadn't made any new energy in a long time.
That's pretty crazy. It's pretty crazy to think that they're looking at rolling out this charging of your mobile phones and smart watches and stuff. Just while it's in your pocket. No need to connect it to anything. That's crazy.
I think it's interesting that all the the energy that we have here just is the same. Changes, but it never gets used up or destroyed or anything.
Yeah,
Just moving energy
about.
from just moving from point A to point B to point A.
Have you heard about this wireless charging, Paul, through the 5G towers and stuff to your mobile phone?
I haven't heard of that, but I've heard of other sort of wireless charging. But you sort of got to be. It's very specific. You've got to have a specific device in your ceiling, and you've got to place your device in a certain spot, and no more than a certain distance away, and stuff like that.
Yeah. I was reading an article the other day actually, with 5G phones and stuff. Can't remember what company it was now, but there's definitely talk about it, and definitely articles being written about it in regards to you charge on the go, which I think is going to be more like a major city type of thing, like where you've got lots of these 5G towers all the way around you. You're not going to be able to do it if you're kilometers away from one of these towers, for argument's sake. You've got to be in fairly close proximity.
Mass and energy are the same thing, Dan. So
You're a bit low, Nate. What did you say?
I said mass and energy are the same thing. Got to remember that. Otherwise, none of this stuff makes sense.
So next time my wife weighs herself, right? I need to tell her to weigh herself with her mobile phone being discharged, not charged, and she'll be way more impressed.
Just don't get her wound up. Just don't get her wound up, Andy.
Don't get her wound up. I get her wound up all the time, Paul. She's an oompa loompa. Oh.
You just
Oh God Almighty!
you're just pulling our chain now, man. So no, wait a minute. That's a
she
grandfather
is gonna-
clock. Sorry.
Yeah, she's gonna kill me if she ever hears that.
You'll get the hose pipe treatment for sure if you say that, Andy.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. It was so funny one day we went clothes shopping and all that sort of stuff, and anyway, she tried on a this dress, and it was absolutely lovely. Anyway, she comes out of the cage room and stands in front of me and twirls around and stuff. She said, "Do I look fat in this?" So I just looked at her. I didn't answer. I didn't open my mouth. Right. And then she turns around and she said, "You got nothing to say?" I said, "I was always taught if you got nothing nice to say, don't say nothing at all. So I'm not going to call you fat and frumpy." And I got another clip over the years. It's like, what's the hell? Like, you built like a toothpick. Like, you got to ask me if you look fat. For fuck's sake. Oh. You can't win, Blue, sometimes. You can't win.
Oh yeah, I know that.
Wow. I could. I should stop being a smart ass all the time. It'd probably be a better.
That's the worst question a wife can ever ask a husband. That's the one.
I know.
Yeah.
I know.
Honey, does this dress make me look fat?
I know.
What are you supposed to say? Yeah, you betcha.
No, I think the best answer is it's not the dress, it's your fat that makes you look fat.
Next time she can ask if this watch makes her look fat.
That would be the perfect remark, though. Now, what you just said, that is true. No, honey, it's not the dress; it's your ass that makes you look fat.
Yeah. Oh, damn. I wouldn't get fed for a week.
The worst part is you got to go to sleep eventually, and
Exactly. Get the gaffer tape, tape one eye open.
wake up, rope to the bed.
Oh, damn.
Pissed off woman with a frying pan standing over you.
Exactly. Well, I can't think how to weigh a picogram, unfortunately, Blue. I can't work out how to do it. It's got me stumped.
It's gonna be a challenge.
Why not just do a calculation, Vince?
You know what you can do with your calculation, Nate? You can calculate it. As that sound. Like, where do we practically on here on Earth, other than in practically anywhere else, but like practically when we're doing things, building something like cars or trucks or bridges or skyscrapers, this sort of thing, where do we practically have to take this extra weight into consideration? Is there anywhere on Earth where we have to practically take it into consideration?
About it, you know. I mean, we do worry about what happens to objects and buildings and things when they heat up or when they cool down, but not for purposes of weight. Because the change is so small, Bandsaw, that it doesn't affect much. Because if the change affected anything and we had to worry about it, then we'd have to worry about how a germ on a building might affect that building. You know?
So the only time we have to worry about this particular thing is when we're doing things like what Paul was saying, like looking at particles in the particle accelerator type of thing. Yeah, that's the only time where you actually use any of this theory.
Yeah, in extreme circumstances like that. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean,
Because
Bandy, when people ask you how old you are, do you respond by saying, "Do you want to know the age of my head or my feet?"
Yeah, you know what? I've been using that one a lot lately. Paul, I dead set have. I said it down at the community club last week actually.
Did
and
you?
I said, yeah, I did. I said because I get around everywhere in bare feet or thongs. If I'm getting dressed up, I put thongs on. And I said to the table, I said, have a look at my feet. I said, have a look at my head. I said, I have the feet of a 20-year-old. Like, and they just looked at me like really strange. And I go, did you know that my head is older than my feet? They go, what the hell are you talking about? I said, it doesn't matter, but apparently it's fact. Take my word for it. Take my word for it. My feet are older than my head. Look into relativity, and that'll answer everything for you. And then they asked me to explain relativity. I go, I've got no idea what you're talking about. That's as far as that went.
But yeah, like Paul said, only those extreme situations when you're looking at something so small, moving so fast. Otherwise, for everyday living, this is a non-factor. It doesn't even matter.
Well, we need to get stuck into stuff that has a factor. This non-factor stuff is going to drive you crazy, Nate. Because I just body slammed you. I just body slammed you. You can't prove it. You can't show me a fob watch weighing more wound than unwound. So you've lost that argument, right? Because you can't demonstrate it. So you can take that loss on the chin, right? And you can move on.
What? Well, so.
What?
Because I can see that this is really messing with you and you're struggling to get around it. I'm going to let you have this victory, because what makes me happy is that the most important thing, you've learned something new, There was new information presented to you. You didn't reject it. You looked into it. You verified it for yourself, and now it's part of your knowledge base, And your perceptions on things have been changed.
Well, I haven't verified it. Let's get that clear. I have not verified it, but I have looked at the information. I've looked at the equations.
No, you haven't proved. Yeah, you haven't proved it, but you've verified. You've seen some evidence that backs the idea.
Oh yeah, I've seen the equations and different sorts of examples thrown out there. Yeah, I've got no drama with that, but I don't know the whole weight. You haven't changed the mass. I just don't. You've just put. Anyway, you know what? It's going to do my head in. I'll talk to my boys. They'll set me straight. Right? They'll set me straight.
Yeah, but the perspective you should. Sorry.
No, go.
Yeah, I was going to say that the perspective you should look at it from, Banso, is that everything is energy. Whenever you're measuring or doing anything, it's always it's energy. Mass is not as important as what energy is.
Now we're going to mess with you even more, Bandy, and tell you that when you're walking as opposed to standing still, you're thinner.
You really?
Just imagine how thin you are when you run.
Get the.
Yeah.
You know what? So next time I go clothes shopping with my wife and she comes out and shows me a dress, I'll just tell her to walk down the aisle, and then I can give an honest answer. You're looking thinner than ever, babe. Is that what I can tell her?
Walk faster, honey.
Walk faster.
No, run. You're getting there. Almost. You're almost there.
Lord. So when I'm walking, I'm thinner. Okay, you got to explain to me this. You got to
So
explain this to me.
I got to pull the 10th man on here and say nothing like a little walking to lighten the mood.
Yeah, it's part of special relativity, Bandy, that it's a thing called length contraction. that you contract in length in the direction that you're moving.
I feel like I feel like I've been put in a particle accelerator today. That's what's happened to me. That's length contraction. Googling it as we.
You have learned today a lot of absolutely useless information on a practical day-to-day basis.
I have. Right.
But
Generally,
it's
when I
nice to
bring
know
things up,
that stuff. It's good to
well,
know
exactly,
that stuff.
and generally when I bring things up with my boys that we talk about here, I explain this to me, and they go, "Dad, it's a generational thing. You just won't understand." That's their answer, the little smartasses.
And just give them a good whack.
Generational.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
That closes the generation gap in a hurry.
Here we go. Here we go. Length contraction. Known as the Lorentz contraction or the Lorentz Fitzgerald contraction.
Yes.
There you go. And it's own. See, now we're into this realm, Paul. We're into this realm. It's only noticeable at a substantial fraction of the speed of light.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So once again, something we can't measure. Hold on, why you
Well,
guys?
we can actually.
We can. Okay.
Again, in particle accelerators.
Okay.
Yeah, unless you got one of those hooked up in your garage, you're really never going to have to worry about it.
I think a few questions would be asked if I had one of those hooked up.
Oh, I'm sure of it.
So this thing basically is only used when we're observing stars by the looks of things, Paul. What I can gather.
No, it's of practical use, like I said, in particle accelerators when you actually are making things go pretty close to the speed of light.
Okay. So this was used to explain the negative outcome in the Michelson-Morley experiment and to rescue the hypothesis of the stationary ether.
Well, the ether can move or be stationary, but I don't see how you can have a stationary ether and stuff that moves through it. That's like saying that you can have the wind be stationary when you move through it, or a gas be stationary when you move through it. It's going to need to get out of the way on some level. So, on some level, the ether would need to move, whether it vibrates, undulates, or gets out of the way. This need for a stationary ether, I don't understand that. I don't understand why the ether can't flow and move like most liquids do when they get out of the way to allow the passage of an object.
Yeah, not sure, Lemon. I'm just reading about it now, to be honest with you. It's the first time I've heard about length contraction.
Well, Lorentz was actually talking about a length expansion. He said that when an object moves faster and faster and faster, it gathers more and more energy. This energy makes the object vibrate, and its atoms appear to fly apart with more and more energy and more rapidity. It's a length expansion, not a contraction. For some reason, they readopted the principle, the theory that they were going through for some sort of contraction to make the interferometers work in some sort of weird, incorrect way to explain away the fact that they're not getting 30 kilometers per second of ether drift in their experiments. They're like, how do we explain this away and salvage heliocentrism? Oh, the equipment isn't working right and it's contracting or some crap because the Earth is moving through space. They basically beg the question. To prove that the Earth was moving through space, they needed 30 kilometers per second. They didn't have that. So they begged the question and said, we're just going to assume that the Earth is moving through space and it's contracting the instrument, even though we don't have evidence, qua evidence, that the Earth is moving at that speed.
Interesting.
They were lucky if they got 5 to 8 kilometers per second. They did get an ether drift speed of some sort of what they interpreted as an ether drift speed, which said something was moving. The question is the ether moving at that speed, and or is the Earth moving much more slowly around the sun? 7 to 8 kilometers per second is a third of the 66,000 mile per hour around the sun speed that they say that we're supposedly going around the sun. So either the Earth is moving, 22,000 miles per hour around the sun or whatever, or it's not moving at all. And the ether is more than likely just gently swirling over the Earth like a wind.
Except that later experiments showed that it was pretty close to zero.
Depends on who you ask. If you're asking a heliocentrist who's trying to salvage the theory of heliocentrism, they're going to get a very different interpretation than a geocentrist. The speeds go up, the speeds go down, yes. We don't peg one, ether drift speed, but people theorize that that's because the ether is seasonal. Its speed goes up and down like a sine wave, depending on the time of year, the tightness of the ether, how high you are above the surface, how close to the ground you are, the type of instrument that you're dealing with, the time of day, even. So these things appear to vary what they interpret as the ether drift measurements or whatever. I'll put the video in the chat that appears to say that there was a plot to bury the ether the moment it was inconvenient for heliocentrism and rename it space-time to salvage the framework, if you will. The framework of heliocentrism.
Thank you, Lemon. Thank you.
Hey, if I could jump in real quick to piggyback on what Lemon was just saying, first of all, can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, so when I captured the Fata Morgana March of last year, it was a very, very dynamic event. It looked like the wind was sweeping across the screen west to east as I was facing south. And 3 miles away from me, there was a guy in a kayak that was almost, 60 to 70% larger and distorted. Like, he came across, and as soon as he was in the event, he just went walk and just stretched, right? And it was dynamic. So there's something fucking moving out there. But if he were where he was, he's not feeling it. There's nothing blowing across him. He's got a nice, calm, cool day, because where I was, no breeze, no wind. So what Lemon was saying made me think about that there's something fucking out there moving that we can't feel. Like, that guy didn't know he was being distorted 3 times his size in a Fata Morgana. He had no clue.
No.
And yet, what's the science telling me? Like, oh, how's this happening? Oh, well, you got this, you got that. This is fluctuating this and the like. Anyway, that's part of my point is that that I think that we can look at something that looks like it's dynamic, and then if we tried to go out to where we think that is, it would just be like a normal day, like nothing's going on.
I put the video in the chat. Einstein closet geocentrist. Robert Sungenis is a geocentric glober, but he is correct about the motionless ether flowing over the Earth. The next step is just how flat it is, covered by a solid section of sky known as the firmament. But first things first.
Can I ask you a question? Can I ask you something, Lemon?
Sure.
Why do you think no one has detected the ether yet? And remember, the idea of ether it's 1,000 years older than the idea of gravity and all these other things. Why do you think no one's detected it? We make all these other discoveries, but we never detect ether. What do you think is going on?
I think it depends on what you count as a detection. I think more or less people infer its necessary existence. They say that space has to be something, some sort of substance that is existent. And the framework that accepts that, space is something as opposed to a vacuum, nothing or whatever, appears to be ether or some sort of offshoot of that framework of ideas. So the ether is inferred as necessarily existent to explain waves of light action at a distance. The waves of light would be the waves and ripples of an underlying ocean of ether or something like that. So it's basically inferred as a necessary thing for our theories to make sense. Now, if you're talking about proof being a jar of ether separated from space, well, if ether is space, you're basically asking that space be separated from space. Once it's stated in that form, that's ridiculous. At best, you can filter parts of space that you want, a particular field or a particular current in space that has been filtered into the vacuum, filtered into the orgone chamber, electromagnetism. You could get a particular current and a particular field from space filtered in. And that would be the best that you could get, filtering in purer and purer parts, if you will, of space. That's the best that you're going to do. They infer that basically something's left over in the vacuum after you try to evacuate out as much as you can. That when you make an orgone chamber, which is a box basically of alternating organic and inorganic materials, wool, metal, that you have more heat signature and more electricity inside of the chamber than outside because something is filtering in from space. That sort of thing. So it's inferred as a necessary explanation, essentially. But it's not taking a jar of space separated from space, not unless you're talking about filtering space on some level to get what you want.
So I might just postulate that we have captured ether. Like I could very well just suggest that that's what I captured in the Fata Morgana, because the previous days of observation, I had a static or a less dynamic, so that it's almost, it's virtually static, but a less dynamic observation. And then for some reason on that day, even though to me everything felt the same because it was just the next day, it wasn't like it was colder, it wasn't like it was hotter, it was just the next day. And yet I've got this dynamic energy flowing across my screen. So I captured it. Why not?
Well, if you're talking about the haze that we see of refractive air, that could be it. But when I think about breathable air as opposed to the vacuum, I think of ether as air, or rather, air as ether with breathable particles in it, versus the unbreathable ether that is pure without particles we can breathe or whatever, which is in the vacuum. So I think we might be thinking about a slightly different framework. If you're talking about the air being refractive, I would think of that as ether, the underlying substance of space itself, mixed with particles that we can breathe and stuff like that.
What would you equate ether to, Lemon? Would it be a field? Is it a medium?
I guess I would say it's a field that's everywhere, a medium that's everywhere behind everything that we see. Objects essentially mix into the underlying ocean of ether.
So it's like a force field, right? Like I could say, like the electromagnetic field, ether is a field in that sort of sense, right?
A force field that we can move through. It can collect energy, but a force field, when you say a force field, that's like a wall that I can't get past. I can pass through quote unquote space very easily. So I wouldn't call it a force field like a barrier.
Yeah, I don't mean that colloquial, force field you see in movies. I'm going to make a force field with my mind. I mean a force field. The electromagnetic field is a force field like that. So
Think of the ether.
Well, let me just say a field, right? Okay, cool. So the ether is a field in that sense. It's pervasive. It's everywhere. And what properties do you ascribe to this ether?
It can flow, twist, it has torque, it can swirl like a tornado, appears to be able to hold energy. Solid objects can crystallize out of it, like ice cubes out of the cold water. What else is there?
That's caused by ether, like changing states of matter. Ether does that?
That's what I would theorize. That's the theory of ether I go with. And that appears to be the theory that people are implying and inferring when they talk about things like matter appearing where it wasn't before. Certain chemical reactions that are like transmutation. We're finding a couple grams of gold here that weren't here before. We're finding a couple, micrograms of silver that just appeared to have appear out of nowhere. I would say that it's crystallizing out of the ether with some sort of transmutation or something like that.
So transmutation, changing something from one element to another, as well as changes in states of matter, solid, liquid, plasma, whatever. All of that is the ether doing it. I'm assuming as well as charges, electromagnetism, ether as well.
I lump all that together with the universal field being the ether. Depending on how it flows and vibrates, you get electromagnetism, what we call gravity, solid objects, energy, that sort of thing. I just unify it all under the ether.
Would you say all forces are just different expressions of this underlying ether?
If you're talking about space around objects like you and me and electromagnetism and all that, yeah, I just lump it all under the ether. Differing amounts of spin, stress, and stuff like that.
So everything is just the ether.
As the unifying field, ultimately.
you might as well then say we've detected it. We just haven't detected the underlying unifying field, but we've detected its different expressions and
Right. Yeah,
variations.
that's what we've said in the past. We've said that they've simply called it dark matter, dark energy. They've known about it for a very, very long time, simply because they like Eisenhower, the way he got around the Geneva Treaty with the POWs from World War II. He just simply was able to mistreat German soldiers because he stopped calling them POWs, because the Geneva Council said you can't mistreat POWs. He's like, fine, they are disarmed enemy forces. Now I can do whatever I want. So that's still who they are. They're still prisoners of war. It's still the ether, but now we're just saying dark matter, dark energy. We've been saying this for a long time.
Well, the particular tag that people use is used to get people to act differently or to feel differently about the subject. But if there's a distinction without a difference, if we're ultimately talking about the same thing, well, then that needs to be acknowledged that, a different tag is being put on it, but ultimately we're more or less talking about the same thing.
Okay, so I mean, yeah, there are ideas where quintessence is like a bridge between the the ether idea and dark matter, but no one really points to dark matter and says that's ether. No one points to dark matter or quintessence and gives it the attributes that most people ascribe to ether. We don't point to dark matter and say that's the source of electromagnetic activity, or that's the source of light.
It's like a bunch of chains. If you put the chains together, notice how they appear to be perpendicular to each other once they lock. Space with its structure is similar. If one part of space flows in one direction, then counter space, like a bunch of chains that are interlocked, will go in the most opposite perpendicular direction it can to accommodate for this flow in space and counter space. One part of space flowing in this direction and another part of space flowing more or less perpendicular in as much opposition as possible to space in this other perpendicular direction, like an interlocking chain. These different flows of space give us electromagnetism, energy, and stuff like that. And we tag it as something different, but we may be able to unify it all as ultimately one similar thing, the ether.
Okay. Interesting, man.
Well, I think what's also interesting is to consider why the ancients even came up with the term ether, right? Because the two opposites are Erebus and ether. Erebus is the dirty air that's more congested at the surface, and ether is the air that's above it. So
Yeah,
obvious.
Yeah, it's pretty obvious, Travis. The idea was ether is the air that the gods breathe. It's the space between things, right? So it's outer space. That's the air the gods breathe, and we're therefore going to name the planets after gods because they're gods, right? So that's why the planets got the names they got. So ether was this mythical fifth element. You had earth, air, wind, fire. Oh, sorry, earth, fire, air, and water. And then ether was this super element that only belongs to the gods. It must be what allows light to travel through things, yada, yada, yada. But I mean, yeah, it's pretty obvious.
Yeah, so you jumped the gun a little bit. I wasn't finished talking, but that's okay. So my point was that there was something about their experience in the past that gave them the ability to label something a particular way. Now, I tend to believe that the stories of the gods are allegorical for reality. So it's just simply Aesop's fables. It's simply Grimm's fairy tales. It's a fairy tale, but the fairy tale isn't fiction. It's real. Okay, so the gods don't have to be these mythological, which is interesting. You know, like, why were they human? Why did they look human? You know, I think that should be very telling, that these are simply stories about our reality, and people who are able to tap into it are able to understand, manipulate, participate in this analysis and discussion of reality. But I don't know if my point got lost or not.
Yeah, it got lost. But just to answer one question, maybe gods look human because humans maybe made God in their own image to justify why we feel we are special and above animals and why we should control and have dominion over them. I don't know. It's just a thought, man.
It goes both ways, though. Maybe we're made in his image, and that's the reason why we think about things in a certain way. I mean, at that
Or
point, it's like
maybe
looking at a mirror. Which one's the image and which one's the actual original copy? It could go either way. Perhaps God is the original, if you will, and we are the image that was crafted with, his image in mind. It could go either way. There's no
yeah, it
symmetry
could
here.
definitely go either way. Yeah, it could be that, or it could be we are the real figures, and we just created this idea of God in our image to make us special. But
Flo,
like
just
you
in the
said,
problem.
it goes either way. It does go
But
either
Flo,
way.
just then the thing that goes against that is we don't appear to be primary. It looks like conditions had to come together to make us, which implies that a primary thing like a god had to bring us into existence and cause our existence in the first place. That would imply that that thing is quote unquote the primary thing, if you will, and we are the image of that, at least logically.
Maybe it could be, but maybe that primary mover might have decided that he's going to create dinosaurs in his image, and dinosaurs are his real creation. And this God we think of looks like dinosaurs and not us. We're
People
not
think
that
of
special.
God as eternal. We don't see dinosaurs really around,
Yeah,
so that image is
I know,
temporary and
but
appears to
all,
vanish.
all, all, yeah, it's just an example, Lemon. I just use dinosaurs as a random example. I'm just trying to say that God might look like a squid, like a jellyfish, and jellyfish are his chosen people, not humans. But we've just decided God looks like us, and we're his chosen people to justify why we feel we're above everything else. But
But
maybe God is
jellyfish
a
don't
tree.
cultivate.
Maybe
Jellyfish don't
God looks
try
like
to
maybe God.
domesticate us or tame
You guys
us.
are
Yeah, it's just examples. Maybe God's a strawberry, and strawberries
Well,
are
listen.
made in
Okay,
His
hold listen.
image.
Where
It's
this is
just an
taking a
example.
complete sideways discussion right now. First of all, you just hand wave dismissed my comment by saying, "Yeah, you got lost." Okay, so either you weren't paying attention, you didn't care about what I said, but that's not the point that I was making. I was simply saying I'm hoping that I'm coming across clear in what I'm saying. Now, the discussion that we're having right now is begging the question. God in the Bible, if we look at the etymology of the word God, it's plural. Okay, Elohim is plural. The derivative or the root of Elohim simply means power or authority. So it's a very ambiguous term. It doesn't mean God. It doesn't mean a spiritual being. That's not what it means. It simply means authority or power. So we're
most
already
people
reading
do think of
into
God as an authority, and I think it
right.
would be plural if there's a Trinity, like a God, the Father, the Word, before it became the Son and the Holy Ghost. That could be the Elohim. It could be collective with the angels that are up there with God in the floaty place. It could be collective in that sense too. But if God can't be an authority, then why are we referring to him at all? He would be like an Elohim of some sort anyway, based off of his authority and power.
Yeah, I again, there's some Christian concepts that you're bringing in there that I'm not necessarily addressing. I'm simply starting with the reference that we're talking about being made in His image. Okay, we are assuming that I do not assume that the Bible is literal. So I do not believe that I am the image of God. There's no thing that gives me the authority to justify my belief in that. I used to
Well,
have that justified
Does
belief.
it say made
No
in
longer.
his image or made in our image?
I think
It's
it says both.
It
The
says let.
translation is both because God is a Trinitarian Godhead with plurality. So collectively, it would be God, Him, if you want to simplify it. But within the Godhead, there's a plurality: the Trinity of the Father, the Word, which became the Son, and the Holy Spirit, which show the three manifestations of God that we tend to easily identify and interact with.
So when it describes what God does, it says he made him in his own image. When God says what he is going to do, he says, let us make man in our own. That happens in the same context.
So we have interpretations that say it includes the angels and the general powers of heaven, Elohim. Some people narrow it down to God as a Trinitarian Godhead, Elohim. Some people say him to simplify it. There's different interpretations from there, but I would go with the Trinitarian Elohim, the one power in heaven that is uncaused and uncreated and ultimate over all of these other little e Elohims that he created that are up there in the floaty place with him. But the things that point to us being in the image of God and different than the other animals is that we cultivate when they do not. By cultivation, I mean we tend to think about things on multiple levels and try to bring different elements together that the animals do not. Take a cow, it chews the cud, eats, shits, dies. It doesn't cultivate a book. It doesn't say, you know what, can I make a machine that can help me chew the cud better? Or maybe I can cultivate, my existence where I can bring some I can make, something to bring a couple elements together that don't normally come together. We are cultivators, and these animals are not. These animals simply live, exist, and die, or they have a very narrow sphere compared to us. We branch into other atmosphere, environments. We try to bring things together that the other animals do not,
Yeah,
that
but
are way beyond our, power. So we have a cultivating force that these other animals simply do not. So it appears that we were put here to
maybe that's what
rule
God wants
and to
for us, Lemon.
cultivate in ways that these other animals were not.
Yeah, but maybe that's what God wants for us. Maybe God wants us to just be simple and humble and chew the cud.
Yeah,
Maybe
yeah,
this
and
whole idea that we need to cultivate and whatnot isn't what God wants for us, because it seems, whenever man comes close to technology or making some sort of technological advancement or achievement that would put him closer to God, almost on an equal footing to God. God seems to not like that and strikes down man's challenge. The Tower of Babel, in the
Well,
book of Adam, when they talk about how Adam and his family
sometimes
were
I
on a
think it.
certain were on a certain mountain,
This goes
and then there
down.
were other human beings separate from them that had technologies and music and the ability to control fire. And God told Adam and them,
well,
don't mix with those people. God seems to
Mr.
frown
Grimm and Mr.
upon
Phlogiston,
technology.
I
Mr. Grimm,
always
Mr.
think,
Uh-huh.
yeah, I always think about squirrels, right? Squirrels, they only find about 20% of the nuts that they bury. So don't they plant trees?
In a way, they do plant trees, but they don't
So
say, I
you
want
think
to
of them
plant
as
this variety
cultivators.
versus that variety.
We don't know that they don't think that. We just know that they don't collect those nuts. That's all we know. And we assume they're so dumb that they must not know what they're doing, but maybe they know they're growing trees for future generations of squirrels.
Well, the only way that we would know that is if there's some sort of propositional knowledge in the animal that is manifest in, technology or something like that. But the thing is, God made a universe that appears to be have a high amount of potential, but that potential may or may not be cultivated and realized. Perhaps He made these animals to the point where they could be, smart enough to bring out certain other traits. But as cultivators, the only way that those traits would become manifest is.
Lemon, you dropped out, man.
Freaking push to talk. We cultivated an environment where the little chihuahua could exist without being torn apart by a wolf. So as cultivators, we can bring out different combinations that are there, but don't get to come out in the current conditions. We can bring out colors of plants, colors of animals, varieties of animals, traits of animals that are there underneath the surface but uncultivated. And as rulers, we can rule benevolently or we can rule poorly. But as cultivators, we can bring out things that are there that are normally not manifest unless you do the work.
Yeah, but God seems to not like us being too smart, Lemon. You know, and I'm sure you're aware of this. You know, you've heard, if you've read your Bible and a few of the if you've read your Bible and a few of the non canon books, you know, God seems to not like it when us as a species become too smart for our own good. Like when we
He
try to
doesn't
build
like it when we commune with fallen angels. He doesn't like it
please
when we
don't
get knowledge
interrupt me, guys. Come on, man. I wasn't done, Lemon. For example, when we built the Tower of Babel, that wasn't us, you know, working with angels or anything. That was just human beings deciding we're gonna perform this technological feat so we can show that we're just as good as God. God doesn't
You're
like that.
missing the
You know?
context. They were trying to build it to challenge God and to knock on his door. As we know from the
Yeah.
flat earth covered by a firmament in the biblical cosmology, God is above the firmament, above the waters above. And it looks like they were pissed off at the flood and wanted to build a tower to go up and challenge him. That appears to go more with what God said. If they do this, they're going to do whatever's in their mind to do, basically to try to kill God, as far as we can tell. So rather than, you know, annihilate him, since he is God, he's just like, I'm just going to confound your languages and you'll spread apart that way, and problem solved.
Okay, you added some extras to the Bible story. Number one, they didn't do it because they were pissed about the flood. Number two, there was no idea to kill God. You know, God just didn't like that they were doing something that would challenge him.
No.
He didn't like that these people were so smart that they were able to build this tower that reaches the heavens. So he stopped.
No, it has nothing to do with being too smart. That's being read into the story. God is, if you read the Bible this way, but he encourages the pursuit of wisdom. So being too smart and being wise would have to be distinguished, because the book of Proverbs and many other portions that talk about the behavior of the kings is precisely about acting in wisdom. So I am just going to challenge your position that God doesn't like it when we get too smart. I would say, where do you get that idea? Like, where does that begin? Where's the first time we see
God
that?
told us not to eat from the tree of knowledge.
Okay,
And
no,
we got punished for doing that. Number one. Number
Not just
two, there was also in the book of Adam, where Adam and his family and the generations that
do
came
one
after
thing at a
him were
time?
warned. Okay, so don't eat from the tree of knowledge. Is this number one?
No. From the tree of the
No.
knowledge of hold on. From the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. Okay,
That's knowledge.
Okay, it's a very specific form of knowledge. It's called wisdom. Okay, the book of Deuteronomy.
But you just said God wants us to be wise, and now God told us not to do something that's going to make us wise.
Okay,
Get your stories here, Travis.
Okay, simply because you are not familiar with the language that I'm speaking doesn't mean that my language is unclear. Okay, I am speaking to you in a way that represents the biblical story as an allegory. So it's not a literal tree. It's not literally the knowledge of good and evil per se. Okay, the phrase "the knowledge of good and evil" happens in other portions of the Bible. That principle, where the Bible uses language over and over again consistently, is the rule of faith. The Bible is its own interpreter. So later on in the Bible, in reference to kings not behaving wisely, it describes them as not having the knowledge of good and evil. They are not acting wisely. Okay? So the story in Genesis chapter 2 and 3 is a story of history. And God is warning the Israelites not to jump to the end before it gets there. That's what it means not to eat from the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. He says that your story is a process. And if you try to shortcut that process and get to the end, which is the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, You are not eating it in the time that I am allotting for it. I have a time when you will eat from it, when wisdom will be fully revealed. And if you try to eat from it, again, allegorically, if you try to make the end come too soon, that's not going to work. So it's not just the fact that God doesn't like it when you're smart. That's not what it's talking about. And my story is straight.
Well, also there was the tree of life, right, in the Garden of Eden, and I'm under the assumption that it was they didn't want us, or so we ate of the tree of knowledge of good and evil, but
yeah,
that's what, yeah, before we could eat also of the tree of life and gain immortality, because then we would be gods. Right? And that was specifically, they were like, okay, well, they already ate of the tree of knowledge of good and evil, get them out before they become gods like us, because if we had ate of the tree of life, right, we would have been gods, immortals.
Well, yeah, the irony of that is that the tree of life, we assume that the tree of, let me try to think of this. It's been a while since I've thought through this, but the word of God is life. And so the people of the book are invited to eat from that, okay, because that's what gives life. And so the prohibition was not to eat the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. But there was no prohibition not to eat from the tree of life. That was open wide the whole time. Life.
Right. But yeah, and exactly, you're right. And we got cast out before we could eat of the tree of life. Right? Because they didn't want us to become gods. They said, get out of the garden before they become like us. They did not want us to become gods.
Yeah. Again, I'm not comfortable with, I don't know. Usually when I struggle to figure out how to translate a word, I try to be as rudimentary as possible. So I would go with power or authority. And in my view, and it's not just me, it's not exclusive to me, there are plenty of liberal scholars who are not traditional in terms of Christianity. There are plenty of liberal scholars who believe that this is simply a retelling of one king who is God. He's the power. He is the authority. Having a relationship with his conquered people, which in the ancient Near East, the suzerain is the king, the vassal are the people. So all we have here is a mythical retelling of the king of Babylon telling this conquered people that he has now created by conquering them how to keep in line. Step out of line, I'm going to smack you down. So it has nothing to do with a spiritual being like Santa Claus, who is kind of like us, but not like us. No, these are two humans. One is a despot, one is an authority, and the others are his subjects.
Well, after we disobeyed God, we would have been eternally separated from him if we lived forever. So the only solution is death. Death to the self so that we can be reborn through the spirit. This idea that God didn't want us to have knowledge, that's absurd. God is the source of wisdom and knowledge itself, so we could have easily asked him for anything that we needed. The problem was we wanted to be apart from God and to just have the knowledge ourselves and decide what was right and wrong with the fruit of the knowledge of good and evil for ourselves. That's why we're in the mess that we're in now, trying to decide for ourselves what's right and wrong rather than submitting to God's holy authority and his Holy Spirit. So it looks like the tree of the knowledge of fruit and of the fruit of good and evil just demonstrated to God that we wanted to be apart from him and decide what was right and wrong for ourselves. And the tree of life was a no-no if we were going to be eternally separated from him in sin.
That's yeah. And listen, I grew up in that tradition, but that's more of a philosophical approach to the story than I would say a reading from the literature itself. There are certain things that you have to assume are true in order for what you said to be the story that you're presenting to us. And I don't think that those things can be justified from the text itself.
What can be justified? What exactly?
Lemon was describing the nature of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil and the tree of life. So the traditional Christian concept is that the reason why God banned Adam and Eve from the tree was because their disobedience consigned them to death, and if they ate from the tree of life,
Roboting.
then they would have. Am I back now? Can you hear me now?
Yeah, if they ate the tree of life. If you're speaking, it's silent right now. Nobody's speaking.
I mean, I wanted to maybe pick your brain on this thing that I heard recently. Have you heard of the idea that Yahweh and El are two different beings?
It's just a general title for God. If you talk about his actual, name, it would probably be the Yod He Vav He, the Tetragrammaton or whatever, Yahweh. But the other stuff is just general title, El, Baal. It's just Lord, essentially. I think they said that it was originally El or Elyon, which would make sense with Emmanuel, God is with us, Daniel, Nathaniel, all derivations for God. But it may just be a general title. As far as I can tell, though, the actual ineffable name of God is Yod He Vav He. Here's the hand, here's the nail.
The original concept that from a archaeological point of view is they were kind of two gods that were sort of joined together as part of a early Canaanite religion, which is why you get a lot of references to it. And when you have El and Elohim, El is God in the singular, Elohim is gods in the plural.
Yeah, L1, something like Elyon for 2 or something like that. Elohim for 3 or more.
No, Elyon means God Most High.
Yeah, El Elyon is God Most High. Elohim is children of God. There seems to be a pretty interesting case for this, and I'm not really sure. I'm not like 100% convinced on it or whatever, but it's just like extremely interesting. That there does appear to be some sort of like distinct, separate thing. If you have to go back and sort of parse out the Hebrew and stuff, and like really get to like the core translation of the older texts to like really parse it out.
Well, Hebrew has a very interesting plural thing going on. It has the singular for one object. It has the plural for 2 things, and 3 or more in its cases, supposedly. So El and Elohim would be like 1 to 3 or more. For 2, I thought it was like Elyon or something like that. For just like 2.
Elohim is not just 3; it's many. It can be. It's just a pluralization of God.
Yeah, it's like saying
God.
us.
But Hebrew has 1, 2 plural, and 3 or more plural. So I'm wondering what the 2 plural would be for El. I thought it was Elyon or something like that.
No, the plural would be Elohim. Is the children of God. There's no way
Hebrew
around
has
it.
a special case. It has a 1 singular, 2 plural, and a 3 or more plural. So I need to see what the 2 plural for El would be. I thought it was Elyon, but I'll have to look.
In Hebrew, it's single and plural, and then that gets split between masculine and feminine. There's no third, fourth, plural. Hebrew is very similar to Arabic. That doesn't happen in Hebrew. Maybe Yiddish, I don't know, but Hebrew, no.
Well, Hebrew is a Semitic language, same as Arabic is a Semitic language.
Yeah.
It's related.
but yeah, so the way it was explained to me by some Jews was that in their creation story, it's like two separate creation stories happening at the same time. So there's one general creation where all the gods, the we, the us, they all made humans. And then the special God for the Jews made his special people as well, being Adam and Eve. Then when they disobeyed him, he cast them out so that they could live amongst the rest of the human populace. But the idea was still, even though you live amongst these other people, you still only worship me. That's why he gets angry when his people worship these other gods.
Explains where Cain and Abel got their wives from, then. That makes it a bit more plausible to me.
Yeah, yeah. They were other people. It wasn't just, but Adam and Eve were God's special people.
Well, there's problems with that for theology. If Adam sinned and we're all under, the sin doctrine from that, it's hard to, reconcile that doctrine of original sin, if you will, if we have different offshoots with Adam and other, base offshoots. You can only justify that if we all come from Adam. And it looks like Jesus came.
But we don't all come from Adam. That's why Jewish people speak the way they do, because they and them alone are their God's chosen people. They have this idea that their God isn't. It's not our God. It's theirs and theirs alone.
Well,
that's why they act that way.
But the thing is, we're not even talking about Christianity at that point, because Jesus came to be the second Adam, and he can only be the second Adam for all people when he came and died for all sin, for all time, if we're all linked to Adam. So theologically, that's a huge problem. At that point, you're getting into doctrines which take you away from Christianity and basically tear the faith apart.
Well, that's why I said that's what Jews say. That's a problem for Christianity, not for Jews.
Right.
And not everybody's a Christian, Lemon. And the fact that you want to sort of make your viewpoint, apply to everybody is a problem with your theology, not a problem with other people's.
Okay, well, then we're talking about the Christian foundational text in a way that tears apart the Christian faith. That's contradictory.
That's a Christian problem, not people who don't share your faith.
Right. Yeah. So again, there are certain presuppositions that you're taking for granted, Lemon, that Nate's not, that I'm not, that Druss is not. And your position, in my opinion, I think I can speak as someone who used to be on your side looking back. And I said it before already, that many of the Christian positions are philosophical and not textual. So
at the very least, they need to have internal consistency. So as a Christian,
I agree.
We need to be talking about this in an internally consistent way. And it's not internally consistent to say out the one hand that there's several different races, when out the other hand, Jesus is coming and saying, basically, I came for all man's sin. And he's posited as the second Adam for all sin in a way that only makes sense if Adam is the father of us all, not the father of a specific offshoot.
Okay, right. So again, to go back to what Druss said about, well, that makes sense about Cain and Abel's wives, okay? There is no problem with the story of Cain and Abel in finding wives if it's an allegory. It's only a problem if you interpret it literally, because if Adam and Eve were literal people and we're told that they have two sons, then according to the story, we are not given enough information at that time to understand that. See how I'm having to create a story that's not really there? I have to fill.
You don't even have to do that.
Hold on. I don't have. Okay, if Adam and Eve are not literal, then Cain and Abel are not literal, and
but
their wives.
But that extends now and threatens to tear the whole Bible apart, because we accept that Jesus is historical, and Jesus referred to Adam and Eve as historical as well. So what's historical now? If Adam and Eve are allegorical, is Jesus allegorical now for referring to an allegory as history? That threatens to tear the whole Bible apart.
Yeah. So if you have when Jesus refers to Jonah being in the belly of the whale for 3 days, nowhere does he say this means that this actually literally happened. He's referring to a story about which they are all familiar. So simply because he refers back to Jonah, they would have just go, oh yeah, I know that story. No one would have thought that it was literal. So you are the one bringing in what, to use your own words, something that's going to tear the Bible apart. Because if
Yeah,
you
because you're
force,
referring to one part as allegorical when the historical
no,
figures
you're
in the
putting that on
Bible
me.
that we accept
No,
as existing appear to be
no,
referring to these events as historical as well. So we're arguing
no,
in
you're not
silence in a
listening.
way that the Bible itself isn't even arguing.
No, you're not listening because you're lumping me in with you and we. You said you do this and we do this and you do this and we. No, I haven't referred to one part as literal and one part as allegorical. You are bringing that into this discussion right now, not me.
There's actually
That's
a
the
nice
problem
piece
that
of
you get
comfort you
into
can
when
get from
Adam and
this.
Eve become allegorical and you have a historical figure that we accept, Jesus Christ, referring to them as if they're historical, as if they're actual, not as if they're
No, no.
One
you
second,
have
Travis. I've got something
okay,
that's a bit comforting here. So there's something you can take a little bit of comfort from this thought that the whole human race isn't the product of incest.
Incest
right.
isn't a problem for the people back then. They had superior genetics and could take the
Yeah,
genetic strain
you
of
got to read
incest
that.
without
Yeah, where do
having
you get that
problems. Now
information?
the DNA
Right,
code is so degenerated that if you go incest now, you're going to have problems. So it
right.
looks like things have changed in that regard since things are
Sola
now
Scriptura, my friend.
incest is out of the
Going way beyond the
question.
Bible now. You're
Yeah,
adding your own stories.
exactly,
Yeah.
exactly.
And also incest, if you want to be a bit more technical,
Oh
is,
my
you know, a
God.
son having relations with the parents. Now having it with, you know, cousins or, relations laterally, that's a different interpretation if you want to go there. But anyway, things have changed. The DNA code has degenerated to the point where no, you need genetic diversity and you need to branch out.
Again, I'm going to make the point that simply because Jesus refers to someone doesn't ipso facto make them historical. That is an assumption that you're making.
People trace their genealogies back to Adam and Eve. People would only do that with historical figures, one would assume, not allegorical ones.
One would assume. No, not if you're putting a story together in that fashion. No, not at all. If the story is allegorical, then the genealogies within them, they do have meaning, they do have purpose, but they're allegorical. Just like I referred to the other day, that the lengths of the patriarchs being hundreds and hundreds of years have a interesting connection to the celestial circuits. It's just allegorical if you understand how to read the language.
You're also actually then saying that Julius Caesar is a descendant of Venus, therefore Venus must be a true god.
If you're talking about Venus as some sort of fallen angel in the pantheon, sure. Or some sort of ancestor worship, sure.
No, a god. A goddess, in fact.
Gods aren't created. Gods are uncreated. There's only one uncreated God that's a true Elohim. The rest of them are just creations of his, so they're not gods.
Elohim is the plural for gods.
It's plural for power. The power in heaven would include the incorruptible Elohim that is eternal, the true God. The angels that he created would be there too, since they're in the floaty place, but they're not like him.
Elohim is gods. It's not God.
Why do you call it?
According to Michael Heiser, he says that it's more specifically power. There's several powers in heaven, including the incorruptible true God, the true Elohim.
Why do you call it the floaty place? That makes no sense to me.
Heaven,
he's read the children's Bible.
Air, whatever you want to call it, the floaty place.
Why don't you just call it heaven? That's what the Bible says. I mean, it's like strange. But
the Neo-Platonists have this concept of this floaty place of abstract, perfect ideas, this realm of perfection. It carries over from talking about their floaty place, this ethereal realm of ideas that isn't heaven or biblical or whatever.
Philosophical. Right, it's philosophical. Right. So we have problems with philosophy conflicting with an allegory when you try to take it literally. You're going to have all kinds of problems. No, that's a claim that you would have to justify, but I would disagree with that absolutely, because the simplicity of the story is understanding its language. So the language of the Bible is not just simply Hebrew, Aramaic, and Greek, although those are the three primary um, historical languages that we understand. Each of those languages are actually subservient to the primary language, which is allegory. Okay, so if you understand it, the simplicity of the story requires that you understand that it is allegory. That simplifies everything. It only gets complicated when you try to break away from that and take something literal. The minute you move away from allegory and go literal, you're going to have problems. 100%. For instance, if a person that I am talking to thinks the Bible is literal, and I ask him what translation they read, and they read the English, well, that's a whole problem right there, because the English is not literal. It's a translation from one language to another. So you're going to have concepts instead of literal. Proof and point is the word firmament. All right, we have at least three different translations of the Hebrew word. We have firmament, which is a combination of which is two Latin concepts, and then we have expanse, which again is Latin, and then we have sky. So we have firmament, expanse, and sky. But what does the word rakia mean? If you're a literalist, it's a piece of metal that's been hammered out. So if you are a literalist, then the sky is hammered out metal. There's no way around that one. None. None. Did I disconnect or anything? Did you guys hear any of that? No? That's too bad. Mic check, mic check. Is this no one talking?
I can hear you, dude.
Did I get cut off earlier, or did I finish with my saying?
Yeah, you finished with your point. I guess the conversation just come to a lull.
No
Yeah,
worries.
I don't know.
Hello.
Hello yourself.
What's up, Travis?
Who's this? I can't hear you clearly. Who is it?
Listen to me, motherfucker. If mass is energy, is mass, right? That's what you're claiming.
Yeah.
Energy, is mass, Nate. Yeah.
Mass is a type of energy. Yeah.
Mass is a type of energy. Now so that's what you're going with.
Yeah, mass is a form or type of energy. You know, the way you get chemical energy, electric energy, nuclear energy, you get mass.
So if you have energy, you have mass. If I have energy, I have mass. So light is mass.
Yes.
Light is mass.
Oh, okay. No. If you have mass, you have energy. Yeah, that's what I meant to say. Yes. Sorry, you got me. You tripped me up there. If you have mass, you have energy. Not all energy is mass, but all mass is energy.
Oh, what type of energy is mass?
If I had to think of a fancy word to use aside from mass, I'll
come
call
up with
it
something fancy.
Inertial energy.
Okay, it still fucks up your W equals mg formula.
How does it fuck it up?
Dude, energy isn't mass. Mass is not energy.
Isn't inertial energy just a description? It's not a thing, right? He asked you what had energy. You said inertial energy. That's just another. I don't understand.
He asked me
playing
what
word
type
games.
of energy is
Because I caught him out there.
No, he asked me what type of energy is mass. Mass is mass, but to just give Jeremy a fancy word you can run with, inertial energy.
Inertial energy is mass.
No, it's not. He's making shit up as he goes because I caught him out there with the W equals
made up the
mg
word.
formula.
How did you catch me out? I just made up the word inertial energy because Jeremy asked a funny question, so I'm trying my best to give him answers. But no, this doesn't mess up the W equals mg formula. This would just change m. It would change the value you get from mass, Jeremy. Because mass and energy are the same thing.
No, they're not the same thing.
Why not?
Because if they were the same thing, you would have m equals E. Is that the formula? E equals m, or is there more to it?
M equals what? EG?
Right, so not just E. There's never any equation with m equals G or E equals m.
There's no equation where m equals E. There is. E equals mc squared. That's that equation.
Yeah, E equals mc squared.
Yeah,
it's not just
just
E
saying
equals
that.
m.
Yeah, it's just saying that the conversion factor to get mass into energy is the speed of light squared.
So it needs to be
will always
converted.
be a constant.
Yeah, so it needs to be converted. It's not just energy. Mass isn't just energy, or energy isn't just mass. It needs to be converted, and then you get one or the other. It's not just
They're
equals.
the same thing. But if you want to, so it is. It's like you know how a battery converts electrical energy into stored chemical energy. So it's the same with mass and energy. If you want to change this mass into a pure form of energy that can be used to do work, you need this conversion factor to convert it. It's not an easy thing to do. It's way easier to convert energy into another type of energy.
It needs to be changed into energy. It's not just is energy. It needs to be changed into energy. Your whole you're sliding downhill. This is a landslide.
What? All right, so the way electrical energy and chemical energy are the same thing, but they're not exactly direct copies of one another. It's the same with mass and energy. It's the same thing, but yes, it's not that, it's two Jeremys. It's Jeremy and the Nate, but they're both human beings, right?
No. This is a terrible analogy. Terrible analogy.
It's an amazing analogy because they're both human beings, but they have different, certain characteristics which are exclusive to one and not to the other. For example, Jeremy's ability to muddy the waters is an ability exclusive to Jeremy. You know, other human beings can't do that. But Jeremy and Nate are still the same thing. They both still human beings. So mass
Yes,
and
we
energy.
didn't have to be converted into. Hold on, we don't have to be converted into human beings. We just are human beings. When you have mass, it needs to be converted into energy. It's not just as energy.
Yeah, but mass. You know,
Yeah, but
you and I are both human beings. But if I wanted to be changed into you, we would need the speed of light to be the scale factor to change a Nate into a Jeremy. So that's the same thing with mass and energy. They are the same things, but to turn
no,
mass into energy, to express it as pure energy, you need that conversion
no.
factor.
See, your
Why do I keep
analogy
saying
sucks.
scale factor?
Your analogy sucks. I don't need to be turned into a human. Neither do you. You are a human.
No, we
Mass
are
is not
humans.
energy.
Yes, we are
Yeah,
humans.
mass.
It's
I'm showing you why your analogy fails. Hold on. We don't need to be turned into humans. We are humans. Mass needs to be turned into energy. It's not energy.
it is energy. You and I are both humans, but to turn you into a different human, that's the equivalence. That's my equivocation, right? Turning Jeremy into a Nate, turning one human into another type of human. So
Bro,
mass and energy, they're both energy, but different types of energy.
No, first of all, I couldn't walk a mile in your shoes. That's because I don't wear high heels. Okay, so you're never going to turn a Jeremy into a Nate. Second of all, you don't change. Your analogy sucks, dude. This sucks. You suck.
It's perfect, Jeremy. I just don't know why you keep fighting it, you know? Why are you fighting it, bro?
Dude, you're making shit up. I'm fighting your made
How
up
am I making
nonsense
it up?
that you just made up because I blew the
Mass,
doors off of W equals MG with this energy weighing more bullshit.
how did you blow the doors off W equals MG? You just changed the M. That's all. You add more to M. Because mass and energy are the same thing. Hello?
Yo.
Yo.
I'm not trying to
Were
hear
you
that, bro.
busy? Were you busy saying I'm right?
No, you're dead wrong on some Biggie shit.
How am I wrong, bro? Mass and energy are the same thing, Jeremy. You know, and this is most evident when you look at particle physics. You know, like you know what a proton is, right? Hello? Did I cut out? Damn, Jeremy ran away. Okay. Everybody pulling runs today.
How many protons can dance on the head of a pin?
I don't know. A lot, I would say. Quite a lot. You know how small a proton is? The sun compared to us. If you had to become the size of the sun, the proton would still be smaller than what Earth is. Way smaller. If you had to become the size of the sun, I think the proton would still be smaller than the smallest dot you could make on a piece of paper. That's how small these things are.
Yeah, I know you believe your story, bro.
Yeah, I know it to be true.
You know it to be true?
I know it to be true, Travis.
How do you know a proton is true?
Because I worked with people together to detect these things.
So you don't know. You've just heard from these people that they're doing what they're saying they're doing.
No, I was there with them. We worked together to detect, the proton and other particles like it. We didn't see it. I didn't see it with my own eyes.
You didn't see it. So
But
what did you see then?
we saw the equipment and machinery we use and detected.
Yes, man, you are the emperor's new clothes in living color, man. I have this machine that can detect invisible unicorns. You know what I mean? And come on, man.
The same way we have machines that look at germs,
Uh-huh.
Come on. What? You don't believe in germs? No. I mean, I'm not trying to straw man, but
No, hold on. Now let's, if we're talking about things that I can see, I've looked under the microscope and I've seen microscopic things in water or in blood, So I would say that I have seen these things. I have seen them, right? But when you're going to go farther and farther and farther down into something that I cannot see and tell me that it's still there and tell me that, the linen of this clothing is so fine that you can't feel it, but it is absolutely the smoothest, most comfortable linen. It's so breathable, and I'm going to rub it between my fingers and I'm going to be like, I can't see anything, but I don't want to look like an idiot. So I'm going to be like, oh yeah, this is amazing. Come on.
That's funny. But no, that isn't the case. I mean, think of things like a DNA. Like, have you ever seen a DNA strand? But you believe DNA is a real thing, right?
No, I do not.
What? Oh
but
my.
you act like this is a surprise. Look, I watched a video where an alleged physicist or whatever disagreed with DNA. He's like, DNA, no, I've never seen DNA. No one's ever seen DNA. So it's, you've got alternative stories out there. There's no reason to question the narrative unless someone presents an alternative explanation that threatens the narrative. Right? So, yeah, I mean, there are people in the field, right? So how many, do you think the heart is a pump?
It acts like a pump, yeah.
Okay, so it isn't a pump. I'm not playing word games. If I act like a monkey, am I a monkey?
You might be.
No, the answer is no. Come on, man. So my point is,
but yes, the heart is a pump. It's a pump.
Not according to Dr. Cowan. Not according to
What does he say the heart is?
It's been a while since I've read it, but it's almost like just this a valve. It's like a defibrillator or something where it just controls flow, but it doesn't pump. But it simply controls electrical pulses to and from. So that simply because it has a beat to it or whatever, a rhythm to it. But my point is, again, this is above my pay grade. There are people in the field with medical degrees who say the heart's not a pump. Stop talking about it that way.
That's fine. I mean, if they are people that feel it's not a hump, that's fine. But there are also people that say that it is a pump, and I would like to wager that the overwhelming majority of doctors say it's a pump.
Yeah, but
that's what I feel.
Yeah, sure, but consensus doesn't make a thing true.
I hear you, but if we're going to appeal to authority, we might as well appeal to consensus as well, right?
No, appeal to don't misuse. Go look up the term appeal to authority. That gets misused all the time.
So you saying that there are doctors that say it's not a pump? What was that all about?
That's not an appeal to authority. They are experts in their field They are experts in their field, and they can speak to that discussion. If I appeal to a heart doctor about what he thinks about Mirage, that's an appeal to authority. He is an authority, but in this field, that's just his opinion.
What?
Okay, look.
But a doctor saying it's not a pump, and the doctor saying it is a pump, isn't that opinions as well?
No, it's not.
Or-
That's not an appeal.
No.
That is not an appeal to authority. Because, okay, so if you find a doctor that says, okay, first of all, an appeal to authority is a logical fallacy. That means that it's erroneous, right? Okay. So if you have a doctor to whom you appeal for an affirmation that the heart is a pump, are you committing a fallacy?
I thought that's what you were doing. So I thought I could do it as well. I just did it because you did it.
No,
If you hadn't done it, I wouldn't have done it.
Okay, you and I can both appeal to an authority in their field.
Yeah.
Okay? That is not the fallacy appeal to authority. I'm going to say it again. If you are not an expert in a field and I refer to you as a source for an opinion on a different field, that is fallacious.
I thought the fallacy is when you use the opinion of someone who is an expert in that field.
I know.
So if we're talking about medicine, and I defer to the opinions or the statements made by a doctor, I'm appealing to authority because the doctor is an expert in that field. It has to be an expert in the field.
No, because because right now you're using the appeal in a positive sense. It's a good thing, right? Why would you appeal to an why would you appeal to an artist about cardiovascular, pulmonary physiology? You wouldn't. You would only appeal to an authority in that field, which is good, right? Yes, should do that. I'm telling you that people, particularly, I'll say his name, Austin Whitsitt, misuses this term all the time. All the time, and it drives me fucking nuts. And I finally said something the other day. But it's just like begging the question, okay? Most people use the term, well, that just begs the question. And what they mean is, that just leads to this question. This statement leads to, this begs us to ask this question. That's not what begging the question means. If I say this and he goes, well, that just begs the question. Does anybody know anything at all? No, that's not begging the question. Stop talking. You need to stop talking right now. That's not begging the question. So people misuse these appeals to fallacies. And I'm sure I do too at times, but I try not to.
Yeah, sorry, I'm just getting some food.
Yo, yo, yo. Anyone out there?
Yo. Another time. You know, I've seen that. You've seen that NASA documentary, or NASA, the Challenger documentary. Man, I'm a crybaby. Are you fools seen that documentary? No one's gonna say anything, alright. Well, Brummy, Brummy, the guy became a flat earther after making fun of flat earthers for a long time. He used to, like me, he used to defend Michael Jackson. I used to think Michael Jackson was like, you know what? I'd rather just think that, who knows if he did it or not. I didn't do it. But I saw that one documentary, Leaving Neverland, and it's fucking obvious that he did that disgusting stuff. And Brummy used to argue with us all the time about Michael Jackson, just like fucking like a contrarian, just arguing Michael Jackson was a good dude, whatever. Anyway, I just told him, I said, hey man, just watch that documentary one time. And then literally the next day, he told us, he's like, yeah, I'm sorry. He's like, yeah, Michael Jackson definitely did it. I'm just saying, sometimes you watch a documentary like this Challenger movie, and there's probably no way you could have any suspicion that they actually survived or whatever. So boring today. I'm gonna have to go back to gyms.
What's going on? Anybody home? Where's Geo? All right. Well, I guess that's my sound check. Only 2 people are listening anyway, so I doubt I'm going to get a response. Reckoner? There's Reckoner. Even he's a
Extremesis. Is mass energy or is energy mass? I got some insane maniac telling me energy is mass.
If the density change is not abrupt but continuous, as in the atmosphere, the light is not refracted but bent. But we call it refraction anyway. The light is not refracted, which is bent. The light is not refracted but bent. So the light's not bent but refracted. But we call it bent anyway. Man, you guys post the stupidest things.
You hear Nate? Did you hear Nate in here trying to tell me that energy is what matter?
Wow, if
or energy is mass.
If I sounded anything like you, that was horrible. I couldn't understand anything you just said.
I'm in a bad spot.
Okay.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yeah, what's up, guys?
Hey, what's up, guy?
I'm not your buddy guy.
Oh, sorry, pal.
No, I'm just kidding. I always like whenever someone says, "What's up, buddy?" It's like I'm not your friend, pal. I'm not your buddy guy.
Did you hear me earlier trying to tell me energy is mass?
Yeah, man. Crazy stuff, dude. It's insane. I would love. You know what? You know what would be the best fun? The best fun ever would be going to a middle school with one of us and one of them, and having us talk in front of the kids, and just be like, the kids be like, yeah, that heliocentric model stuff sounds really stupid.
I mean, they got another problem when it comes to W equals mg. If you want to say I can add energy to it, weighs more. Well, you got a real issue with W equals mg now, because mass is energy is not mass. If energy is mass, what is light energy? Light the smallest
mass, right?
Amount of quanta of energy. Dude, they played so many games. What'd you say?
Jeremy, you have a bad connection, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's shit. I thought it was me, but if Pal over here is hearing it too, then
Ugh.
Waxy. Is that a picture of you? Is that like a green beret or?
Oh no, that's me. That's a picture of me playing the accordion. I went to Serbia in 1994, and just kidding. Dude, I didn't even know what the whole remove kebab meme was. I just like Serbian turbo funk. No, it's called Serbian turbo folk. My bad, folk music.
I would be interested if you put a link in. I'd love to check that out. That sounds interesting.
What, the song?
Oh, is it a song? I thought it was maybe a genre.
Oh no,
it's a song.
Oh no, it is a genre. But turbo folk really only exists in Serbia, and it just type in Serbia Strong on YouTube. You'll find it. Because that's the music video.
Serbia
Strong.
Serbia Strong.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, I'll check that out.
Yeah. It's good. It's a good genre of music. Actually, who's the one that asked for the for like where the who was just asking where that picture came from?
That's me, buddy.
Oh yeah. Hold on. I'll just send it to you in a message. Hold on. And now YouTube doesn't want to work. What the hell? How ironic is that? Ah, please don't tell me my YouTube account got deleted. You know what? Maybe my internet's out. Well, if my internet was out. No, it's not.
Hey, can you motherfuckers hear me now? Hello.
Yeah. Check.
Yeah, they're on some weirdo shit trying to tell me energy is mass now. They
Yeah.
just make shit up.
No,
Dude,
I
they're
know.
just making shit up as they go.
I know. I was
They'll
there
tell
this
me
morning. I listened to it. You know?
they'll tell me an average is a measurement, energy is mass. They just make shit up as they go, whatever they need for their argument. Like they just make it up just out of the blue, out of nowhere.
That's all they have is like, making shit up.
And nothing's original with them. They're all just parroting the science that's out there. It's not like they did anything original themselves.
Yeah, there we go. I sent you the video. Now,
all right, I'll check it out.
Rumor has it the guy that's playing the accordion was charged with war crimes and was executed, but I have not been able to verify that.
It's not weird. It's not Weird Al Yankovic, is it?
Oh no, not at all. This guy, like the dude playing the accordion, he's a straight up fucking thug. Ugh. But also the way his face looks and like it looks like he has makeup on. Like it looks like someone like put black paint on his face and shit to make it look like that. It doesn't look natural. So I'm starting to wonder if the whole thing's just a production. Yeah, great song though. I don't know. I'm weird. Like, but I'm a musician, so like I play lots of different music. I like listening to everything. The last job I had, there was a bunch of Mexican guys that worked there, and I was like blasting Serbian turbo funk in my headphones, and they were like, they kind of heard it and they started dancing. I'm like, yeah, it's very similar to Mexican folk music, like like what you hear at like Mexican restaurants and shit. Very similar because it's all the same damn instruments, trumpets, accordions, a little bit of guitar here and there. But but the whole Balkan War is weird because like given what happened, in World War II, I don't even want to get into it because I don't think World War II was World War II. If that makes any sense. I feel like after the war they changed everything and then just told us what they wanted to tell us. So oh no,
Listen, man. If you haven't seen, but if you haven't seen The Man in the High Castle,
oh, I got to check that out because you're not the first person that's mentioned that. Man in the High Castle.
yeah, definitely. Yeah, definitely check that out.
I mean, dude, as far as I'm concerned, like I believe before 1938, everybody knew the Earth was flat. You know, even before World War One, like I think maybe World War One was a big that was a big paradigm shift, and I feel like it was an artificial paradigm shift. You kill enough people and you bomb enough cities, you can fucking tell people whatever the hell's going on. They're just gonna believe it after all that trauma. You know.
Right, exactly. The trauma.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
You kill enough young men and you bomb enough cities, you can change everything. Oh, my daughter's calling. I'll be right back.
Anything they need to fit their argument, try to win the argument in that moment, to just start making wild shit up, bro. It's fucking ridiculous. I'm done arguing with these people.
No, you're not. You love it,
Yeah,
just like I do.
you know what I don't like though, I gotta say, if you don't mind me interjecting, is that like if you know that that's what they're gonna do, you know they're coming in with this shit. Like, you know what I mean? Like, don't belabor the point when they do it. You know what I mean? Like, don't let them, you know, because I've noticed like on a couple of occasions they'll come in and they'll sidetrack or digress or pick a minute issue in what you've just said in the grand scheme of things and try to ruin the conversation by dragging it down to some fucking, you know, pedantic level. And like the more you try to explain that or call someone out as a shill or any of that stuff, the more they win, you know?
Yeah, that's an interesting dynamic. I hear what you're saying. It's almost like if you have a spouse that likes to pick fights, and if you try to like explain and psychologize, you know, don't you understand that you're causing the fight? Like that's what they're there for. They're there to get that reaction from you. But if you just pretend like it's not happening, you ignore it or whatever, then they're gonna be like, oh shit, I can't get it right. Let this guy.
Well, no, it's like, it's just, and then also on top of it, it's like it loses its impact and it becomes an ineffective technique. You know what I mean? And then like, you know, it's like I remember early on, like I privately was like, yo, these motherfuckers, like this motherfucker's a shill, and this motherfucker, you know what I mean? Like, you know, like fucking going in on people, and like, you know, and I remember my boy was like, you know, look, right or wrong, like there's no reason to divulge your opinion on those issues. You know what I mean? Like, you know, because ultimately you look like a crazy person trying to, you know, decipher this undecipherable riddle that's been put before you, you know? I mean, it doesn't matter. People are going to continue to do it, but it becomes, you know, absurdity at that point. Because we know, like, it's like that Solzinski, or I don't know the guy's name. You know, it's like,
I locked it all up.
like, you know, like it's like,
you want to go in there?
You got a hot mic, brother. Like, it's like that. Like, you know, like we know they're lying. They know that they know they're lying.
Blocked out for the
We know that they're lying. You know what I mean? But they
Good
continue
night.
to lie. Jeremy, you're hot micing, brother. But anyway.
So Issa, you working on any new music at all, man?
I've just been trying to practice like with the capo and shit, and try to learn how to. Actually, I was just sitting, you know, this kind of. I don't even know, man. Actually, yeah, not really right now, man. I'm just sitting here with my guitar. Actually, funny.
I'm like an armchair comedian. I can only be funny if I tell other people's jokes. So like I can't play the guitar unless I just play somebody else's music that's just basic chords. Like I can't sit there Like if someone said, "Oh, you play the acoustic, you should come over and jam," I'd be like, "Yeah, no, you don't want me to do that. I don't know how to think musically."
Mm.
You know what I mean? I can't hear that shit in my head.
Yeah, I've been trying to learn. They call it flat picking, and it's like that Appalachian kind of music, real quick. Like it's like violin music or fiddle music they call it. And I've been digging that, like it's like almost reggae to me, I mean, some of it. And that cat Tyler Childers, man. I'm trying to learn his music. Yeah, that kind of shit, man. Yeah.
Guitar.
Was that?
Isa?
Yeah, man, you're breaking up though.
Oh, I am? Oh,
Sounded like it for a second.
Dude, I haven't played guitar in literally like a year and a half.
Yeah.
I felt
I know that.
My head got snapped off, but I have a solid body neck. Like my neck is attached to the body, like it's all one piece of wood. So I just,
Right on.
Let's do it, man.
I was like that. Didn't they teach you to reach for the stars while opening up the bars and keeping you chained down with mortgage bills and cars, vaccines for your arms?
I know this song.
What's that?
I know that song. That Nick can sing too.
Oh, you know that tune?
Come on, you're not going to just tease us now, are you? Play a couple songs, Jesus. Welcome to the show if you have to right away. Otherwise, do some of the other good ones like Star So Far or someone, like what do you call it?
Yeah, man. Yeah, actually, you know what?
Burgers and fries or whatever.
I was trying to think of the other lyrics for the go on home, angry glow, go on home. Ain't you got no fucking home of your own? 400 years will fight you without years. I gotta do this on, and I just gotta.
Yeah, your vocals need to be louder. And this is actually one if anybody else in here gets the hang of it, that's one everybody could actually join in on it. So I'm playing with the chorus. Go on home, angry boy. Go on home. Yeah, can't you just see it?
Could almost be like a Muppets tune,
right?
Like the whole like everyone, like like the Muppets band.
Right. Or in the middle of a debate, people know the song so well. In the middle of the debate, all the flat earthers just start singing that in the middle of the debate. Go on home.
Or at the end of it. Yeah.
Or at the end of it, even
Yeah, you can play that.
That'd be the way to end it.
Yeah, let's see actually. Oh, get the electrical man. I haven't did this in a minute. Take it down a little bit. Oh, how you been, man?
I'm doing good. Trying to get my sandals on here. I'll be able to be louder in a minute.
Yeah, I'm not too loud over here. Oh. Going home, angry girl, but going home. Ain't you got no fucking home of your own? For 400 years, we'll fight you for 400 more. If you stay, angry baller, if you stay, you will never be flat earth with what you say. So go take a ferry, the curve it has been buried, and piss off and leave us while you may. Go on home, angry clover, go on home. What the fuck's Van Allen belts is not a dome. For 400 years we'll fight you without fear, and we'll fight you for 400 more. Yeah. I don't know, man.
Nice.
Can't really rock out too hard right now.
Oh, okay. Well, that's cool. At least you do that. Maybe something a little more mellow.
Yeah. Yeah, man. Let's get, bro. I'd rather just chat and shoot the shit.
That's cool. I probably be able. I'll be walking out of the garage here in a minute. It'll be better audio.
Cool.
So, Vaxy Waxy, you're new. Why haven't we seen you before? I haven't, at least.
Probably busy. What's good? Are they doing riots yet and shit? Because this Roe v. Wade crap.
Hang on, were you asking me something?
I was just kind of throwing it out there. Like, has anything gone down yet because of this, the court decision or whatever?
Oh, right. Hold on, let me get out of this garage. I'll be just 10 seconds.
There you go.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, man. Yep.
Yeah, I expected some BLM type shit, or some kind of like planned reaction. It's not a real reaction. I don't know. I haven't seen it. I don't watch the news really much anymore. Have you seen anything going on?
No, I haven't really seen much going on. But I know
Just that the states don't make their own decisions, so it really doesn't make much of a difference yet. Right?
Yeah, I mean it's just I mean they're gonna end up allowing this. But yeah, I kind of been out of the loop. I've been busy all day. I don't know what the fuck's going on. I was kind of curious.
CNN saying, they're all about trying to get Trump for his crimes of January 6th. That was all fake as fuck, in my opinion. Did you ever see the everything wrong with the January 6th insurrection or Capitol riot in 21 minutes? You ever see that video?
No, that's interesting. No, I know there's some fuckery, but yeah.
I'll send it to you. Yeah.
But yeah, it's
like
funny.
the girl had like a backpack full of like padding, and they're squirting blood on her, and it was all the same kind of thing. People changing their attire to be a guard and then be a civilian. Total agent provocateurs all throughout the crowd, getting everybody hyped up, and it was just the fucking same thing as the BLM shit.
Yeah, did you see that guy Adam Stein? He went to Union Square, and he was like, it was like a pro-choice rally, and he's like, "My body, my choice," right? And they were like, "Yeah," and he's like, "What do you think about vaccine mandates?" And they're like, "Well."
Right? It works
so
both
great.
ways. It's the perfect fucking time for this because
it was so funny, dude. Oh, it's so good.
Right.
And they were
It's
like
both ways.
so pissed once they like caught the gist of what he was doing.
Yep. It's the and that they planned it this way. My body, my choice with the vaccines and the abortions being exactly the same thing. People wanting the my body, my choice for the exact same reasons, technically.
It's so wild that they're like, it's so wild that like the hypocrisy, like the timing of the hypocrisy is so rich. You know what I mean? Like whoever orchestrated, like, because I'm of the, I've told you before, it's like that idea of like that, like, these people have to like follow the stars, and the stars dictate we have to go into this golden age, and that the golden age necessitates people being intelligent, and so like they've got to get woken up, and as soon as they see something, they'll get it. You know what I mean? But like until they see it, they don't get it. And now it's like being forced upon them to see it, like so they can recognize the hypocrisy of it. It's interesting,
right? And then for the deep Q people, not people that just pay attention to what's going on, but the people that are like hypnotized by the Q stuff. They've been strung along for a long time now. And if something doesn't happen in their favor, then that's going to be the craziest Operation Trust ever. Is it just to out the people that are hoping for something for nationalism to continue in some way, or is it actually going to be like is the script going to actually flip here? That's what I want to know.
I don't know. I feel like Q is like the Overton window for normies, and like introducing them to a whole bunch of information that has been available for a while, but it's like opening the the realm of possibilities for normies. That's what I think in certain regard. And then there's also some really intriguing shit about it that I don't know. Like I saw something.
I agree.
I saw something like 8kun or something like that, where somebody was saying that like Q may have posted again or something like that, and like I have no idea of the validity of it. But it's kind of interesting.
Isn't there a certain way to know? Like
yeah, and that's why I guess it like passed all the tests.
Oh, it did. Okay, well, send me a link for that.
Yeah, I'd have to. Yeah, I don't even know how I do it. It's like a thread with some buddies of mine. But
actually, I'll send you a screenshot of something I took yesterday that I found on Telegram, and I just happened to look in there again. It's total QAnon territory, of course, and I looked in there, and it was something about August. Do you see that one? August is the day. August is when it's going to happen, or something.
No, but I've heard a bunch of that shit and like this new timeline shit, and then there's like a McAfee thing that's been posted, and I don't follow any of that crap.
Right.
I just found
they set themselves up for the exact day or exact time. Everything's got to be everything's got to be this time, right?
Well, it's
and
weird
it passes,
because,
and they got an excuse.
Well, it's weird because like certain people are like on this, I guess, idea that like, because right now, like a lot of the heavy duty, I don't know, people that have looked into this shit, which I again can't follow too much. Like they believe in like alternative timelines and like and all that kind of like time travel shit is like potential. You know what I mean? And I don't really accept that. But they look at it like if certain events happen, we're on a certain timeline, and like it's kind of intriguing that like at the end of Pride Month, they like make this decision about the Roe v. Wade and gun rights, and it's just interesting. So like some people are like, oh, we're on the right timeline, kind of thing. So it was all like, I've heard those couple of dates prior to like people have thought like, oh, well, if this happens on this day, then we're definitely on the the bad timeline. Like I don't know, certain people I think have too much time on their hands. But we shall see.
Or there's something. Yeah, there's something to it. That's the thing. It's so brilliantly
Well, here's the thing.
put
It's
out.
like, it's not like it's. I mean, like to me, it's like I think. I mean, there's something to it. I don't know where it's from or what it's.
There is something to it.
But at the
I
same
agree.
time, like I don't think like like let's say like in the very thing it says nothing can stop what's going to happen, right? So it's like
Right.
either way, it's like you can't really affect it. So like I don't know why you get too hung up on it.
True. Right. You're
I
not going to make. Well, if it what I just sent you, if you want to look at it, and read it over real quick, but it confirmed military training for implementation of the emergency broadcast system. They were saying this was going to happen on election night too, like that Trump was going to take over the airways. Remember that? And then he had that big speech. That speech was crazy. That speech that he made when he marched down there and made that speech, he wasn't introducing a new president in any way at all. But it's going to be the emergency broadcast system, and there's only going to be 3 channels playing a certain thing of all the crimes that have been committed, and like all this shit. Crazy. In August.
Yeah.
Get prepared, and of course, it's always buy as much toilet paper as you can. It'll be 10 days of darkness, I think, is what they're going for. 10 days of no internet, they said. You know what that would do to the economy? But then they're going to open the internet back up. What does it say here? As we speak, the teams coordinating this important historic event are revamping the EBS, the emergency broadcast system, to ensure the utmost security for all involved. So remaining patient as things get finalized. They want to make certain there are not any interferences of any sort at all. Those making the plan want no one to panic whatsoever, because it's simply the release of the truth. After the EBS, and we've gone through the 10 days mainstream media blackout and sat through all the 24/7, 8 hours long movies. Do we go back to normal, like business as usual? Answer is, after the emergency broadcast system and the 8 hours long 24/7 movies, all will change. The life support attached to the old and evil system will be pulled. Humanity and the planet Earth simultaneously move to quantum reality consciousness system. Peace and prosperity. End of the financial and human consciousness enslavement. Old systems of government, education, finance, health, trade, and commerce, etc., will be dismantled and replaced. We will have a new currency called the USN, US note, and gold back. This time is now. The time is now to alert as many as who will listen. Blah blah blah. That's pretty grandiose claim.
Yeah,
I mean that's just.
I always like it sounds like Gesara stuff.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, I can't go with it, man. It's like it's like
No,
the alien.
can't go there.
It's like you know what it is? Feels like to me it's like a setup for like Project Bluebeam. You know what I mean? Because like normies are on that fucking I live on a globe and the fucking aliens are coming, so like they can always resort to that.
Right.
That's what I always feel like. It's like, as soon as like, 'cause I mean, even that Nasara shit, like some of that shit, like in my eyes, is understanding some of the aspects of banking. Like there has to be this moment of jubilee. I think like all this fantastical stuff on top of it is to hide the simple.
There's been a few
legality.
things that I saw that they were talking about direct ties to the Wuhan lab, so they may be going that direction.
I told you already how they're going to play it, man.
Yeah.
In my opinion. You know what I mean?
I think you might
And
be right
like,
about that one.
And it's like, and they have to do it so that it keeps the show on. Because like, remember, it's like it's almost like the truth is too simple for people. Like it's like that's what I always felt like. It's like that whole, like if you're in the woods and like you see some deer tracks and you're with somebody who's from the city or something who's never, whatever, and you're like, man, I think there's a deer right around the corner there, and you walk up and there's a deer, and like and that person's like, well, how did you know there's a deer? And it's like, you could be like, well, when we walked by, I noticed that there were these tracks and da 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 da. And, and then I saw this and they seemed pretty fresh. So blah, blah, blah. And they're going to be like, well, I didn't see those. You know what I mean? Now they're mad at you. You know what I mean? And now it's like, so it's like, it gets to the point where, you might as like they almost just turn around. It's almost beneficial to just be like, well, the chipmunks told me. You know what I mean? When I listen to
Right.
you know what I mean? Like, and it's just
Yeah.
better that, that they're like, wow, you talk to chipmunks? And you're like, yep. You know what I mean? Like, it's just
Yeah,
too.
they'd almost believe you more if the chipmunks told
Right.
you
It's
rather
more
than having
acceptable.
it
It's
be.
more,
Yeah.
it's easier to digest it and more part of their magical narrative that you talk to chipmunks than
Right.
it is that they missed an obvious fucking sign.
There you go. That's good.
Mic check. I'm just doing a mic check. Does this sound okay, you guys?
You're good,
What's up,
bro.
Vaxy Waxy? I was trying to talk to you earlier. Where you coming from? I haven't heard you. I haven't heard you before for some reason. You've been around for a while, or just stepping into the scene, or what?
Oh no, I've been around for a minute. I disappeared for about 3 months. And I can't, like, I'm new to Discord. I'm not new to Flat Earth. Like I first joined Discord in right, a couple weeks before Christmas, and then around April I just kind of dipped. But I just want to make sure my mic doesn't sound like shit because I'm on Bluetooth.
Did you always go by Vaxy Waxy, or do you have a different name before?
Oh no, Vaxy Waxy and Ukrainian Nazi.
Okay, I don't remember either of those.
Like the word Nazi spelled backwards, Izan, Ukrainian Izan. And I had a different picture, but it was typically always Vaxy Waxy.
What's up with the Vaxy Waxy? Where'd you get that from?
Well, I came up with it because my YouTube accounts kept getting deleted, and I'm not a content maker. All I do is watch videos and comment. But like every couple of weeks, I would have to I would hit my YouTube app, and it would say "action not allowed." So I would have to delete my completely make a new YouTube account. So it just came up with me just coming up with random shit. Like right now, my YouTube is, which should be my Discord name, is Flatty Von No Curve. Flatty Von No Curve, that's my name. But I just come up with interesting shit. You gotta get your Vaxy Waxy so you don't get sicky wicky. That's where Vaxy Waxy is.
Gotcha.
Yeah. But anyway. But I sound okay?
Yeah, you sound all right. I don't know how I sound.
Good.
I got noise in the background here. Welcome,
no, you
welcome
sound
to the show.
Oh, thank you, man. I love, dude. This. I don't even know what the name of this channel is. It's hold on. I don't even know. I got invited to here the other day by Jim Jam.
Mm-hmm. This is Earth Awakening. Earth Awakenings.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because before that, I was only on Kiwi's channel, Science and Pseudoscience or whatever it's called. The Flat Earth Debate channel.
Yeah, science versus pseudoscience. He actually started. The science versus pseudoscience comes from an old school with a buddy of ours, more so Isa, in fact, cathexis. You ever heard cathexis before?
I hold on.
He started out doing interviews with QE, and his whole channel was basically the science versus pseudoscience with the interviews with QE and stuff of his own.
Yeah, and I only found that just simply because watching Nathan Oakley on YouTube. And I remember like watching Nathan for like 3 months, like, in the mornings and shit. And I'm like, what the hell is Discord? I might as well try it. Like, because I was getting bored with like, having arguments in YouTube, and then like every time somebody on YouTube would say something, I would like reply back. And then I realized my comment would be deleted, so I'm like, well, fuck, I'm gonna try Discord.
Yeah, it's much better.
I've only been on Discord since this past Christmas. Relatively new, but not new to the the argument of the state of where we live.
Yeah, I could tell. Totally. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Right on. What's up, Jeremy?
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Yeah, Nathan Oakley's done a lot for newcomers to like tune in and hear the argument, and I listened to the first 1,000 shows at least of his.
But Nathan Oakley's fucked me up because like the way he talks on YouTube and stuff, I thought that was gonna fly on Discord, but then once I start spewing shit the way he does, I get blocked and like muted. I'm like, oh
yeah.
So this isn't...
he got gradually more ridiculous because people embraced his craziness, and it became like part of the show for him to like live up to people's expectations. Yeah.
Well, see, the thing is, I would watch his show because I want to hear him call somebody a donkey raping shit eater, because they think gravity is a force. Like I got into that, but the thing is, like, I'm kind of like,
So you're on Discord saying, "I'm going to teabag you. How do my balls taste?" And people are mute. Yeah, I'm surprised.
Right? Yeah. I'm very vulgar. Like, it's just but I was like that before I became a flat earther anyway. If somebody was a faggot, I'd call him a faggot. Like, So, I probably shouldn't have said that. See, now I'm self-censoring. So
that's all right.
Oh yeah. But anyway, no, this channel that I'm on now, like with you guys, like, dude, like last night, for instance, we were talking about moon phases and all that. Like, there's been some very, very good conversations to be had on here. So.
Yeah, it's surprising how many things they actually have some answer for. Where if you listen to Nathan Oakley, you might think they have no answers for some of these things, even though the answers aren't acceptable in our minds necessarily. But yeah, Nathan doesn't give them much of a chance to say what they want to say.
Right, and the thing is, like, what separates, like, because like, when I first got into the whole flat Earth thing, like, it was all David Weiss and Jeranism and stuff, right? But the thing that I like about Nathan Oakley is he doesn't make claims for anything.
That's the basic flat Earth position. Why make a claim about something you can't prove? That's what we're fighting against, right?
Right. It's like, oh, so I have to be God and I have to explain to you what the moon is, or I have to be God and I have to explain to you how the sun works. Like, that's not, I got that from XO. You guys know who XO is, but Yeah,
he's been around for a while too.
Yeah, that guy. I mean, he's a little abrasive, but he's not wrong. But
well, a lot of people might have different opinion about whether he's wrong or right necessarily. But yeah, he's got a good argument as far as they have no argument. They don't even have a claim.
Right, exactly. Yes, that's where XO always kind of like, you guys don't have a claim, But see, like, as far as flat earthers go, I've been very lucky because my brother, like, when I became a flat earther, my brother was living with me because he didn't have anywhere else to go, so he was staying with me. That motherfucker's a flat earther. And then all of a sudden, like 2 months later, my other brother that lives, 1,800 miles away from me, he messaged me and asked me about it. I said, "Why are you talking about this?" He goes, "Well, I think I'm a flat earther." I'm like, "Oh, that's funny." Yeah, me too. Like me and my other brother never
Wow, you're
discussed it
lucky.
before, dude. My wife, like this past Christmas, right? My wife and my daughter are looking at the Santa Claus, like, you know, the Noah map, like where Santa Claus is on the globe. And my wife goes, "Hey, babe, you know what's funny? How come Santa Claus is on a flat Earth and like the whole map of like where Santa Claus is flat?" So my wife's a flat earther too. My daughter's a flat earther. I'm a flat earther.
No way.
Both my siblings
Nice.
are flat earthers. Yeah, so I'm
Without you having to
very
even convince them.
well, I convinced my wife. It was simple. Well, see, the thing is, my daughter's unvaccinated, and my daughter was unvaccinated. Like she was born in 2016. I didn't become a flat earther till 2019. So like I was already hip on the scene with vaccines and shit because I didn't want my daughter becoming autistic after her, like
Yeah,
2-year check.
be careful with the direct reference to the V word. But yeah, I hear you.
Right, right. And in fact, my wife's trying to hold on. God damn it! Hold on one second. You guys may hear the conversation. Hold on.
All right. What's up, Jeremy?
What up? How we doing?
Matrix came in. What's up?
Send it, man. Just out here working. So I'm just listening for now.
Right on. What's up with Bitcoin, Jeremy? Anything? I've been checking in on it. That's just so depressing. I don't even look at it anymore.
Yeah, I don't know.
All the pump channels start sending out their invites right around this time when everything's really low, you know?
Oh, I constantly get invites from them pump channels. Dude, I did one time and it worked. I made money on it.
I'm sorry, I missed that. What was it? You made some money?
I said I joined one of those pump channels once. They were doing a pump. I did it and it worked. Like I made money. It wasn't a lot, but I didn't really go in that heavy either because I didn't know if it was going to work or not.
Right. Which one was it?
No, I don't remember. This was like a year ago or more. Then I only did it once.
Did you hear that shit I was reading that QAnon was talking about? The QAnon feed was talking about?
Yeah,
Yeah, so we had moon phases talked about yesterday. Would you listen to that at all? Were you there for the moon phase discussion? Or any of the other stuff yesterday?
What's up with the moon phases?
I don't know. I was trying to start a conversation that I could dip out of in a sec because I have to go back inside in a minute. But there's you ever watch any of the Vibes of the Cosmos channel? Guy that talks
No,
about the reflection of the Earth on the moon and all that. He had a good
no,
video. Yeah, that I watched yesterday that I'll post. It's about the layers of the Atmos.
Yeah, never seen that, but I remember one time this guy was like, "Yo, if you hold the ball up, it matches the phases of the moon." And that we were on Brandon's channel, so Brandon fucking took the picture the guy posted of some guy holding up a ball in front of the moon, and he photoshopped it out and tried to match it all up, and it didn't match. It was funny. I miss Brandon. He was a top 10 flat earther right there.
I think Vaxy Waxy was saying he did that with the little styrofoam ball in the discussion yesterday, and it didn't match up the way it should. He was also saying that 6 months out of the year should be different because the sun's on the other side and all that kind of shit. But I guess they have their excuse worked in with sidereal days and stuff.
Yeah, that 4 minutes. You would think at first I thought that it would be, 6 months later it would be nighttime at noon. Like it would be midnight at noon, basically. Like, it would be pitch black, it'd be the middle of the night. But they get around that with that 4 minutes. Because you keep adding those 4 minutes up, and eventually you roll with it and you stay at the same spot.
Yeah, that's crazy. I haven't. I guess it works. I haven't worked it out, but I guess that works. I don't know. I guess it's a brilliant fudge job. All right, I'm about to lose reception. I'll be back.
I'm back. Anyone cares? It's all quiet. Yo, Matrix Media J, you said some funny shit one time about 3 months ago, talking to Bob, the science guy, and you asked him about like, was he doing tests on people in a neighborhood? Like, that shit was off the fucking hook. That shit was funny as shit.
I was actually repeating back what Bob said one time in one of these rooms, and now he wants to deny it because he probably realized how unethical it is.
Yeah, you said, did you commit tests on people without them knowing it and monitoring them? He goes, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about, and just had like a fit. But like, it's just, but also it's the way your voice sounds. You sound very like, I'm not trying to be like rude or anything, but you just, I just thought it was awesome. Like, dude, this guy just came out of left field, ripped Bob the science guy a new asshole about doing tests on people without their knowledge, and he stuttered. Like when you asked him, he just all he could do was stutter. And I'm like, oh yeah, he's guilty.
Yeah, because these people they tend to speak sometimes when they get like acquainted with us, they tend to overspeak sometimes. So we tend to listen, and sometimes we throw the things that they say back in their face, and they don't really like it when other people are questioning them on their actions.
Yeah. And Bob the Science Guy is a very unethical piece of shit anyway. So, I mean, anything that he says, I assume he's lying. That guy, man, you can't trust him more than you could throw him. He's a very bad dude. Like he's like a glowworm, you know.
You see how creepy his videos are?
All his videos, like he's convincing like elderly and old, like he had a COVID vaccine video, and everybody in the video, I'm 67. I'm so glad I found this man because I didn't want to get vaccinated, but now I am. Like disgusting. He don't want part of me, man. I ripped him a new one day. Like where all I did was like I took a screenshot of theirs and it said 20,000 deaths due to the COVID vaccine. Like he lost his fucking mind. All he can do is say, "Oh, theirs isn't a reliable source." Oh. Okay, Bob. Mr. Doctor, theirs isn't reliable, yet you're the only one that can report to it, you piece of shit. Like, okay.
Hey, Mr. Waxy.
What's up, buddy?
Hey, if you're here and Matrix and Jeremy, Flat Earthers who are in here, I'm just doing a data collecting exercise.
I'm not sending you dick pics, bro.
Yeah,
damn it, that doesn't work. I thought that would have fucking worked. All right, well, no, it's not for dicks this time. I'm just curious. Let me pull up my spreadsheet. Hold on.
Who's talking? Is this Kosho?
No, this is his attorney. Yes. Hold on 1 second.
So we're talking to Kosho right now. This is why somebody was making jokes about him having 1 million sock accounts.
He only has 1,000. Not even close to 1 million.
This guy, like, cause my phone's off, I'm scraping a bowl, like, so I'm like my hands are covered in resin, like I'm not really paying attention. Is this really Kosho that's asking me questions right now?
Yes, it's really close.
Yeah, kind of.
From you, I think.
All right, so what the fuck do you want?
Dick pic.
All right. Hold on 1 second. Almost there. Okay. So I'm just collecting some information, and I'm just curious.
Yeah, of course you fucking fed. You fed piece of shit. You fucking glowworm. But go on.
What are you doing?
Yeah.
What are you doing?
So yeah, if you could give me some distances. So for instance, Jeremy, you could say like your house to the porn store, or you could say like New York to the Poconos or something. Just give me a couple distances that you're positive that the locations in those distances are correct on Google Maps, or
Oh, you're trying
as they're stated.
Google Maps is based off a fucking flat plane, you idiot.
Okay,
Yeah,
listen, don't call names. Hold on a second, Coach. Hold on. Listen, don't call names, bro. We don't do that here.
See, the thing is, like, Kosho, like, I hear you. Like, Kosho, when you're in, like, a 2-hour conversation with somebody and you guys are debating, I feel like, oh, Kosho might not be a bad guy. But then you come over here out of the blue and start talking to me about porn stores and shit, you really are a fucking scumbag. So
Listen,
thank you
dude,
for
don't
showing me your fucking true colors, you fucking fag.
If you've never been to a porn store before, I recommend checking it out. But
Don't go to.
I had to mute him because listen, man, we don't call names here. I know you're new. All right, there's no name calling. Please. It's like the rules and shit. I didn't make them up. That's how it is.
yeah, and I don't get any offense anyhow. I'm just curious, just to get some data. I'm trying to collect some data on.
You're not trying to commit any offense, but you're asking a Christian to go to a porn store.
No, forget about the porn star. I'm just saying, is there any distances? You sound like you're from up north. Maybe there's some distances that you've traveled in your life, maybe from Florida to New York or something. Some distances that, as they're recorded, you've verified that those distances are, correct. With some margin of error, 10,
The
20
last
miles.
time I was in an airplane was 2013, and I was anti-vax at the time. That's when it all started clicking with me. I didn't know what flat Earth was, so
Okay.
no, I don't have any distances since then. No.
Okay, well, perhaps maybe, like I said, Jeremy, I'll give you an example of one that I'm sure. Okay, I'm sure that from Dallas to Austin, I'm sure that that distance is correct. I've done it plenty of times.
Oh yeah, okay, sure.
Yeah, so just some examples of some distances that you know are correct.
You know what I think about? Like, dude, I'll look at my dog, right? Like, he's sitting here scratching his balls and licking his dick. Like, my dog is a fucking flat earther. Like, if the world started all of a sudden spinning at 1,000 miles per hour at the equator, he would lose his fucking mind and start barking.
Hey, the way you described him, it does sound like a flat earther.
My dog is a flat earther. You, Kosho, let me ask you, how many boosters do you have?
Was it like the card?
For COVID.
He got a booster seat in his car because he can't look over the steering wheel.
Yeah, he's
That's
a little
true.
child.
Yeah, almost as short as Jeremy.
How many COVID boosters do you have, homie?
Well, although I don't think we're meant to be talking about that.
Well, I mean,
on the books, I have all of them.
You have every single COVID booster that's ever come out.
That's what my vaccine card says.
Can we not talk about COVID?
No, we're not, but it's a litmus test. If
No, I haven't had any.
None. Why?
Because I didn't need to. I have a card.
No, you didn't need to?
Yeah, I got the card. Good to go.
Okay.
Anyhow, what are some distances though that you the longer the better that you're comfortable with?
What, dude? Like, the fuck are you
What you telling me?
about?
Well, like I told you, I give you an example. Dallas to Austin, I'm sure, but
I've never been to Texas, so why the fuck are you asking me between Dallas to Austin when I've never fucking set foot in Texas?
Let's see, Jeremy, why don't you give me an example, just so this guy can get an idea of what question.
From my location right now, from my location right now to the corner store is 1.24 miles.
Okay, what's one of the longer distances that you're sure of?
Honestly, I'm not sure about any distances.
You're not sure about the distance to the Poconos?
I'm not sure about the distance to the corner store I just gave you. That's what they told me it was. I don't know if that's what it actually is. Could it be off by 10 feet?
Yeah, 10 feet's fine.
Could it be off by 20 feet?
Margin of error will give it so the longer the distance, the bigger the margin of error. So your corner store, let's give that, I don't know, 500 feet. Okay, but let's give like Poconos to New York. Let's give that, 20 miles, 25 miles. So as long as it's within 25 miles, you can claim that it's somewhat correct.
What's your game here, Coach? What are you trying to do?
I'm just collecting data.
Distance is distance data.
That's right. Yes.
You're
Distance
trying
data.
to collect data. Dude, you want distances. Google Earth already collected all your shit. So why the fuck you asking us?
Well, I'm specifically trying to get information on the distances that flat earthers, you guys, would at least agree were correct. So we can start from a point of agreement.
Yeah, but
So
you're
you want
being
a
very
straight line
obtuse.
distance?
No, it doesn't have to be a straight
You
line.
want a straight line distance? What good is the driving distance going to do, Coach? So if I'm going up and down turns and up and down hills and around the bend, over the mountain, like what good does that do you?
It does me good because it just lets me know that these distances I can at least I can trust are within the range of being correct. Of course, like you're saying, there's winds and turns and all this type of stuff, but most of it's going to be on the highway, and most of those turns are not going to be going in circles. So we can just trust that within margin of error that those distances are correct.
The distance you drove could be correct.
Sure. Well, I'm talking about your own credulity.
Why are you coming off
Do
so
you
silent?
do you trust that distance? But you said no. You said you don't even trust the distance of the corner store. So
Well, I trust the distance I drive as far as a straight line distance. I couldn't tell you any straight line distance. Maybe a meter or a yard or something. Maybe a yardstick. They're pretty straight.
Yeah.
okay, are there any?
Dude, you're coming off like a fucking grind ball.
Listen, stop calling names, dude. Last warning.
No, but the thing is, the way he's betraying himself, he's not being honest.
He's only
and he's
asking
coming
for
off like he's
distance.
being a creep.
I'm
He's only
I'm
asking
just
for
asking.
distance.
Yeah,
Well, then
I'm just trying to see what distances you guys trust. That's it. So far, I have none. But are there any distances at all that you guys trust to be accurate?
Anything that's
Regardless
1
of.
meter or 1 yardstick away from it, I absolutely trust.
Okay. Not a very trusting guy. See, but actually, do you have any? Do you want to add?
No, dude,
I mean,
I haven't looked at my fucking GPS. Like, what the fuck are you asking me?
I mean, I've driven from Dallas to Austin and back, and several
I've
times.
never been
And
to
the
Texas.
time it
Why
took
would you
me, the
ask me
time it
that?
took me was within range. The amount of miles I had on my car was close to being correct. So the distance that it told me, I had no choice because I estimated how long it was going to take me to get there based on the miles that it told me. So I have a pretty good trust that that distance is within a a range that it says it is. So just wondering if that you guys maybe not. That's fine. You're the first two people I asked, and so far I have no answers. So you said your dog is a flat earther?
Absolutely. That motherfucker knows that shit ain't spin. If it was spin, he'd be fucking barking all the time.
All right, do me a favor. Can you ask him and see if he's got any? Maybe I'll get.
Hey, Kocho, let me ask you, are you a fucking pro-abortionist?
Pro-abortionist?
Yes.
Yeah. Who's a pro?
Of course he's breaking up.
No, I'm still here. Is that a thing though? A pro-abortionist?
Would you be like standing arm in arms with all the people that's fucking protesting about Roe versus Wade being overturned?
Oh no, probably not. I read the opinion from the Supreme Court, and I think the arguments are pretty valid. Actually, yeah.
Okay.
Pretty valid points. Basically, just said that they can't. Couldn't really justify that.
Let me ask you, like,
Roe v.
why
Wade.
would like a
They couldn't
distance?
justify.
Why
They
would a
couldn't
distance?
justify the overturning.
Why would a distance from Boston, Massachusetts to, let's say, what's the capital of Virginia? You know, just Boston to Virginia. Why would that not line up?
Richmond?
Like, yeah, there we go.
Rich-
What the fuck do you want to know? Like, what's the deal?
That's a Richmond to Boston?
Sure. Okay, yeah.
Okay. There we go. We got something now. Okay. And that then. Richmond. Have you made that trip?
I have on Greyhound, like, probably like, 11 years ago.
Okay. Is that the last time you ran away from home?
See, the thing is, like, when I ran away from home, I own my own house. I have my own family. I'm married with children. What the fuck are you doing? Dude, what's your fucking wife's name? How many kids do you fucking have? Do you have your own home?
I
No,
still
you
live with
probably
my
live with
mom.
your fucking parents. Oh yeah,
Yeah.
I was in the military for 3 years. I joined the Navy. Ugh. The fuck's your
I actually
problem,
have
dude? No, the thing is, you come off like you're being all cool, but you're really just a piece of shit.
Listen,
If you were,
That's true.
no, fuck you, dude.
Yo, stop with the personal attacks, man. Seriously.
It's not personal attacks. He's the one that's committing personal attacks, not me.
No, he hasn't done anything.
Oh,
You're
really?
personally.
Asking me the last time I ran away from home is not a personal attack.
I'm just
That
kidding. You said
was-
you took the
that was-
Greyhound. I'm just messing with you.
Oh,
Hey,
yeah. So he's just being silly. Okay.
yeah,
Go
I'm
on.
just being serious, man.
Yeah. Well, fucking.
Yeah. So is
silly,
that
Gary.
Have you ever taken any other Greyhounds before? Like some a different distance possibly?
I already gave you some numbers. What the fuck's the problem?
Okay, fine. Well, I mean, honestly, I was trying to get a few of them from each person, but I'll get as many as I can. So I appreciate, actually, you've
So
given me
you're
the first
fishing
ones.
for Greyhound routes? Why don't you go on Greyhound and look up the fucking routes?
I'm just looking, like I said, for the
What is your
distances
point?
that you
What is your
guys
point?
trust.
No, what is your point? Get to your fucking point.
I'm
You
just
want to
collecting
see the
data. I'm not
difference
making a point.
between the capital of North Carolina versus like the capital of Arkansas? Just get to it.
Okay, that's
The
a good
fuck are you
one.
getting
Okay.
at? Yeah, there we go. Let's just roll with that. The fuck is your problem?
Hold on, let me see. North Carolina, I forget what the capital is. Let's put North Carolina. Arkansas.
You get him, fat boy.
Alrighty.
Get him. Fight him. Oh, barking at that.
Yeah, you come up with any more? You come up with any more that you trust, and we'll be good. Have you ever left the country?
No. You're over here asking me about destinations between point A and point B. What are you trying to get at?
No, I'm just collecting data at this
What
point
are you data for? What?
to see which distances you guys have trust in.
Data that I have trust in? The fuck are you even talking
Data
about?
based on distances that you guys have trust in.
How can I have trust in the distance between a place I've never been to?
Well, yeah, don't give me places you've never been to. Then that's why I'm asking you about places you have been to that you trust.
Yeah, okay. Well, tell me the distance between Fitchburg, Mass, and Leominster, Mass, and then we can discuss that. How about that?
I can only make a guess.
What is your guess?
Say 100 miles.
They're towns that border each other. The fuck are you talking about?
Okay. Well, then, 1 foot.
Yeah.
Okay, that's pretty close.
Good thing I'm out of fucking alcohol, man. Because like, I just don't understand why you're being so fucking like just coming off like a pompous little, like a fucking weasel. Is that just your
He's just
natural
asking.
personality?
All he's doing is asking for distances.
Whoever the fuck you are, you could shut your fucking face.
Okay, my
How
name's
about
Jeremy.
that? Okay, Jeremy, go fuck yourself.
Why are you being like this?
I'm not being like
'Cause-
anything. It's just I'm over here being put on the spot to ask for distance between Austin and Dallas, and this guy's coming off like a pompous little prick.
He's a
No,
he's a drunk Irish guy, man.
No, what's the topic of
just
the
asking for
conversation?
distances that you know that you can verify. That's all. That's all he's asking for, dude.
Oh, okay.
What do Pete Shea and this guy have in common? They're both drunk and Irish.
Huh?
You remember Pete Shea? You know Pete Shea?
Pete Shea? I don't know who the fuck Pete Shea is.
You got him
Once
stumped.
you said Pete Shea, my
You got it.
mind instantly jumped to Pete Rose, but who the fuck is
You
Pete
got him
Shea?
stumped. Coach, you got him stumped on who Pete Shea is. Like Pete's like.
Oh, I don't know who Pete Shea is, therefore the Earth's a fucking globe. Okay, yeah, sure. Good. You got me.
Okay, well, one down. That's what's up, man.
You got some dude giggling like he's fucking slobbing your knob and like fucking raising your kids.
Do people giggle when they slob on your gob? What? That's not a thing. But hey, have you ever left the country, Maxie?
No, I have not. Do you want to know how much I weigh and what my height is?
Sure, I can put that in here too, sure.
How about the last four of my social, bro?
Or you can give me the whole thing
Why
if
the
you
name of the street I live on? What the fuck's with your questions? Why are you asking me personal questions on Discord? What the fuck is your problem?
well, you've offered me personal information. I've only asked if you've left the country before.
Yeah, but you're assuming like, are you about to diagnose me with cancer or something? What the fuck is your deal? Are you my doctor?
No, I'm not.
Well, I
I
could
can
be your
guess
doctor.
though.
You could think of me as your doctor, but I'm not your doctor. But you could think of me as your doctor, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I can guess that you've been drinking whiskey,
No, I don't drink hard liquor.
Yenlings.
How many?
By the sounds of it, two or three. Sound like a lightweight.
Dude, I wish. No, if I took
6.
9 Yinglings, it wouldn't be a problem. Oh shit. No, mostly I'm just a little upset that I had to break. God damn, that's a big chunk.
It's a big chode.
Chunk.
Oh.
But
You picking your nose?
Oh, okay. So what do you want? Like, what are you trying to get at? What is your point?
I've already asked for it. You told me. I'm just wondering if there's any more, but you give me 2 of them. So there's distances that you trust in.
No, but the
you
thing
give me
is,
2 of
though,
them.
I have you pinned now. You are now known to me. You are a scumbag, and you are a piece of shit. I was trying not. Shut up. I was trying to be cool to this dude.
No,
like,
dude, I'm trying to be cool.
No, fuck
I'm trying to.
you. Well,
I'm
then
trying
ban
to
me,
fucking
bitch.
be
Mute
cool
me.
with you.
Fucking mute me
Okay?
then, you fucking fag. Mute me.
Dude, man,
I'll be
you
gone. I
gotta
don't have to come
relax.
back here. I do not have to come here.
Or you could just relax and have a conversation
Or you
like an
can shut
adult.
your fucking mouth. Oh, I have a. Okay. So, what's your wife's maiden name? Kosho.
He's got a
Your wife's
fiance.
maiden
He's not
name.
married.
Oh, he's
Listen, if
not
you don't
married.
relax,
Okay. Shut the
scared
fuck
him
up.
away.
What
You
town
scared
did
him
you
away.
grow up in?
Real fucking nice.
Who the fuck is this?
Jeremy, I told you this like 2 minutes ago.
Who the fuck are you, dude? I don't. Dude, where's your? Okay, let me see. What's your name?
My name's Jeremy.
Oh yeah. Okay, Jeremy.
Okay. Calm your farm. I don't know what that means. All right, but somebody says it a lot that I know, and it's a good thing. Seriously, dude, you can't act like that here. We don't do that shit here, bro.
Dude, I can act the way I fucking want to act. If you,
You
don't
can.
like it,
Do it in
now
your.
the thing is, I can do whatever the fuck I want. If you don't like it, you fucking block me. How about that?
Man, I don't want to. You're not leaving me much choice.
Well, go ahead. I don't give a fuck. This is fucking Discord. This isn't real life. You don't like what the fuck I have to say? Then go fucking suck my balls.
All right.
Yeah, go get your fucking booster, Jeremy. How many boosters have you had, you dumb cunt?
I had to mute you, man. You got to relax.
Oh, so actually, did you get muted? Probably.
Mute him. Yo, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
My shit's not lighting up.
It's a little rough. I remember when I was young and I had my first couple beers.
Oh, mercy.
See, that's the thing. Oh, I'm unmuted. Oh, what's up, guys?
What's going on, my man?
Who said that?
That's me.
Oh, I'm sorry you can't abort any more babies, dude. Were you upset
That's
about the
fine.
whole Rover? Yeah. Kosho.
Yeah.
Do you have a single example of gas pressure without a container without pointing at the sky?
Yeah.
Oh, you do? What is it?
We said without pointing at the sky.
Yes, without taking your
Is that
little
right?
shit-stained finger and pointing it upwards above your head and saying, "Oh, look, the sky." Yeah. What's a gas example of gas pressure without containment? And I swear to
Fog.
God, dude, if you say wind blowing against a billboard, I will fucking decapitate you.
No, fog. Fog is usually low to the ground, right? So this is evidence that
You
there's
said
a
fog.
pressure. There's a pressure that's below the rest of the atmosphere. So
What kind of gas is fog?
it's usually
Why are you breaking up?
water droplets mixed with the rest of the air.
Oh, is water droplets gas? Or not water
No,
droplets?
but it's mixed with the air.
Water
Tell him
droplets
about
mixed with air makes gas?
Tell him about how you stack babies when you stack babies on top of each other. Maybe that'll do it for him.
I think he's ready for that. Hey, give me just 1/2 of a second. Hold on.
A second. Ugh.
That way. Take this way. I'm cleaning
And
up right now.
Jeremy,
So what?
what are you?
What am I?
Yes. Are you deaf?
I'm the goat.
Probably are a fucking goat.
I'm the goat. Ask Kosho's mom. I'm the goat, bro.
Yeah, he's my mom's pet goat.
Why are you a flat earther, Jeremy?
How do you know I'm a flat earther?
Because I thought when I clicked on your thing, it said stationary plane as one of your little badges.
All right, you got me. Yeah, I'm a flat earther. You said why?
Yes.
Because there ain't no proof of the globe. There's no evidence. There's no curvature.
What else?
Curvature. What's it gonna be?
What's your number one reason for Earth not being a globe?
I don't fucking know, dude.
You
What
don't
is this
know.
pop?
You're a fucking. Oh, I see.
Is this pop
Yeah.
quiz? 'Cause
Okay.
I gotta
No. I got you pinned too. You dumb piece of shit. No wonder. Yeah.
stop
Okay. You guys
calling
have a good one.
names.
Hey, Jeremy. I wish you were aborted. You're the only abortion I would ever support. Go fuck yourself.
Bro, you can't talk like that here. Right.
I think they got rules in here, man.
Are you happy now, Coach? Happy now? No.
Say
See
what?
you did? See what you did? Are you happy now?
I didn't do anything. I just asked you locations you trust.
Anywhere from where I'm standing to 1 yard away from me, I will absolutely trust that distance.
Well, that's because you're a stubborn POS. I'm not supposed to say that, but You are stubborn, so that's not true either. I know that you've driven places where it tells you it's going to take this long to get there, and it takes you that long, and you're like, okay, well, it probably is this far.
I'll tell you the distance. I know the distance from my house to your mom's house.
Okay, that's good. Well, that's actually pretty far. Okay. All right, I'm going to add that in there.
Not that far.
It's pretty far, man. It's Perth, Australia. Perth all the way to New York City. New York, close to Canada. Okay. That's not bad, man. Okay. Albany to Perth. Anyways, I'll have to ask some other dudes. It's usually, you think a question like that, you get like a couple of distances from a few people, but some of you guys, man, I swear to God. Did you ever go on Upland?
No, I never got it. I've been busy.
Wow, dude. It's incredibly, how do you say, irresponsible of you.
Neglecting
In fact, nobody's.
duties?
Say what?
Is he neglecting duties?
Well, I mean, he's neglecting investment opportunities. It was close.
Yeah, that's his duties.
That's right. If you tell him that he's going to make a penny a day, then he'll do it. But if you tell him he can make more than that, for some reason he doesn't do it. That's his own admission. He says a penny a day and he'll do it.
Yep.
It doesn't matter, Jeremy. You still got time anyways, dude. But you're gonna run out of time.
How's Bitcoin doing?
Horrible. Let's see what's that now. I feel bad for all the people who, I mean, people who are really into it. They're still hoping. I mean, they're right. It probably is going to go back up at some point, but
It's that sunk cost, man. It's that they just can't let it go.
yeah, that's kind of part of the problem. Is my brother was one of those people, and a lot of the people are kind of new generation investors, so they're not really they don't have the same patterns as traditional stock market investors.
Yeah.
And yeah, so for that reason, this investing in your entire portfolio into cryptocurrencies is foolish because it's completely volatile. There's no way to predict exactly what it's going to do.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, 5 or 10% is not bad, but yeah. You know what? I'll ask Grim too. Grim's in here. He's not a flat earther, but I can get data from all sorts of people. Grim, what are some distances that you trust? I know you've moved all around the country, but if you had two distances.
Highway 90, the 95 all the way to the what is it out here? The I guess it's A1A or something here in it's the other A1A. Literally coast to coast. It's like 3,800 and something miles.
Okay. You don't have to dox yourself, but can you give me like
Well, I've
close to
driven
the
it.
cities?
I've driven it as a kid. I've driven it about 6 times back and forth.
No shit.
So I know the gas I had to spend. I calculated my miles. It was all just about right on the money.
Yeah, exactly. And that's exactly the type of reasoning There's a drunk dude in here. I think he's muted now, but I mean that's the exact type of reasoning I was asking. Just something that you don't have to know it exactly, but you can say that whatever distance they told you, or that you know calculated, you've kind of also confirmed
Yeah, I
it
kept
because
track
you've
of it.
driven it and all that stuff.
Yeah, I kept track of it because of gas money.
That's at Florida to California.
Yeah, coast to coast, from one beach to the other. I went all the way to the beach in Florida before I left, just so I could go from coast to coast.
What's up? No, it's a funny thing. I've been in the Keys a few times. I was saying this the other day. If you're in the Keys and you look at the water on both sides, it's like so different. Somebody the other day said like it's blue in the Gulf and it's like green out in the Atlantic, but I'm pretty sure it's the other way around. It's like blue out in the Atlantic and it's like brown in the Gulf.
No, you would think that, but it's not. Tampa, Clearwater, St. Petersburg, those are all crystal clear waters over there on the Gulf side.
Well, yeah, probably. I guess. I mean, I'm only talking about down where you can see both sides, like from either side of the bridge, or not bridge, but either side of the.
Oh yeah, it all depends at that point.
Yeah,
One
that's
side's
true.
deeper than the other. Yeah.
They were talking about some place over there. They made it sound amazing. What was it called? Some island. I don't know. Some island over there on in the Gulf near Florida or off the coast of Florida. I guess further north.
Naples Islands and.
I can't remember what it's called. Yeah, every time I go there,
there's a bunch
I'm
of
in the
little
Keys.
islands, but they're like one of them is like just separated by bridges. There's bridges that go to it.
Oh, yeah, are you talking about down south, or is that up north?
No, it's like how like on the East Coast you got the Banana River and all that, and it's just like a big island that's really just connected by bridges because there's an inlet and brackish water all in there where the fresh water
Yeah,
pours
that's what
out
it looked
into
like.
the. Yeah.
Yeah, I was looking at it on the map. That's what it looked like.
It's like that all over Florida, basically, all around the coastal areas. Because it's like a floating sponge, man. It's not even really. Florida is like weird. It's like anywhere you go, you can dig 3 foot down and hit water.
Well, I heard a bunch of it was artificially made out of sand. There's a bunch of places where they had to fill in the land.
I imagine, yeah. Because
who in here was saying that sand? They said sand is the number one commodity in the world, or is the most.
David,
I don't. What did they say? No, there wasn't David. It was somebody here. I think it was in Bandsong or somebody in here who was saying that sand is the most.
no, he's in here.
Yeah.
But I was agreeing. I mean, you use it for everything from setting your tub to leveling your stones in your yard to, glass and all the masonry work and just never ending.
I guess there's some of it that goes into cement.
Some of it goes into computers. Yeah, concretes to computers, dude. Chips.
What goes in your computer? You mean for glass?
Silicates. In the sand.
Oh yeah, I guess that's true. Yeah, sure. Oh, yeah, that's a good point. So most silicone, you think it comes from sand? Like it does? They don't get it like raw. I guess that's true. I never thought of that.
I mean, it's already separated in a way.
Yeah, I never thought about that. That's a good point. So now, yeah, if we put it in that context, it does seem like sand would be one of the most used because it's used in a wide variety of things. I guess it's true.
Yeah, what isn't? I can't even imagine what there's certain Sandpaper. I mean, that's a big industry just alone. Sandpaper.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, with glass and shit like that. That's what I was thinking when he said. I said, yeah, I guess it's in glass. He said something about salts. I think he said something about salts. I can't remember, but yeah, definitely when you think about silicon, yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
Just in construction alone, man, you can see it's one of the bigger industries. For leveling ground out and shit.
I mean, it definitely makes sense. God damn it. I gotta try to clean my girlfriend's place before she gets back.
Just the shit you fucked up, or like all of it?
Me and she's got 2 cats.
Cat box. Yeah, I'll do your cat box. God damn it, I forgot to do the cat box. I did that 1,000 times.
She's got this kitten and he keeps fucking shit up.
Stop chewing up my mail.
Hold on, bear back. What's up, Left Lane? Yeah, I guess Left Lane. Let me ask Left Lane the same question before Left Lane. I'm trying to ask flat earthers, but they're more difficult than anybody else. So I'm gonna ask all sorts of people. But because you drive around a lot, what would you say is 2 distances that you can confirm, or 2 locations that you can confirm the distance between, like a distance?
Oh, many. I mean, what I just pick one, like between Las Cruces and Lordsburg, New Mexico.
You said Las Cruces? Say that again?
Yeah, I'm in Las Cruces right now.
Okay. And you said to where?
You could go Lordsburg, New Mexico.
Okay. Okay, that's pretty. I guess that's not bad. Because I was going to ask people for like a couple places, and then also like a long place. That's like the same. I mean, that's perfectly fine though. But maybe like one more, the longer one.
Okay, Nashville, Tennessee.
Okay.
To Phoenix, Arizona.
That's good. Yeah. Okay.
I'd say 1,740 miles. Of course, that's all highway miles. Where'd he go? Kosho asked a question and then dropped. Must have got a phone call or something.
What's up, Howard?
How we doing?
Yeah, I'm doing all right. I'm driving right now. I just plugged my phone in. I just jumped in the VC and I saw your thing. I saw your little icon light up, but I didn't hear what you said. I was just trying to get the volume turned up. But yeah, I just wanted to say hi. I'm driving right now, so yeah.
Yeah, me too. Always. I'm a driving fool. Yeah, Kosho was in and asked me a question and then disappeared. I don't know if he got a phone call or what he got.
Yeah. Yeah, sometimes. Oh, he's back.
I was. I told you. I said my girlfriend was calling.
Oh, I missed that.
I'm sorry, my man. I feel bad. Literally. I got your locations though, but yeah. Hopefully you didn't say nothing else. So I feel like a dick now.
No, that's fine. I figured you had a phone call or something.
Yeah. She was calling me. She's about to order food. But yeah. No, you know what? Now that you're in here, Gio, I have to ask you the same question now. Geo Love. I'm just collecting data, Geo, and Left Lane gave me some Grim, Vaxy Waxy. Jeremy did not give me any. That's because, well, I'm not gonna say anything there. But anyways, I'm just asking about locations, like 2 locations where you are sure about the distance. Like you can confirm that there's not really an mystery of what that distance is. Like, maybe because you've traveled it or you just trust the distance, right? So, is there any locations that the distance you're sure of?
Well, that's a good question. I mean, the thing is that, straight line distances versus, because, when you're twisting and turning on roads and whatnot, I mean, obviously you can measure, you've got your odometer in your car, and there's ways to do it more accurate than even an odometer. But yeah, it's a good question because when you're twisting and turning on roads, obviously that's different than straight line. And it can be difficult to get straight line distances because unless you own all the land, you got to go over people's fences and in their backyards and, into private land to do it, especially over long distance, like if you want to get a straight line distance between 2 cities and some of you guys making these claims about, over the oceans and stuff, it's like, you got to be honest and just say that you're Googling on the internet, just getting distances. And I know you can get into like flight paths and these claims and stuff, but I mean, nobody knows distances, that you verified.
I do have a navigation app where when I fly, I could just, double tap an airport from my airport and tell it to go direct, and it'll bring me up a straight line to that airport. It'll give me the miles and everything. And of course, if I fly that, then I can confirm that mileage. But I mean, it's all on airplane instruments.
You're trained to be a pilot,
confirm
right?
It. Yeah, I guess I could confirm it with the time it takes and how fast I go.
Okay. And Gio, just to respond to your what you said about like the straight line distance and like the, I guess, as a crow flies distance and like the driving distance. I'm not asking for perfect precision distances. Just maybe the distance that so the longer the distance, the bigger the margin of error. So if we're talking about like across the country, you could be off like 50 miles or something. But if you're talking about like, you trust, somewhere that's like supposedly San Francisco to Los Angeles, I'd say you could be off by 25 miles or so, So it doesn't have to be that perfect, but just within a meaningful range, right?
Yeah.
Unless there's none. Like I said, Jeremy didn't give me any. Well, no, he did. He said Albany to Perth, Australia. So that's actually a pretty long one. But before he said that, he didn't give me any. So, but yeah, I don't know if
Well, I
there's
mean,
any.
we've already got GPS. We've got the odometers in our cars. So if you drive from San Jose to San Francisco, or San Francisco to Sacramento, or Sacramento to Los Angeles, or any of those, I'm just using California cities because I live here. But obviously, you can use an odometer, GPS, so. But I mean, it's another thing if you're talking about like independently doing straight line distances and actually measuring it independently from what's already given.
All right. Well, just so you know, the ones that you've given me as an example, I just went ahead and wrote down just for your just for the data collecting purposes. So I just said Sacramento to Los Angeles, San Francisco to Sacramento. But that, like I said, the distance doesn't have to be perfect. And so it's like, let's say you've driven from Sacramento to Los Angeles, right? And it told you it was this far, and so you were planning it out. You planned for it to take this long and this much gas, this many miles, and you were right within. Like it wasn't like a surprise. It was like you're right within that range. Then that's kind of what I'm talking about. It doesn't have to be like a down to perfect, exact position or distances or anything. It's just a question of trust. Like what distances do you trust to be basically correct?
Yeah, but if that's what you want, I mean, like if you drove from Sacramento to San Francisco or vice versa, the highway is pretty straight, and meaning it's not a lot of curves. I mean, whatever GPS tells you for that is likely going to be pretty darn close to your odometer. But I mean, if you're trying to get like the shape of the Earth, some 8 inches per mile squared, are you trying to claim that there's going to be a discrepancy of that short of a distance to be able to get enough of a margin of error to do the shape of the Earth just from a distance like that?
Oh no way. Yeah, so I mean something like that you would probably. I mean, I'm not sure. I'm not doing anything like that though. Like I said, just collecting data just to. Because you remember I did something similar to like this before when I was asking people what's the longest distance that they've verified or they can trust, and then I used those distances to map them to map them together to see what shape it made out or whatever. But this is not that same thing. I'm just saying I've done something like this before. It's just to it was for something else. Actually, to be honest,
Yeah,
I'll tell you. Oh, go ahead.
By the way, how does my mic sound? By the way,
You sound fine. It's just you were breaking up a second ago, but you're coming through okay.
Yeah. All right. Well, this is just like the speakerphone on my cell phone, and I'm also on the highway. So anyway, I mean, people usually tell me my speakerphone on the phone sounds okay, but I always just wonder if it's a decent sounding mic or not. I guess I've never gone back and listened to it on the live stream.
No, I mean usually you got one of the more crisp voice on the mic usually, but now with you mean you're still up there, so there's no problem with your mic. Like I said, just a second ago it was breaking up a little bit, but you're fine now.
Yeah. So, I mean, at the end of the day, all they would have to do to, like, let's say you've got a planar Earth, the geometry's planar, water's level, basically what humans have thought it was since the dawn of time, and all the ancient cultures and ancestors and the shamanic worldview, all of that is a planar Earth. It's a plane of existence, etc. You've got up, you've got the XYZ axis, you have up is actually up, down is actually down, all that stuff. So if you've got that coordinate system of reality, let's just say for the moment that's reality, and then which it is, but I'm just saying because I know you don't think it is, so we'll just say let's just use it as an example. And then if you needed to convince people that it was a globe and it had this curvature, then obviously you'd have to reverse engineer it in a way that would fit the planar Earth in certain ways with the sky and the layout of the land. Now, obviously, it's not going to fit perfectly, so you're going to have to fudge it in certain ways. So, I mean,